Esports. Welcome, Tingus, Ziol, Abilene, and Godless.
The team that really shined the most for me, Zeus Esports. Wow, representing Mongolia. That was a phenomenal run coming in from them here. They managed to wow the world and actually make it into the top 3 here.
Introducing Zeus Esports.
Мөрөөдлийнхаа яг энэ үзүүрээс атгацсан ч гэсэндээ яг Дубай явах болсон чинь бидэрт маш олон тийм саад бэрхшээлүүд тулгарсан. Онгоцны нислэгээс ахуулаад яг энэ улсын онцгой комисстэй тэр бүх газруудад бид нар яг өөрсдийнхөө хүсэлтийг тавиад бас Монгол улсын засгийн газраас ч гэсэндээ биднийг дэмжиж тухайн үед яг энэ жудо бүхийн тамирч тэмцээнтэй байж таарад бид нар тэр онгоцонд нь багтах тийм боломжтой болсон.
Юу гэдэг кино зохиолч гэл юм болсон л да. Тий. Яг нөгөө цар тахлын үегээд нөгөө ковидын пандемикийн одоо нөгөө хатуу хөл хориотой үе байсан. За тэгээд багийн дүүнер багийн хүмүүс маань амжилтаа аваад ингээд дэлхийн шилдэг 16-таа ороод ингээд Дубай хот руу явахаар боллоо. Тэндээ ингээд явлаа гэд. Тэгэхэд бол үнэхээр бид нар бол одоо юу гэдэг тухайн момент бол хагартлаа баярлж ирсэн. Энэ бол бас л нөгөө PUBG MOBILE буюу энэ Монгол тоглож байгаа бүх залуучуудын бас л хүсэл мөрөөдөл байсан. Дэлхийн аврагт оролцсон гэдэг маань бол өөрөө асар том амжилт тий. Асар том юм гэдгээрээ бид нэр байжсан. За тэгэхээр энэ одоо атгаад авсан боломжоо бид нэр цааш нь алдахгүй тулд чадхаасаа чадахгүй хүртэл ингээл бид нэр явж исэн том проблемууд байж байгаа. Одоо жишээ нь юу гэдэг тийшээ Дубай руу хүрэх онгоц маань яах вэ те олон улсын нислэг цуцлагдсан үе байсан, хил хориотой байсан үе байсан те. Энэ үед бид нэр яаж шийдэж болох вэ гээл тэр арга сүм бүх юмнуудыг ингээл эрэл хийлээл ингээл бид нэр бас хүн амтантай уулзаал те дэмжлэг тусалцаа гуугаал ингээл явсан л та.
Ямар ч тач тухайн үед жуудогийн баг хөнөө эрийн нислэгээр Катар руу Ази аваад явах гэсэн мэдээлэл аваад за ер нь энэ онгоцонд л суухгүй бол манай баг бол тэгээд явахгүй мэн гэсэн л ер нь бол бодлол орж ирсэн.
Болгоё бүтий гэсэн те сэтгэл зүрх тэгээд энэ баг дүндрийн бас олсон амжилтыг бас цааш нь ингээд атгаад аваад явъя гэхэд бол бас юм ингээл яг л бүтгэл юм байлээ л дээ. Тулцсан байгаа ханны цаана юу байгаа бол гэдэг айдас ихтэй байсан, эрсдэл өндөртэй байсан. Ялангуяа энэ организац хариуцсан бидний хувьд бол энэ хүүхдийн эрүүл аюулгүй байдал. За тэндээ очивол бид нар бол аюу том эрсдлийн өдөөсөл тэр ханыг цөм зохиол гарсан л да. Онгоцороо нисэхдээ one way ticket-ийг аваад буцах өдөр нь тодорхойгүйгээр бид нар явж исэн. 17 6-тай насан туршаагүй тамирчид маань тэнд очиод ямар байр байдалтай байх бол хизээ буцаж ирэх бол магадгүй 1-2 сар боллоо дараа нь яах вэ гэдэг асуудлууд тулгарсан тийм. Миний хувьд бол тийм амар том эрсдэл гарсан. Тэгээд мэдээж энэ дэлхийн аврагт орж ийн энэ спортоор амжилт гаргах хэрэгтэй. Тэгээд бас энэ хойштой бид нарыг дагж яваад хүүхэд залуучууд байгаа, бидний фэнүүд байгаа, биднийг үлрэглэнд уурайж байгаа олон залуучууд байж байгаа. Эднэртэй бас нэг ингэж болдсон байх шүү гэдэг энэ боломж тэр төсөөллийг бид нэр эвдлэхийн тулд асар их хэмжээний зориг зүрх гаргаж явсан л та. Тэгээд тэрэндээ ч өнөөдөр бид нар амжилтаа гаргаад бас энэнийхээ ард гараад ингээд эргээд дүгнээд харахад бол яа айгүй юм бас л зоригтой шийдвэрүүд гаргаж шүү.
Санаа яваа харах. Яа тий. Скейт гэдэг. Зээл хондог гач загин чинь. Зээл онгоцоо бол хэлвэж.
Дубайд очиод бид нар яг тэр дэлхийн хэмжээний багуудтай тоглоход бол эхний удаад маш их айцтай байсан. Ягаад тэгэхээр тэр багууд ч болохоор дэлхийд айгүй өндөр үзүүлэлттэй маш олон фэнтэй тийм мундаг багууд байсан.
Манай багийн хувьд дэлхийд дахинд бол хүмүүсийн хүлээлт нь бол тийм ч сайн баг биш те.
wildcard гэдэг бүснээс гарч ирсэн. Одоо энэ нь бол зөвхөн нэг слот л одоо бүглэж орж ирж байгаа баг гэдэг дэлхийд дахин тийм хүлээлттэй байсан. Тэгвэл бид нэр энийг өндөр тактик, бэлтгэл, сэтгэл зүйдээр өөрсдөө дэлхийд илүү харуулж чадсан. Манай багийн тоглогчид тулах чадвар сайтай, нэг эсрэг нэг хийхтэй. Тэгээд дээрэс нь болохоор тактикийн хувьд ротейшн хийж явж байгаа байдал, нөгөө багуудаа хаана бууж байгаа, эдгээр тэдийн хугацаанд одоо тийшээ очдог, зоон татхад нөгөө талдаа ийм баг одоо очсон байх боломжтой гэдэг юмнуудаа маш сайн мэдчихсний үндсэн дээрээс одоо багуудтайгаа бас сайн байлдаж чаддаг. 3-4 дахь өдрөөс бид нар яг энэ багуудтай адилхан төвшөнд тоглоод ийм амжилт гарах боломжтой юм байна гэдгийг өөрснөө тухайд манай тамирчид ч гэсэндээ мэдэрсэн. Одоо манай багийнхан Dark Horse гэж нэрлэгдэж одоо хинээж төсөөлөгөөс амжилтыг гаргаж дэлхийд PMGC дэлхийн аврагт 3 дугаараар эзэлжсэн байгаа.
Esport just got their second chicken dinner at the grand final with a lot of skills, a good prediction of the place itself, and the winner chicken dinner really amazing.
За PUBG MOBILE нь бол одоо дэлхийд хүч түрэн гарч ирж байгаа тренд болж байгаа mobile e-sport гэхээр илүү онцлогтой. Mobile e-sport гэдэг нь болохоор хүн өөрт байгаа ямар ч девайсыг ашиглан ажил дээрээч байна уу, гэртээч байна уу, одоо гадаа гудамж талбай дээрч байна уу, бүх хүнд бол нээлттэй байдаг. Маш өндөр түвшинд хөгжих бүрэн боломжтой яг юм mobile e-спортын төрөл одоо PUBG MOBILE юм аа. Бас ахаад нэг хамгийн том давуу тал гэх юм бол PUBG MOBILE гарч ирснээр энэ mobile төрлийн одоо e-спорт гэдэг нь хөгжих шатанда хамгийн их одоо түлхэц үзүүлсэн гэж би болоод одоо хувьдаа боддог.
За PUBG MOBILE маань бол Монгол улсад бол миний хувьд бол үнэлэхдээ яг 0 цаг дээрээс дэлхийд дахинтай цуг зэрэгцэж эхэлсэн гэж ойлгодог. Яагаад гэхээр энэ mobile төрөл маань бол яг цэвэр гар утсан дээр явдаг. Одоо юу гэдэг e-спорт төрлүүд дотроос шал тустай юм скиллээр хөгжиж эхэлсэн юм спорт. Дэлхийд яг нээлттэй хийхэд л яг зэрэгцээл энд байсан болохоор бид нар бол одоо юу гэдгийг дэлхийдээ хөл нийцүүлэн бас дэлхийн тэр олон улсын төвшөнд ингээд өрсөлд түүц потенциал юмнууд нь бүрэлдсэн гэж бид нар үздэг.
Нийгмийн хүрээнд бол e-спортыг ойлгох нь бол айгүй муу байдаг. Харин эсвэргээрээ чадварлаг, скил сайтай, багаар хамтрах чадвартай тийм тамирчид, баг тамирчид бол Монголд харин зөндөө байдаг. E-спорт айлч төрөлд бол дэлхийн хэмжээний баг бүрдэх тийм бүрэн боломжтой байдаг. Тамирчдын хувьд бол маш чадварлаг тийм л тоглогчид байдаг.
E-спортын тамирчин болоход ер нь бол эхлээд сонирхогч байх уу эсвэл яг энэ тоглоом маань цаашаа хөөгд явах уу гэдгээ тодорхойлох хэрэгтэй.
Мэргэжлийн төвшин тоглоно гэдэг нь бол өөрийгөө сарж үзэж гин, баг хамт олонтой нэг баг болж тоглож гин, өөрийгөө хөгжүүлж гин, бусадтай ойлголцож мэдээлэлээ дамжуулж тийм төвшин тоглол хүн мэдээж бас хурдтай сайжрахын нэг хэлбэр байдаг.
Мэргэжлийн тамирчин энгийн тамирчнаас илүү хариуцлагатай, улсын их орон бага дэлхийд өргөх зорилготой тийм их хариуцлага үлээдэг.
Сэтгэл зүй болон одоо ухаан, реакшн хэрэгтэй гэж бодож байна. Учир нь энэ спортод яг энэ зүйлүүдээр даван умгааснаар бусад тоглогчдоос илүү гарч чадна.
Шатар шиг, шатартай адилхан оюун ухаанаар тоглодог спорт. Тэгээд ер нь би одоо PUBG бол IQ өндөртэй хүмүүс илүү сайн тоглодог гэж боддог.
Мөн гэр бүлийн дэмжлэг хэрэгтэй.
Анх тоглож эхлэхэд ер нь гэр бүл нэх амар дэмждэг байсан. Тэгэл за хичээлээ хий. Тэгэл одоо унт
ямар олон цагаар тоглолт юм бэ? Буудантайгаа наалдлаа.
Өөрөө бас тэр тоглоомыг би өөрөөсөө ойлгохгүй учраас тэрийг ер нь бол хүлээж зөвшөөрдөг л байсан л да.
Тэр чи эхлээл бид нар чинь орой бит хоёрыг унтуулчаал тоглолчихно. Тэгэл тоглоол эхлэн бид нэр 2 цагт босоход манай хүүхд тоглож ил байна. Тэгэл ердөөсөө л эхлээл энэ гар утасны нөгөө нэг донтно гэдгээр ойлгол. За одоо хүүхд минь болж үз.
Одоо болсон шүү гэл те. Хичээлээ хийж гин үү гэл те ингээл одоо хичээлээ одоо болоо гэл.
Анх бол тэргүй гэр бүлийн хооронд тийм зөрчилдөөн гарчлаа байсан.
Манай ах л намайг нь дэмждэг байсан. Аав ээж болохоор донтлоо гэд. Тэгж жагаад ах зөвшөөрөөд ээж даг зөвшөөрөөд тэгээд одоо намайг ингээ зээс тоглолт гэдгийг мэддэг болохоор ер нь гэр бүлээрээс ширдэг дөө.
Хамгийн анх нэг Монгол зохиогдсон NPC лигийн season 1 явагдсан. Тэрэн дээр яг тэргүүн барийг эзлээд 1 сая төгрөгийн шагналыг эзэн болоод тэгэхэд л угаас ингэж болд юм уу гээл. Тэгэл яг тэндээс л яг дэмжиж хэлсэн байх гэж боддог ш.
Одоо бол амар сайн дэмждэг.
Найзууд, эцэг их ах их ч гэл. Одоо зүйлдээ багш нар хүртэл дэмжиж байгаа шүү дээ.
Сүүлдээ Дубай явах болол тэмцээнд явна гэл. Тэгэл эн чи юу болж байна? Дэлхийн аварга руу явах гэж байгаа шийдвэр нь гараад тэр үед мэрэгжлийн тамирчин ер нь болох гэж байгаа дэлхийд данстай болж байгаа юм байна гэдгийг ойлгож ирсэн дээ.
Нэг мэдсэн чил ээж ингээ хүн Дубай явахаар болчлаа. Зевс гээд багийнхантайгаа ингээд явах боллоо гэд ингээ хэлжсэн. Дэлхийн аваргын тэмцээнд явах бодож байгаа юм хүмүүнд бүттэйг юм уу да виз мэдсэн ягаал ер нь нэг өдөр ажлаас ирсэн чинь бүр орон дээр уруугаа хараад гівтсэн байсан. Яасан юу болсон гэсэн чинь манайх одоо жоохон саад бэрхшээл их гарч ирээд бараг явахгүй ч юм шиг байна гэл нэг тэгсэн. Тэгчээл санаа алдаал харна. За болох байлгүй дээ миний хүн гэл бас дэмжижлээс. Тэргийг хараад бас нөгөө өөрийнхөө хүссэн зорьсон юмда тэмүүлээд явахаар саад бэрхшээл бас байна шүү дээ. Тэгэл тийм юмнаас бас жоохон шантраал байж байгааг хараад болно миний хүүд гэл явна шүү дээ гэл бас зоригжуулаад хэлжлээс. Тэгэл дараа нэг ирсэн чинь бас айгүй цоглогдоо юм аялал нөгөөцсөн. Яас эсгэж явахаар болсон. Юм хүм бүтсэн гэл. Бид хэд одоо явна шүү дээ ээж минь одоо удахгүй ингээл дэлхийн аврагт явна. Тэгэл өстө дэлхийн авраг болчоод ирнэ гэл ингээд ам нь өөрөө айгүй сайхан. Дандаа амиг тийм гэхэл гоёор харж ярьдаг болохоор тэрэнд нь их баярлж өөр бахтай.
Мэдээж бахархалгүй яах вэ? Ямар үеэс энэ оргилд дэлхийд 3-т орохын төлөө эднэр энэ баг тэр чигээрээ яаж хичээсэн? Энийг бол бид нар яг хажууд нь байж байгаа эцэг эхийн хувьд нүдэрээ харсан.
Юу тэр явсных нь өдрөөс эхлээл бид нэр өрөөсөө ингээл нэг гэр бүл болж байгаа юм байна, болсон юм байна гэдгийг маш их мэдэрсэн. Нийт хүүхдүүдтэй би бүгдээрэнд нь хайртай. Бүгд л яг л миний хүүхдүүд. Бүр ингээл тэмцээн болгоныг нь хараад бүр ингээд бүр догтлал огшоол ингээд үзэх их дуртай. Манайхан тэнд бүгдээрээ үзчихсэн. Бүгд оролдоод, тэрвэрлдээд, хашгиралдаад гэх юмсэн л дээ. Тэстэ та нар мундаг тоглолоо шүү. Миний хөө амжилт энэ хэрчээрээ яваараа гэлтгсэн. Сүүлийн өдрийн тоглолтын дээр ээж минь амжилттай хүн цомоо аваад ирнэ гэл тэгжсэн. Тэрнээс түнхээр бахархажсэн.
Одоо эцэг эхчүүд биднээс гадна манай Монголын ард түмэн маань хүртэл маш их одоо амгшиж хүлээж авсан. Тэгээ энд нь бол хүүхдүүдээрээ маш их бахархаад тэгээд одоо энэ ийм тэмцээнээр одоо ингэж амжилт олж одоо үзүүлж болдгийм байна гэдгийг бол мэдээч одоо авсан байгаа.
Энд чинь бас ингээд хүн харахад тоглоод байгаа ч гэсэн цаагаар оюуны хүч хөдөлмөр маш их байдаг юм байна гэдгийг хүмүүст ойлгуулж бас Монголынхаа нэрийг бас дэлхийн давцанд гаргаад ирсэн болохоор одоо энэ хүмүүсийн хандлага бас их өөрчлөгдсөн.
За энэ багийн хүүхдүүдэд маш том ирээдүй цаана байгаа гэж би итгэдэг. Тэрнийхэн төлөө урагшаа зүтгэрэй гэж хүсэж байна да.
Тэгээд хүүхдүүдэд хандаад хэлэхэд та нар нэг хүн болцсон шүү. Бүгд зэрэг хөдөлж одоо зорилготой хүрнэ. 2021 оны дэлхийн аваргад боллоороо л гэж хэлээ.
PUBG тоглоом нь өөрөө багийн спорт. Zeus кланы хүүхдүүд ингээд хоорондоо тоглохтой амар хөөрхөн эвтэй найртай тэгээд альва асуудлыг ингээд зөв гаргалгаагаа гаргаад шийдээд ингээд явж байгаа нь амьдралд маш хэрэгтэй бас зан төлөв болов гэж боддог.
Манай баг бол одоо миний бас нэг гэр бүл юм да.
Би нь бол багтаа хамгийн бага нь тэгээд хамгийн бага нь болохоор тэгэл манай багийнх надад тусалж дэмжих үе бас байгаа.
Манайгийн зэалал их тайван бодлоо систем бууж өгөх дургу. APES явах болохоор тийм тууштай, явах болохоор тийм шартай иймэрхүү миний бодлоор
бол би өөр багт тоглож байгаа үед CS багийг яг юу гэж боддог байсан байх юм бол IC, Zeol, Godless гэдэг энэ гурав баг Монголын топ 3 тоглогч яригддаг юм. Тийм болохоор CS багтай нэг ер нь тоглохыг хүсэхгүй шүү дээ. Ямар ч баг. Тийм болохоор ер нь жоохон айдастай байдаг байсан. Тэгээд одоо байгаа яг Zeus-т ингээд тоглож байгаа маань нэр хүндийн хэрэг. Учир нь би яг одоо ингээд өөрийнхөөс те бас нэг цагтаа шүтэж явдаг хүмүүстэй нэг багт тоглоод одоо ингээд өөрийнхөө мөрөөдлөгөөс биелүүлээд явж байна.
Тэгээд ер нь бол хоорондоо халаалтаа ихт бол илүү ер нь бол өрсөлдөөнтэй байж чаддаг гэж боддог.
Бэлтгэл би бинийгаа тэгэл шоглол гэдэг шүү дээ. Тэгэл тоглолтын дундуурсан тэгэл би бинийгаа хөөргөж зоригжуулдаг.
Цагийг ингээ хоорондоо гоё хөвчлөлтөө өнгөрөхгөөл тэгэл энийгээл маазраал тэгэл хоол ундаа хамтдаа нийлж хийгээл хөвчлөлтөө найл болох хөвчлөлтөө байдлаар цаг өнгөрөөдөг.
Манай хөвчлөлтөө хамт байсан хөвчлөлтөө мөчүүд тэгэл манай Лиа ер нь хоолыг дутуу байдаг. Удаа агшаасан ч дутуу байна. Цав байсан ч довонгийн дутуу болгоно. Тийм. Төмсгэн ч дутуу болгоно. Хоол дутуу байдаг.
Манай багийн үүсгэн байгуулагч, менежер болон коуч бүгд манайх нар тэгээд яг л бид нэг бүлэм шиг байдаг. Би эндээ тусалж дэмждэг, тоглоомн дээр ч амьдрал дээр ч
багийн хувьд тэгэл ирч хүч тесрэлт л мэдрэгддэг.
Dark horse л да.
Zeus are unstoppable. They are just completely unstoppable. Absolute beasts. That's it. And Zeus Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Zeus bloody Esports. What a team. I do see high fives going on.
Zeus Esport баг маа те Монголын e-спортод бас шинэ хуудсыг нээж өгсөн болов. Дараагийн хойч үеийн хойч үедэд нь те ингээд том тэмцээнд оролт нь илүү том алхмыг нь нээж өгсөн болов гэж би боддгийг. Ийм том гавьяаг байгуулсан Zeus Esport кланда маш их баярлалаа гэж олон мянган фэнүүд их өмнөөс хэлээ та нартай хайртай шүү.
I did not expect that here, but now after seeing Zeus playing today, you gotta be dumb not to be a fan of them right now, Chu.
Zeus just got a new fan. That's me.
Хамгийн анх гадаад пассвортын дээр ерөөсөө 90 л гарч исэн. Тийм л штамптайсэн. Тэгээ өөр юм гадагшаа гарч үзег байсан. Тэгээ ер нь Дубай явна гэл
амар гоё санагдал өөртөө итгэж өгөхгүй. За одоо яг хүрэх газараа хүрчээд бүтэн амьсгаа авъя. Тэгээд очичоод тэмцээндээс л сайн оролцъё гэж бодвол яг тэгжил явсан да.
Дубайг ер нь бол дандаа ингээл нэг YouTube, Facebook-аас харж ирсэн. Амар гоё хот ингээл санагдчихсан гоё хот юм да. Тэгээд яг өөрийн биеийг очиж үзэхэд маш гоё.
Хагас жилийн өмнө Zeus-ийн маань PUBG MOBILE дэлхийн аваргын финалд оролцох эрхээ авах тэмцээнд оролцож байсан. Энэ үеэс би тэдний тэмцээн бүрийг үзэж дэмжигддэг болсон юм аа. Манай монголчууд тэр үед ярьж ирсэнд манай Zeus-ийн Дубайн тэнгэрт аянга буулгадаа гэж үнэхээр аянга болсон. Энэ ялалт бол манай Zeus спортынхны авиасаа өөрсдийнхөө овсгоог, өөрсдийнхөө оюуныг цахим спорт зориулсны үр дүн байсан. Өөртөө зүтгэж, өөртөө итгэж явсны үр дүн байсан. Монголд энэ цахим спорт хөгжих, монгол залуучууд цахим спортоор амжилт хүрэх боломжтой гэдгийг дэлхийд дахинд харуулчлаа, тийм ээ. Монголын цахим спортын түвшин өндөр байгааг дэлхийд дахинд харуулчлаа. Энэ бол зүгээр тоглоом биш юм байна. Энэ бол спорт юм байна. PUBG MOBILE ихтэй анх үүснээс 3 жил болж байгаа ч гэсэн монголчуудын дунд бас энэ дэлхийн зиндааны тэмцээнд оролцох хэмжээнд энэ спорт хөгжиж байгаа юм байна гэдгийг харуулчлаа шүү дээ. Тийм болохоор залуучууд маань энэ цахим спортод дуртай байгаас тийм ээ энэ спортоор дамжиж технологитой танилцаас технологиор дамжаад хөгжлийн замд хүрээсээ энд бол Монголын бас хөгжлийн ирээдүй байна гэж би харж байгаамаа. Zeus Esport багийн тамирчидаа спортын улам өндөр амжилт хүсье. Дэлхийн авраг болоорой гэж итгэж хүлээж байгаа шүү.
Eventually, Ryzen and Liquid is going to be the only one left alive here, but Zeus not giving them the easiest time here. Ryzen's going to be the last after the soul. Zeus, they're on 4. The Mongolian team here, they got 10 kills. They are on fire. They're looking to destroy them. Oh, Zeus. My goodness, you touched on the right hand wall. He swapped out the right wall, and now he's breaking the right hand on.
Zeus getting themselves finally the first chicken dinner for them. They've been wanting this. They've been craving for this, and they got it.
Юуны өмнө Zeus багийнхандаа дэлхийн аварга шалгалт тэмцээнээс гол медаль хүртсэнд нь Месагийн зүгээс халуун баяр хүргэе гэж бодож байна.
Одоо үндэстнэрээ нэгдэн гэж ярьдаг шүү дээ. Яг спортын хамгийн олон давуу талт чинь тэр байгаа. Яг үндэстнэрээ нэгдээд нэг одоо зүйлийг хамгаалж байгаа тэр зүйл нэг багийг нэгдээд дэмжиж байгаа тэр хэсэг байсан дээ.
Тэр хүчит бол ерөөсөө яг ганцхан зүгээр энэ e-sport ч юм уу гейминг индустрид байдаг залуучууд баялагаас гадна баг ер нь бол баг Монгол байгаа залуучууд бүр залуучууд гэлтгүү энэ спортыг яг энэ төрлийг ойлгохгүй хүмүүс хүртэл ингээд хайп аваа бүгдээрээ их баяртай байсан. Яг энэ бол анхны хамгийн том бас хамгийн үн цэнтэй шагнал болов гэж бас бодогдоод байдیں۔ Тэгэхээр Монгол залуучууд бол аюу таалантай. Бас магадгүй яг энүүгээр энэ спортоор ингээд өшөө ингээд цаашаа удаан хугацаанд явах юм бол энэ байтугай амжилтыг үзүүлэх байх гэж бодож байгаа. Zeus-ийн бас яг энэ эхлэлийг нь үнэхээр яг тавьж чадлаа гэж бид нар дүгнэдэг. Энэ бол дахин давтагдчихгүй. Үнэхээр бахархмаар үйл явдал басан шүү. Тэгээд дахин баяр хүргэе Zeus-ийнхандаа өшөө олон өндөр амжилт үзүүлнэ гэдэгт бол тун итгэлтэй байна. Тэгээд энэ бол дөнгөж эхлэх шүү л гэж одоо хэлье да.
Зорилгын хувьд бол e-спортоор цаашаа том тавьцчин болохыг мөрөөддөг.
Миний мөрөөдөл бол мэдээж бүр том дэлхийн тамирчин болохыг мөрөөддөг.
Мөрөөдлөө тэгэл яг Монголд бол яг ингээд PUBG MOBILE гэж тэгэхээр яг хүмүүс ер нь бүх насныханд яг ингээд Zeus Esports л гэж нүдэнд нь харагддаг. Яг team ирээдүйн төлөө энэ үний хэмжээнд очихлоо тоглолдог team мэрэгжлийн тоглогч болно доо гэж мөрөөдж байна.
Chicken dinner on the final day. Is that a statement? Is that a statement?
Zol is a lunatic.
He's a madman.
Someone take away his license because that was just obscene.
We were talking about Mad Max Fury Road. That was it. That was PUBG Mobile meets Mad Max Fury Road, and an amazing job over there.
Манай багийн 2021 онд одоо 6 сард мэдээж South Asia-гийн чемпион болно гэсэн зорилготой байгаа. Хамгийн ойрын зорилго нь. Тэгээд дараа нь World League-д орж бас л чемпионы төлөө үүснэ гэсэн том зорилготой. 2021 оны эцсээр болох PMGC Season 1 дээр авралах зорилготой байгаа да.
За энэ жилийн зорилго тэгэл угсаа ойлгомжтой дэлхийн аврах болох шил байна да.
Тэрнээс гаднаас Монголын спортыг дэлхийн дахинд таниулж ер нь авьяастай хүмүүс байдаг шүү гэдэг мэдгэдгийг хүсдэг.
Энэ жилийн зорилго бол бид дэлхийн аврах болох болно.
Тоглогчдод ер нь яг энийг мэрэгжлийн төвшөнд тоглохын тулд мэдээж тууштай байх хэрэгтэй. Өөртөө итгэх хэрэгтэй. Аливаа саад бэрхшээлийг давж туулах бас хувийн чадамжтай байх хэрэгтэй. Ер нь бол хамгийн гол зүйл нь өөртөө итгэх хэрэгтэй л гэж байна.
Тэгэхээр энэс цаашдаа бид нэр амжилтаа ахиулъя. Энийг урт хугацаанд доктортой барьж авч явъя гэх юм бол яалтчгүй бид нэр нарийн зохион байгуулалттай организашн буюу менежментийг хэрэгжүүлэх зүйтэй юм аа гэдэг талаасаа бид нэр түлхүүн энэ жилд эндээ төвлөрөөд бид нэр ингээд цаашдаа арга хэмжээ зорилт юмнуудаа тавиад ингээд ажиллаж байгаа.
Бид нарыг бас энэ төрөөс бодлогоор дэмжих нь бас хамгийн нэгдүгээр асуудал. Тэгжиж энэ e-спорт гэдэг чинь өөрөө хөгждөг. Хүүхд залуучууд нь цаг цагаа өрсөн биш чинь мэрэгжлийн тамирчин болох те төрийн бодлогоор бас дэмжиж өгвөл Монгол залуучууд дэлхийн шилдэг тамирчид, шилдэг баг үүсэх бүрэн боломжтой гэж боддог юм байна.
Монголын PUBG MOBILE Esport бол дэлхийд дахинд ингээд цахиур хагалж үргэлж энэ ноён хоёр хэрэглийг эзэлж байхаасай л гэж одоо хувийнхаа хувьд бол мөрөөддөг. Тамирчин хүний хувьд одоо бас нэг зорилго байдаг шүү дээ. Энэ далбаага тий цаашиндээ барай төрийн дугаар явж байдаг. Энэ мэдрэмжийг олон тамирчид аваасай л гэж би дотроо боддог. Энэ төлөөч бид нэр ажиллах болно. Тэгээд удахгүй бас дэлхийд дахинда олон жил Монголынхаа төрийн талбайг мандуулах бахаа гэдэг цаг ойрхон байна гэдэг дээр бол би итгэлтэй байна.
After the match, everybody called us in the Discord server. We were celebrating. At that time, I was scrolling Facebook. There were thousands of Instagram mentions. We were happy. There were a lot of posts about us that we qualified for PMPL South Asia Championship. Hi guys, my name is Sharpex and I'm the asserter of 1952. My day in the life is really simple. I just wake up, then I seek for practice. I have to spend some time in the training ground, and as well as as a student, I have to study too. I have to give time to my parents, and sometimes I may go out with my friends, may not. And then we have to play scrims, we have to play tournaments. All these things are actually at the end of the life. In the final match of PMPL final, yeah, we got the chicken dinner. We were very happy, but in the match, I actually remember that Magnet told that when they were like, we became top 3 and top 4, we just guessed we became top 3 and top 4. We actually understand that yes, we will be going for South Asian Championship, so why don't end it with the chicken dinner? And Magnet told that come on, let's do a chicken dinner last match. So at that time, our players are like laughing. We were serious before the match, but our players are very laughing. And our entry told, yeah, let's do this. Tofik told, yeah, let's do this. So these kind of things were going through my mind. But at the beginning of the match, we were kind of in a pressure because that was a deciding match for us, if we will be going for South Asia Championship or not. So yeah, these are the things. In these stage, there are a lot of good teams, a lot of experienced teams, a lot of strong teams. But the most crucial thing that we learned from these teams is that our situation can be very worse. We may not have the game in our hand. We may think that, yeah, we'll get wiped out right now. But a single call or a single small action can actually turn the gameplay to our hands. So this is actually the most crucial thing we have learned from the teams in PMPL. So yeah, obviously Tofik, Magnet and Enfield are the key in our team. And in every matches, we try to remain as calm as possible and pick kills in different angles, because we actually don't play together at one compound or two compound. We actually split up. We actually play solo and we try to pick some kills from the long distance, mid range, close range, anything. If we need help, we just give call. If we're not in a situation of picking kills, we actually give the calls to our teammates that, yeah, you can pick kills from there, you pick kills from here. So yeah, in this way we were able to pick some good amount of kills. So it's actually a long story for 1952. At first, when we formed the team and then I joined the team, we actually didn't get that much support from the fans. But our only main goal is to earn that support, is to earn what we deserve. So after that, we just focused on our performance. We performed in PMPL final, we performed in PMPL final, we qualified for the South Asian Championship. And through this whole process, we actually saw that yes, our supporters are increasing, our fans are increasing. In this way, we were able to influence our fans and actually get the support. Actually, the thing is, the only thing in our mind is about the South Asian Championship, to perform better in that, and we'll look forward to do better in the upcoming days. But now our main concern is South Asian Championship.
लास्ट गेमको कुरा गर्नुपर्दा चाहिँ त्यसमा चाहिँ धेरै नै प्रेसर थियो हामीलाई, किनभने जिउसले पछाडिबाट हामीलाई पेलिरहेको थियो, पोइन्ट्सको त्यस्तो धेरै डिफरेन्स थिएन के। त्यही भएर अब हाम्रो मेन टार्गेट रहेको थियो कि हामीले जसरी हुन्छ उनीहरूभन्दा पछि मर्ने थियो कि हाम्रो टार्गेट चाहिँ। अनि प्लेसमेन्टको लागि चाहिँ हामी दौडिरहेको थियो। मनमा धेरै कुराहरू खेलिन रहेको थियो, किनकि हामी 3 जना मरिसकेको थियो, 1 जना मात्र बाँकी थियो। एकजनाले चाहिँ हामीलाई हिजोस् प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट दिलायो, अनि त्यही नै हो हाम्रो मेन टार्गेट चाहिँ हिजोस् लङ टाइमसम्म सर्भाइभ गर्ने अनि पोइन्ट्स निकाल्ने। अनि Hello, my name is Ajay Shrestha. I am a support player for DEADEYES. So पहिलोचोटि यस्तो भएको थियो कि कुनै टुर्नामेन्टमा 0 किल्स थियो, अनि प्लस विदाउट चिकन डिनर चाहिँ हामीले जितेको थियो एउटा फुल टुर्नामेन्ट नै। त्यो चाहिँ हामी रहेको थियो हैन DEADEYES गेमिङ। त कोही बेला थाहा हैन त्यसलाई भन्न चाहन्छु। अनि कुरा गर्नु पर्दाखेरि बिफोर द म्याच चाहिँ हाम्रो मनमा के कुरा खेलिरहेको थियो भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ जिउस र हाम्रो पोइन्ट्स धेरै डिफरेन्स छैन नि त। त्यही कारणले गर्दा चाहिँ हामी उनीहरूभन्दा पहिला मर्नु हुन्थेन भन्ने हामीले सोच लिएको थियो के दिमागमा। अनि त्यही कारणले गर्दा नै प्लस गेमको पिचमा पनि जिउसको र एसजीको परिरहेको थियो। अनि यता के अरे जिउसको 2 प्लेयर्स नकडाउनबाट फिनिस भएको थियो। अनि त्यो कुराले चाहिँ हामी एकदम ढुक्क भएको थियो। अनि प्लस तर हामीलाई के कुराको गाह्रो थियो भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ ब्रिज पारी थियो के झन् चाहिँ ब्रिज पारीको कारणले गर्दाखेरि अब ब्रिजमा क्याम्प थियो, अब ब्रिजबाट जाने कुरै भएन हैन। अनि त्यही कारणले हामी पानीबाट यताउति गरेर 0 किल्सबाट। सो तपाईले भन्नुभयो जस्तो कन्सिस्टेन्सीको कुरा गर्न पर्दाखेरि पहिलाको सिजन र अहिले सिजनको पहिलाको सिजन चाहिँ हाम्रो मेन टार्गेट रहेको थियो कि हामी PMPL सिजन 2 को विनर रहोस्, किनकि हामी PMC को अलरेडी विनर रहिसकेको थियो। त्यही कारणले गर्दा अब हामीले चोक गऱ्यो लास्ट फाइनल्समा गएर त्यो भयो त्यो सिजनमा चाहिँ। अनि अब पिएमजिसीमा गएर हामी एकदम नराम्रोसँग चोक खायो क्या हामी। लास्ट पोजिसन जस्तै भयो होइन। त्यो कुराले गर्दा चाहिँ हाम्रो मनमा धेरै नै नराम्रो कुरा इफेक्टहरू आयो होइन। अनि त्यही कारणले गर्दा हामीले यो सिजनमा चाहिँ पिएमपिएल विनरै बनेर देखाउने हो भनेर हामीले त्यही अनुसारको मेहनत गरेर नि हामीले कन्सिस्टेन्स पर्फर्मेन्स गरेको जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ। सो ज्युस र हाम्रो दुश्मनी चाहिँ बिरालो र कुकुर जस्तै हो भनौँ एक तरिकाले। किनभने जुन हामी फर्स्ट छ भने सेकेन्ड हुन्छ, उनीहरू फर्स्ट छ भने हामी सेकेन्ड हुन्छ होइन, त्यस्तो भइरहेको छ। उनीहरूको कम्पिटिसन चाहिँ हाम्रो साउथ एसिया लेभलमा चाहिँ एकदमै टफ छ होइन। जुन टिमले नि त्यो कुराहरू चाहिँ फेस गरिरहेको जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ। अब आउने रिजनल फाइनल्सको कुरा गर्नुपर्दा ज्युसको चाहिँ एकदमै हामीसँग एकदमै कडा मुकाबला हुनेवाला छ जस्तो लाग्छ। अनि त्यही नै हो, उनीहरूलाई अल द बेस्ट भन्न चाहन्छु रिजनल फाइनल्सको लागि। सो एग्रेसिभनेसको कुरा गर्नुपर्दाखेरि चाहिँ अब हाम्रो स्क्वाडमा सबैजना एग्रेसिभ नै छ होइन गेम प्ले चाहिँ। तर हामी एग्रेसिभ हुनु कारण चाहिँ हामी जुन पोजिसनमा छ त्यसको चाहिँ एकदम म्याटर गर्छ होइन। हामी जुन सिचुएसनमा छ, हामी जुन सर्कलको कता छ त्यो हेरेर चाहिँ हामी एग्रेसिभ हुन्छ होइन। अनि अर्को भनेको चाहिँ हामीसँग अब 3-4 किल अलरेडी छ, अगाडि निक्लेको छ भने होइन, अब त्यतिकै नै हाम्रो कन्फिडेन्स बुस्ट हुन्छ। अनि त्यही कारणले गर्दा नै हामीले गेम प्लेमा चाहिँ हुन्छ नि किट्सहरू धेरै गर्ने भएको हो। अनि हाम्रो तर बेसिकली हाम्रो मेन टार्गेट चाहिँ हाम्रो प्लेसमेन्ट नै गर्छ। हामीले प्लेस जुन ठाउँ रोज्छ नि त्यसमै नै हामीले मेन फोकस चाहिँ त्यसमा गर्छ किल्स भन्दाखेरि। सो यो पिएमपिएल जितेपछि चाहिँ मेरो लाइफमा चाहिँ धेरै नै चेन्जेस आयो भनौँ। एकतर्फबाट फ्यामिलीबाट धेरै अहिलेको पहिला गर्ने भन्दा धेरै नै सपोर्ट आयो। प्लस हाम्रो फ्यान्सहरू हुन्छ, फ्यान्सहरूको क्रेज हुन्छ नि त्यो अहिलेको भन्दा धेरै नै बढ्यो। अनि आफूलाई मेहनत गर्न अझै बढी मेहनत गर्न मन लाग्यो। सो नेपालमा स्पोर्ट्सको कुरा गर्नु पर्दाखेरि चाहिँ अहिले हालको समयमा पहिलाको भन्दा म्याक्सिमम नम्बरमा चाहिँ ग्रोथ भएको छ होइन स्पोर्ट्सको नेपालमा चाहिँ। अब एक्जाम्पल लिउँ कि अब हाम्रो जुन स्पोन्सरसिप छ उहाँहरूले चाहिँ फर्स्ट इन नेपाल हो होइन, कुनै अर्गनाइजेसन इस्टाब्लिस गर्नमा हाम्रो फर्स्ट हो। अनि उहाँहरूले चाहिँ हामीलाई स्पोन्सर गरिराख्नु भएको छ, त्यो भयो एउटा मेन इक्जाम्पल। अनि अरूहरू हुन्छ नि, अरूहरू पनि त्यसरी नै ग्रोथ हुनुभएको छ, त्यसरी नै डेभलप गर्नुभएको छ। डिफ्रेन्ट अब अर्गनाइजेसन फर्म हुँदैछ बिस्तारै। अनि अब कुरा गर्नुपर्दाखेरि चाहिँ पब्लिकको उनीहरूको पनि धेरै नै ग्रोथ भएको छ पब्जीमा अहिले चाहिँ। अनि अब यही हिसाबले जाओस् भन्ने मेरो चाहना छ। अनि स्पोर्ट्स चाहिँ नेपालमा एकदमै अरूहरू देशमा जस्तो राम्रो होस् भन्ने मेरो चाहना छ।
Hello and welcome to the final day of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. This was a 4-day affair that has brought itself down to today, the final day where 6 games are going to be played, and at the end we will know which team is going to be bringing down the glorious moment for themselves. Alongside all of this, it is a big thanks to OPPO F9 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag hook up your fun. I'm your host Proto. Joining us on the analyst desk again are going to be none other than the two duo that you do know by now. It is I Super Johnny and Ocean Sharma.
Yeah, thank you for the warm welcome. And as you said, 4-day affair. We are going to begin the last day of our journey. And finally, we're going to know who is the champion of South Asia. It's going to be a close finish though.
Few hours.
Yeah.
Few more hours left. 6 games, few more hours, and then we'll just, crowning that one team that has been, will be, might change the day. Something's gonna change today, and just like yesterday, right? Zeus just coming up on the second position. Well, it's coming up slowly and steadily.
It certainly is, dude. But along with that, another thing to talk about is going to be the special guest joining us once again. It is a lad who's joining us all the way from Mongolia. None other than Raznova is here once again. Hope you're doing great, dude, because yes, when it came down to the team that you're supporting, they are finally climbing the ladder.
Yeah, hello guys, and greetings from Mongolia. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, what are your expectations for today? Just, as we just talked about ours, what are your expectations for today's day?
Yeah, the competition is getting really fierce. For the first and second, the Mongolian teams were playing really aggressive. On the day 3, we have seen really aggressive gameplay from Esport and the APES.
Yeah.
I hope they will need this mentality for today's performance as well.
Well, with you joining us on stage, yesterday was a complete different annihilating play coming in from the Mongolian teams. And again, today, fingers crossed, will be the same.
Exactly. I mean, Raz was there supporting the teams, cheering for Zeus as well. And Zeus Esports now sitting on the second position. Apes is there on the fourth. And, well, things are looking really good for the lads.
Yeah, definitely. Especially Godless played godly. Especially, I have to mention his Erangel performance on the last circle. 70 and APES, beautifully executed by him, especially using his smoke grenades and utilities.
Absolutely, along with Godless was Icy, who's climbing the ladder as well when it comes to the MVP ranking, right? But that also brings down the conversation towards the prize pool. $150,000 on the line, and one of these teams is going to be walking away with that crown.
Yeah, exactly. With the trophy, you get $40,000. Second position, you get $28,000. On the third, you get $18,000. So the prize money is dropping, but there's that one special thing for that one special player in this tournament. As you mentioned, Blotter, the MVP rankings. The MVP of the tournament will be walking away with $2,000 for that one individual, which, I mean, is actually pretty good.
Oh yes, and again, I mean, when it comes down to day number 1 itself, right, let's get a bit nostalgic here. You bring it down to the man who is leading that chart. It is Action with those jumping shots that he brought in. I mean, just
since day one.
Play. Since day one, yes.
Since day one. We'll remember that. We'll remember that, to be honest. We know that, right? But obviously, we'll be talking about this more when the MVP ranking come up, because I know it's a close affair. There are a few players, maybe 1 or 2, who have a higher damage number, but kill points is where, he's exceeding for sure.
Well, he's the lad, he's the gem that this team needed. It is, of course, Raz, I'm talking about you, that you joining in from day 3 has certainly shifted and morale boost has been sort of created, right? So it is just phenomenal turn of events indeed. But with that, when we do talk about all this money being circulated, it is going to be bringing the conversation to the points themselves, because that is the most crucial thing.
Yeah, 1 kill, 1 point. Well, there have been teams getting, 10 kills as well. There have been teams getting 2-3 kills. It just gets down to your placement points as well. So it kind of just, goes hand in hand where your placement is and where your kill points are. If you have a balance of both, obviously that's consistency in a nutshell.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. Because, again, I do believe, Johnny, you wanted to add something to that.
I mean, I'm just going to say, I mean, Braz has also pointed out the aggressive stance that the Mongolian teams have taken. I mean, it is incredible, because Ocean mentioned, the balance needs to be there between placement points and kill points. But if you can walk away every single game with 6 to 7 kills to your name, that is guaranteed for you. What more do you want? I mean, even if you are having a game with an early exit, you still get those 7-8 kills. You're still getting those extra points.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, Raz, I've got one question for you, dude. This is, of course, day number 4, the final day. Yesterday, when we asked you the question, which team are you going to be rooting for? You said Zeus Esports, because you love Godless and his gameplay. But along with that, if I were to bring the conversation towards this final moment that you have to ask, are you still going to stick with Zeus Esports, or do you think you want to move the conversation towards Astra Academy?
Well, that is really a good question. But of course, I'm going to stick with Zeus Esports. Personally, I believe on this final day, Zeus has a high chance to grab the sweet number 1 place from Astra Academy. Also, if APES could get 1 more chicken, who knows? The top 3 teams could be Mongolian.
I love this guy. I'm telling you, I love this guy. The way, he is firing up the competition with those words, trust me.
That is so very true. But alongside these Mongolian teams that we've been talking about, there are 16 teams in total that will be jumping into the battleground. So let's quickly run through them all.
DE Lit is, these 2 teams is where we can have our conversations as well, because Lit, now Lit is kind of that 8-9 position for themselves, but DE, well, they are doing good.
DE is definitely doing a wonderful job, just keeping themselves in a really close tie-up with the third spot. So they will look to challenge that third position, and they will try their best to take it away from DRS that have dropped to the third position. Earlier on in the tournament, day 1, day 2, it was a different competition between Astra and DRS. Then Zeus chimed in yesterday, taking DRS down. Now they are sitting on the second. But as we move forward, we have Astra Academy and APES, that is a team that is sitting on the 4th position. Astra Academy destroying lobbies match after match after match. And then let's not forget 1952. We just saw an interview with the lads earlier. I don't think they need to prove anything else. They have proven they have what it takes to go toe-to-toe with the best in the region of South Asia.
And Stalwart's here. Stalwart's here. They have been looking really good alongside 1952.
Yes.
But if you're talking about a team, 1 or 2 teams that have shined 1 or 2 games, it's T2K and Skylight. So today it's going to be an important day for these teams as well, because hey, the prize pool, we always focus on the top 3, but there's a prize pool for everyone out there.
Exactly, and all these teams that we just mentioned are genuinely phenomenal in terms of their plays, but when it comes to the storyline as of now, it is the overall ranking that I'm talking about, and that is showcasing a different affair altogether, where when you talk about lead, Astra Academy created a massive lead with those 5 chicken dinners and 228 points to this team.
Exactly, Astra sitting comfortably on the 1st position, and then we have Raz's favorite team, Zeus Esports. So again, there's a difference, Raz, right here between Zeus and Astra.
We had this conversation. We had this conversation yesterday after the last game. Which team's gonna go to the triple-digit marker in the kill point department? That's first thing. Zeus, will they go for the triple-digit in the placement point department in the first game? Like, how are they gonna play? Because if Astra Academy would not have been there, it kind of just reminds me of the league final. Zeus, DRS, Zeus, DRS, but there's no. It's a triple threat right now. With APES as well just coming in. Like, we want a piece of that top 3 spot.
I believe like two good games and APES can actually take the 3rd position away. That's what they need. DRS Gaming, there has been a fall in the momentum that the team had, so I'm going to hope they try and recover it today and be the same team that we were looking at during the first 2 days of the tournament.
But 9-16 is where the situations are different, right? T2K, they had their share of good games. They went down. Skylight, well, they have started having their share of good games. Let's see where does it take them. I mean, talking about this one, Skylight, T2K, they have the similar placement points for themselves. Skill points is something that's differentiating them.
Most certainly, Ocean, because this is the storyboard as it's looking at the final day start. Things are going to get Herculean, because some teams that are on this final page will have to, well, stick their neck out and jump into those battleground moments and convert those into situations that they walk away with some really good points. But along with that, we also do have the MVP ranking to talk about. There, as we just had a conversation with Raz, Icy's right there, slowly closing the gap.
I mean, he is, but you know, there's that formula for MVP ranking. The 40% to the damage, the 40% to the survival, and 20% to the kills. So I guess like the conversation might just, you know, wrap up around this one.
Yeah, exactly. I want to ask Raz. Raz, what do you think needs to happen in order for IC or either Godless to take away the crown from Action? They just have 6 matches.
Yeah, sure, definitely. And if you observe really closely, IC has more damage than Action. And if he continue this domination with longer survival time, he has more than a chance to take the MVP title from Action, I think.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he actually needs 9 more kills with kind of similar survival time. Like, that's where the percentage actually goes down. I mean, the quick maths.
But so, 6 matches to go. You know what that man has done. The man sitting on top. He got 23 kills, I believe, in 6 matches. So, best case scenario, as Raz mentioned, for IC would be to dish out more damage consistently and be the one with the higher survival time, since those are the things that carry more weightage in the calculation of the MVP rankings.
Yeah,
exactly. And I'm sure IC will have the support of Raz, you know, because it certainly is looking like a dominating play that Zeus started off yesterday, and today again, fingers crossed, will be the same. Now, Raz, with that, thank you so much for chiming in along, but few words that you would want to say to the viewers as well as the team that you're rooting for?
Yeah, definitely. And thank you so much, guys, for having me. And best of luck, Zeus on top. That would be my slogan.
Well, thank you once again, Raz, for tuning into the conversation and sharing the stage with us. It is absolutely going to be an incredible day. 6 games, as Johnny, you did just mention. Anything can happen. I mean, from first day itself, from those jump-in shots to the way Astra Academy played, yes, it was really phenomenal. But that was just day one story. You move that along to the other days. Zeus Esports has been climbing the ladder slowly and steadily and are closing the gap. That is where the storyline can very well shake the ground of a team that is on that pole position for now.
Exactly, and it was an interesting start to Zeus's journey as well. After the first 3 games, they were outside the top 10, so we were all wondering like what happened. And then Ocean was like, wait, just hold your horses. This team is just...
Let them.
Yeah. They needed just those 3 games.
They needed 3 games and they bounced to the top 8.
And today now they've got the opportunity to utilize all 6 games, continued along with the momentum that they created yesterday. It is looking like a really close battle.
See, anything is possible till, I would say, the top 7.
Right.
Having number of good games can actually change a lot of things.
But let's not forget DRS as well. Ocean said top 7. I said let's not forget DRS. Right
top
on the
4.
toes of Zeus.
Top 4.
Yeah, APES as well. Because it's going to be an interesting journey. We know what happened during the South Asia finals, PMPL South Asia Season 3, right? It was a close call, and then it came down to that photo finish in that last game. Just 2 points. Again, it's those 2 points, but we still have the last game. Like, we have 6 matches to go.
Talking about points and talking about teams that are really close. We've got 1952, a team that is joining in all by themselves from the region that they are from, along with Stalwart Flex and Stalwart Esports. But boy, oh boy, these teams are going to again showcase a different stage today.
Yeah. These teams have accomplished quite a lot being on this stage. The only teams from their countries to be a part of this tournament, and they have done a phenomenal job like holding on to that pride and fighting for the title. They are still in the contestation for the title, I believe.
Yeah, you cannot have the conversation about damage given, damage taken, because both have kind of equivalent ratios against each other. But this comes down to one thing. Even if damage given, damage taken is similar, look at how many kills Stalwart has accumulated. That means, if we talk about the total points, 1952 is going for the placement points. So this is a perfect comparison. One team going for the placement points alongside kills, the other team going for the kill points alongside placement, and that's what they are doing in sheer brilliance. I mean, Stalwart, really remember, they were trying to root up for the chicken dinner, but they were getting kills and kills and kills. But 1952 from the first game, they have been brilliant.
I have said this before as well. I said this during PMPL Season 3, and I'm going to say this now. Stalwart Flex is one of those teams that can go toe-to-toe with Zeus Esports in terms of raw aggression. Raw aggression is what I'm talking about. The ability to not be scared and pick any fight that comes their way. That is what this team does.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the performance of both these teams, you know, that's what I was saying. The first game of 1952, they had really good. They've had their higher peaks as compared to Stalwart. So Stalwart, they are focusing not much on the placement points. I would say today they should, because they have a brilliant kill-hungry lineup with the likes of Crypto. I mean, the guy is second on the top kill leaders. He has 30 kills. So, like that is brilliant. So, along with that, if we talk about getting those placements, I mean, with the lineup and with the coordination that they have with Uzum and like those players, Johnny reviews, like those players are amazing. So today, I believe these two lineups, I won't say, you know, dark horses because we know what they are capable of, but I would say they're gonna, you know, dish out some amazing games which no one might be expecting.
Perfectly put. Because again, man, you talk about the momentum steamrolling across. We spoke about Zeus Esports. We can very well bring the conversation to Stalwart as well, because they started off that perfect, you know, steamrolling from yesterday, and that of course could move on for today's play as well. But alongside that, a few more other teams to talk about are certainly going to be the ones that are leading the chart as of now. The competition between them is just going toe to toe, which is of course Zeus Esports, Astra Academy, as well as the Real Soldiers.
Now imagine where Zeus popped up yesterday's last match. Both of the teams had a bad match for that one. So if Zeus actually finds up a match today as well, that's kind of in the similar fashion as the previous day's last match. I mean, if Astra Academy falters down, if DRS falters down, that's going to be a really good advantage for Zeus. If DRS, you know, I mean, DRS is a really composed lineup as of now. If you talk about like one and a half years back when we saw them starting up their pace, they have learned a lot. That shows in their gameplay. So I would love to see what DRS actually does today.
Exactly, but there's the thing that is going on with DRS that you might have noticed as well. Day one, as I said, one of the most consistent and amazing performances I have seen throughout my career, wherein a team refused to fall out of the top 4 in the matches that they have played an entire day. Amazing performance. Day 2, they start bringing in the aggression, and that is where things start going wrong on day 3, because the teams realize this team is playing outside of their comfort zone, and they started capitalizing on that situation. That was day 3 DRS. We did see in the performance graph that there was a bit of a fall off, but now DRS, they need to get back to the same performance that they brought in during day 1. If they can do that and sort of just get a few more kills, that should get them close to Astra Academy, and then it's up to them. Either they can take the risk, go all into those matches and try and take the first position away from Astra Academy, or just play it safe and then just hope it works out.
I mean, those things do happen a lot, like if you just talk about it, but it just comes down to one thing, and that is none of these teams, you cannot rule them out till the final game.
Yep.
They can, even if they are on second or third, they might just, change that second and third for their favor. A team at third can go to second position in the final game. A team at first might falter on, depends on how these two teams just, go all together. But I believe yesterday, the thing that we say, day 3 always is a day of change.
Yeah.
And it was.
It certainly was, because you bring the conversation towards, of course, just specifically Zeus Esports and DRS. We saw a climb from Zeus, whereas a bit of falling down from the Real Soldiers.
Exactly. I mean, look at this. 28 points in, this is just day 3's performance.
Yes.
28 points in a single day for DRS Gaming, and on the other side we have Zeus Esports with 70 points secured in that same day. It was an incredible run that Zeus Esports made yesterday, and the fight was tough as well, considering how close the top 8 is right now. But DRS, again, we need the same team that we saw on day 1. I want to see that consistent top 4 finishes from these guys in those in the next 6 matches that they have played. They have shown that they are capable of doing it, so why not just bring your A game and take away the trophy?
Well, they most certainly are going to be. They're not going to be running away from bringing that A-game performance into the lobby. With that, let's get our day started. Let's move on to the schedule. As we did say, 6 games. Only 6 games separate from us knowing who will be the champion of South Asia Championship.
I'm pretty sure one of our co-casters is going to be really happy when I say, I want a water circle. We have seen this thing happening in some other PMPLs that we were casting, so I'll be pretty happy if we see, because that just throws up a curveball, a water circle. Just think about it. We saw these things happening around the sides of Lipovka and all, and the circle just moves up forward. Just think about that. 8 teams or 7 teams surviving, they don't know what to do. It's just a curveball, and it's the final day. We need those curveballs. We need those mind-boggling plays to come up.
Well, if we are going to be asking for curveballs, I hope we have a northwestern circle in Erangel. That's going to be super fun to watch. Because once you start moving towards the side of North Georgia, Georgia Pole area, it gets tricky to get inside the circle.
Most certainly, and when you've got teams like Zeus Esports as well as 1952 and whatnot that do take up that spot, that makes it that much more of a tremendous effort that other teams in the lobby will have to showcase. And that's what we are here for. That's what you guys are here for as well, to get into that exciting plays. And for that, we do need to go over to our casters who are going to be taking us through this first game of the day. It is none other than Panda Bros. Of course, that is Necro and Pain Fixes.
Thank you so much, Desk. Today, we are here for a mission. We're going to be repping the Panda Secret Service, and here we are to find out the teams that are going to be targeting the other teams from the upper echelon. And, well, what are we going to do about it?
Nothing. Literally nothing we can do about it. But also, we're here to find that one alpha team that is going to make all the other teams look like beta.
Maybe, because today it's going to be the decider, right? A month-long journey. We've seen the PMPLs, we've seen the finals today, the South Asian Championship finals coming up. And today it's like the last hurrah, the last ride where we get to crown who conquers the South Asian region. Now, getting back to the first game that we have in hand for us, that's going to be in Erangel. Now, we have that rivalry back again, DRS and Zeus. Now, my friend, if I have to now ask you to choose between one of them, who are you rooting for on this one?
Look, if I don't really want to sound biased here, but I'm always with Zeus.
Come on, we all have choices, and yes, he's gone for Zeus. I want that to be equalized. I'm gonna go for DRS. So we've got a bit of a partition going on
now
over
rivalry
here.
between us.
Yeah,
two Banda brothers are gonna be separated soon.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a bad thing, but either ways, getting back to the match. So I'm also in pursuit of the day where I see Stalwart and APES getting their own chickens. I mean, it's been a while that they've been so close but haven't really made it to the pole position.
Exactly. I mean, look, APES is one of those teams that is like one of the most... I feel like they are pretty consistent.
Yeah.
You can quote me if I'm wrong, of course. But on the other hand, Stalwart is a team that likes aggression quite a lot. See, take a look at Crypto, man. This man is on the second top fragger position with 30 kills. I mean, is that a joke?
He's a madman. He is
Yeah.
insane the way he approaches every single time, every single game. We've seen him pull off some ludicrous plays. And but at the same time, you know, this is where I would want his other teammates to sort of chime in and also contribute. Because, yeah, kills are fine, but you need to maintain that perfect balance between your position points as well. Now, we've been talking about the circles right now. Ocean did, however, mention that he wanted something happening around the eastern side, you know, the water circle. But mind you, I really did not want that to be happening today, because, you know, then it's going to be absolutely preposterous for all the teams that are going to be playing, because then again, everyone would just be thrown off. But then again, the first game is definitely going to set the day in motion. It's going to define how or how many points that you're supposed to be collecting. And now, towards those final few games, we will have those teams from the bottom of the table to try, you know, and target the big ones, you know, the big fishes and the big sharks. And we've been privy to that in the previous renditions. But now, without any further ado, let's just head inside the portal and find for ourselves as to who is going to get the first chicken.
Here we go, baby. Final day. First game opening over here. This is going to be really exciting. In the map of Erangel, playing fly pass starting from Georgia Pool, ending towards Milta Power Fixes. This is just going to be a war to end all wars.
Maybe. It certainly can. Now, taking a look at the flight path trajectory, we have it heading all the way towards Milta Power, sort of dissecting the map into two halves. So all the teams, they're not going to have a lot of trouble unless you are 1952, as in a case where we have to take those vehicles. So we've seen a lot of Carmageddons happening lately, you know, a lot of teams being picked off. And this is something no one inside the lobby would be hoping for.
Exactly. I mean, look. Final day, I feel like I'm expecting some new kind of strategies out as well, especially the teams that are in the bottom echelon. If we talk about the HTM region, without a doubt. I mean, this whole tournament, you know, 3 teams, they haven't really had their kind of like time of life. For example, INV, SD, and Nightmare Gaming. I mean, look, unfortunate moments do happen, but if you're going to be unfortunate for the entire tournament, then there's something wrong going on in the team, and this is your duty to actually find that out and try and fill up those you know, little holes and little cracks. But I'm pretty sure a little bit of time with these teams more, they can work on it. I mean, now they're getting like the SA Championship, you know, in their backpack. They have the experience as well. They know how teams play, how they think. This is going to be helping them out quite a lot in the future.
You know, that's the very reason they were considered as the dark horses, but we'll get back to that. But take a look at the circle over here. I mean, a quarry circle is what I am really looking at, but, you know, the observatory tower, that is also in contention. Now, teams like Skylightz might just capitalize on the situation, but look at AJ. He might just be in a whole world of trouble. DRS cannot really afford this to happen right from the very start. No, Sincere, however, minding his own business. I think he's searching for a gun, maybe something, but AJ, he needs to make a run for his life.
Oh no, this is really bad. I mean, if you have seen, you know, since the past 3 days, we've always been seeing such kind of engagements happening. And here we go. This man has a shotgun. He's missing quite a lot of shots. He only connected one. What is going on? Oh my god, finally connected it. That was kind of embarrassing there. Let's be honest, Sancher. Maybe a little bit of aim target practice can help that out.
I mean, AJ, if this man could have just, you know, gotten away with it,
that could have been
that would have been the most sick play of this tournament. I mean, nothing above that. Of course, we've seen the boys from Zeus, you know, pulling off the shenanigans, but then again, this would be on a whole different level. But either way, it's getting back to the game. DRS having a nightmare sort of start right from the get-go. And this is something that they would have never thought in the wildest of their dreams. Their highest top fragger being taken down from the early game.
I mean, look. That means the team that I voted for is probably a better choice. I went with Zeus. Up till now, Zeus have been doing pretty great in the game. No casualties in the George Pool area. Have the whole containers and overall the houses for themselves as well. What else do you need, man? You're going to be securing so much loot with yourself. On the other hand as well, look, DRS's teams are kind of, separated away from each other. Now they're in Yasnaya Polnaya. LIT has the half part of it. DRS has the half part of it. So I feel like fights might happen there. But since the past we've been seeing, those teams haven't really been engaging.
Right now, considering that we're talking about DRS, now we already do know for a fact that that is not the kind of a start that they had hoped for.
Yeah.
But either ways, they might just lock horns with LIT. It can happen. The final day, you are subjected to a lot of things that you would have never even imagined for. We've not seen that skirmish breakdown in Yasnaya at least, but today it is a possibility. But then again, coming down below towards the southern side, we did not see the players of Stalwart really going for the military base. Rather, they've gone in for those early rotations. I think they are going to be just taking that center, which 7C are also trying to contest for.
3 teams right next to each other. Actually 4. 2 members of SDGaming right next to the lads of Stalwart Esports. And then we have 7C in the clotheslines. And then we have Skylightz Gaming right above them. This is going to be kind of like an absolute massacre if these teams just spot each other out. And we do know, once one team just shoots at someone, the sound cues are given away, all the bees will be attracted to the suite.
I mean, yeah, that is definitely a possibility. But then again, what I'm speculating is fight starting off a bit late, because all these teams, they do understand the value of today's first game. Because if they sort of mess this one up, I mean, that's going to be a huge detrimental factor, and that's going to just lower the morale, which we certainly do not want. Now, we've been talking a lot about the top 3 teams, right? Let's talk about DEADEYES and Stalwart for a second, because now they're also very close to each other. One good chicken might just get them in the race of the top 3.
Definitely can't. But up till now, only one lad out the game. Of course, the man from DRS, unfortunate moment there. I mean, they're not going to be happy for that one. But I also want to point one more thing out. 1952 only have 3 of their members in the lobby.
Ouch.
Now, already being handicapped, at least DRS must be feeling good that there's other team with 3 members only.
I mean, DRS, they've got bigger problems than being concerned about 1952 right now.
True.
They've got to deal with the likes of Zeus and, well, Astra Academy. Apparently, talking about Astra Academy, they haven't really started with the rotation yet. So we're going to see that late rotation coming in. But what I'm really worried about is, again, are they going to be stubborn? Because they have been doing that. They have been sticking towards that same game plan. They send one of the boys to scout on from the Nova Bridge, and eventually he ends up getting taken out. So right now for Astra Academy, what would be really crucial right now is to have all their 4 players alive till those final circles. And if they manage to do that, I'm pretty sure the boys might just get another one, get the 6th chicken dinner.
For sure. For now, all the teams kind of traversing in the circle with their vehicles. We do see that on the map. Zeus, though, still having a great time in the same city. I mean, they don't really need to move in unless they want to aim for that center of the circle. Since the past, we've been seeing, Zeus kind of doing that. But seems like this time they're kind of going to be holding their horses in the same place, which is fine. This is what we kind of expected, strategy change coming in from their side. And probably most of the teams as well. I'm also seeing some, teams kind of taking different rotation routes, especially with LIT as well. Sometimes they used to go from the bottom side near Roshawk, and now preferring that over top outskirts, which is understandable. But PN Crew is the team that is right next to them. And if they clash against each other, I mean, I feel like it's going to be pretty much detrimental for both these teams.
It is going to be devastating, but PN Crew, having started this tournament in a really good fashion, have somehow fizzled out. But Otzi, he's under heavy fire, and DEADEYES apparently in pursuit with those cars heading in. And Otzi, can he make it into safe cover at the right time? And indeed, he succeeds.
Succeeds. But barely, though. Take a look at his HP. Such down low.
What a sigh of relief.
Pretty lucky to be there, Yeah. You can tell that, when he actually made it back to his teammate, the comfort level just increased. He started moving his fingers a little slow before he was just like, oh, hell no. What exactly is happening here? But now, on the other hand, Astra Academy, as always, taking that late game rotation. I mean, hey, look, if it's working out, so you might as well do it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, as long as things don't need fixing, you might not really go for it. But right now, we've got NM getting really up close and personal to APES, but 1952's entry, he's certainly making an entry over there, but Godless is going to be fending off his remainder of teammates. Now Entry needs to get back to his flank angle, and if he can find Icy and Godless in a very precarious spot and take them down, that would be amazing. But here we have White already making a push onto its Ryan, having him knocked out. The stun grenade goes out, and Coco, I believe he's not flashed yet. As Connect, he also is going to close in from the left-hand side, and Connect will get that kill confirmed. But right now, White, he's just going to back off a bit, try to get himself in a better position. The nades are being lobbed onto towards their direction, and Nightmare apparently are living up to their name. They are having nightmares considering how the day has started right now.
Nightmare Gaming pretty unsettled for now. Things are looking pretty bad on their side, but luckily Rosie and Coco made that situation out alive. I don't really know AK success is the way. I have seen people use it, but I feel like it's kind of like unstable.
No, I mean, come on. It's been a while. The game has been released for a lot of years right now. We've seen a lot of ridiculous things. I mean, I've seen 6 times barrel spray, so I'm not really going to be surprised, you know, if players are really proficient with that 6 times on AK. Of course, you recalibrate it to 3 times, and it sort of gets stable. If you've got that comp along with it, it is a really good gun. But taking a look at how the circle is shrinking, we're sort of heading towards those quarry areas. Now, we haven't really seen a lot of quarry circles lately, but you know, I'm really keen to see as to what these teams are going to be putting on the table, considering everyone sort of is traversing around. And Otzi, oh my goodness, he's a poor man right out in the open, has nobody to save him. Is someone at least going to go for him?
On the other hand, though, jokes apart, DRS, I feel like I'm also going to be having my eyes on them because they are in the top 3 and they won that first place. So Astra Academy, I feel like they are going to be in danger as well. They're going to be having that, you know, pressure. Now they say, you know, maintaining is okay, but, you know, keeping that top position is the most toughest thing to do.
Yeah.
And Astra Academy is going to be feeling the pressure for now because they're the king of the hill. That also means they're the center of attraction. On the other hand, SDGaming taking a lot of damage. His teammates are there in the back lines. And Ken, what a heroic entry.
Yeah, indeed, but you know, after that heroic entry, he falls down instantly to Otzi as the fight breaks down. Jimmy goes down as well. It all comes down to Bay and Kaye as he's going to try to spray down onto its assassin, but is going to be heavily pounded by those bullets as he also falls down, leaving the last player, Kaye, to be alive. He's going to do a lot, but can he just, you know, making those movements around those warehouses as he's been spotted? We've got to see if at least the players of High Voltage are going to be ending this day on a good note, because the way they've started, they're looking promising. They are actually committing in for the kills. Now, had they done that, you know, right from the very start, we would have certainly seen them in the top 5.
If Kaye didn't run away, this could have been a flawless squad wipe without a doubt. But Kaye has been spotted out, so still the chances are there. And look at Kuni, man. This beautiful positioning coming out from this lad. He wants to find himself that sneaky angle, that cheeky angle onto Kaye. But there's no way he's going to, because now he smoked himself out. He has been shrouded by the smoke. And Kaye kind of repositioning himself on that rock, getting on top of it, trying to get a little bit of elevation, that high ground advantage. We do know what it is capable of. And this is going to be a flawless squad wipe from the lads of High Voltage.
No, High Voltage were really prepared for this. And SD, well, they just came in here to, you know, find a safe haven. But instead, they were just thrown out from the lobby. But either way, that being said, we still have High Voltage sort of holding the center along with 7C. I'm really keen as to see where the next shrink is going to come down to. But now we've got 1952 in a whole world of trouble as Team LIT just ramming on towards their compound, as Hoshan has taken a lot of damage, but Zivi is going to be providing that quintessential cover fire just to try and delay things a bit and make sure that he gets the heals up. But this is where Zivi had a chance to take him down, but rather just holding on. C Minor, he needs to heal himself up. How on earth is he going to do that in the right nick of time? As Tawfiq, he's completely helpless, cannot really save his teammate. As Hoshwan finally finding the body of C Minor will, however, get the knock and will convert into a kill.
Hoshwan found his toes and hit them right away. Unfortunate stuff there. Tawfiq kind of in the back lines there, alive. His position is anonymous. It's kind of a secret being kept from the lads of Future Station 1952. For how long? I mean, sometime or the other, LIT maybe will check that, kind of that corner behind that rock. But here we have the airdrop 2 on the way. And it's going to be the AWM on board, finally gracing the water with its presence.
I mean, it's too far. And though, of course, it's too appealing. I barely think that teams are going to be going for it. But look at Tawfiq. He is one with the natures, trying to put up a fight, go against Shashin. But that is not going to happen today, as we see the Gods of Thunder making the rotation. Look at Mr. Boro. All right, his vehicle has already bursted. Now, if Zuyol sort of capitalizes on that situation, then DRS will find themselves in a whole new world of trouble.
That black McLaren, though, just looks beautiful in those right fields. Kind of stands out.
That's the irony there. Who would drive a McLaren on the rice fields? But Mr. Boro has been taken down.
Well, here we go. Unfortunately, serious start here. Suyo getting caught off guard. Beautiful sprays. Those beaming sprays from such a far distance, and did on top as well. What exactly is going on? The vehicle blew up on top, went down with it. At least he's lucky that he was not in the vehicle.
I mean, either ways, Astra Academy are actually committing for it. Look at Scurvy. He's closed in on the gap and will find on top. Yeah. And he was bleeding right on his knees, and no mercy being shown over here by the boys from Astra Academy. And we're talking about the Mongolians. They do know how to start the day. And with the way they are playing DRS, look at them. Mafia Ninja, the solo survivor for the squad. A lot of burden on his shoulders. Can he pull off a miracle?
Certainly he can. He has the caliber, but he cannot solo wipe all the squads. He will have to kind of play like one of those snakes in the game and try and wait out till those fights happening, which is fine. It is also one of those strategies that is in the game. Camping is a part of game. If you want to win, you have to camp. Without that, you cannot do it. But on the other hand, if you're Zeus, then things are pretty different. But this game, we are seeing Zeus, kind of holding their ground, which is understandable. Final day, you want to make your mark on the top leaderboards on the #1. And this was the replay that Zol this was how completely DRS just got decimated. And that buggy, though, I mean, out of control a little bit there.
I mean, a lot of teams are facing issues with their driving skills. I mean, that's one of those most important skills that you need to master, because in certain situations like this, had you been a good driver, you will certainly have gotten away with it. But taking a look at this airdrop right now, I mean, the AWM, a weapon that certainly the players of Zeus would be wanting to get their hands on. But, if we take a look at the circle right now, it's gone a bit towards the western side. Now, look at Stalwart. Now, this is the perfect game that they could have asked for, but look at Zeus at the same time playing from the shorelines. Now, this is one of those very peculiar circles that we are witnessing. We've seen those shoreline circles, but usually it's a bit towards the northern side. Now, coming down towards the southern side, it's going to be really interesting as to what the teams are going to be putting on the table over here.
And look at Fear, though, went down instantly within a blink of an eye. On the other hand, Stalwart Esports going head-to-head against the Lions of Nightmare Gaming. Up till now, they haven't really had the time of their life. TDK got their first chicken dinner yesterday. Are they going to be able to repeat it today? I mean, if TDK gets I don't know, even if 3 or 4 chicken dinners back-to-back, maybe that can put them up back on the top leaderboards. It's almost next to impossible, though, because teams that are playing in the game, they're not going to let that happen that easily. As soon as they see a team, just pull off back-to-back chicken dinners, they are probably going to get targeted.
I mean, considering how Stalwart have positioned themselves, I would have really loved if one of those players were in the visit tower, so as to speak, because it gives you that area, it gives you that extra bit of an angle, and he can provide that cover fire from around there. Now, they've got all their players in those 2 compounds. Now, that might be a little bit dicey for them, but look at Icy. I think he smelled where DRS is, and Martin Ninja is nothing but a fish right now.
A fish in the water, fishermen's are too many, though. That one fish, everyone wants it, I'm pretty sure. It's a rare breed as well. And look at that blade, catching a bullet right in his skull, or right in his chest, though. Made a hole right in his lungs there. And here we have Skylightz Gaming, kind of facing a bad side there. unfortunate moment, getting caught off guard in the open, and Mini 14 is going to show a lot of work. On the other hand, look at this. Area vicinity, I mean, Nightmare Gaming do have this kind of pump for themselves, but Stalwart Esports, I still feel like they have a little advantage.
You know, this is where I was really emphasizing on that visit town, right? I mean, had they had their players, they could have actually contested Nightmare in that certain condition, because they would have 2 angles to cover, and if they find that one knock, you know, the remainder could have just pushed on towards them. But that would have been a risky play, because now Stalwart, they are eyeing for that chicken. We know that they're good on that kill department, but what they can really work out is on those positions, right? But now Astra Academy in a bit of a pickle, as one of their players, Top, has fallen down. INV applying that extra bit of pressure, but look at Chari right out in the open. Yesterday they did end their game with a banger, but INV, they're not going to be sparing Top over there, as they're going to be knocking him out. Not the kind of a start that Astra Academy would be wanting for themselves, considering they've got Zeus and the likes of DRS right on their tails.
Skylightz Gaming, Demon, still alive in the game. Good looking though. One last man alive. Things not looking good, just like DRS and Future Station. Future Station was kind of handicapped from the start. Only 3 players in their squad there. And look at INV as well. Winter, the last man alive. He wants to hold his team off alive there. Actually, Winter is not the last man alive, unfortunately. And now here we have the circle forming right in front of us. And take a look at this circle shift, you know, kind of dividing between those road lines. Now, this next circle shift, though, is going to be kind of like decider of the game.
Yeah, absolutely love how the circle is taking those shifts, you know. All these teams are into their thought process as to where to go, because this is one of those uncharted territories that where you usually do not really see the circle forming out. So it really comes down to how well versed they are with the topography of the map, how well versed you are with the greener pastures. You need to find the right covers, as Curry has also been taken down. The smokes definitely have been deployed, but is it going to be there in time for him to get the res back on? Action has to do a lot of job over here, and I think they successfully have managed to, you know, sort of keep up the teammate alive.
INV is finally showing their presence, finally showing the marks of professional level gameplay here, and seems like they did take off one player from APES. It was Hustler, and look at that confidence, proning right in the open, spraying this man down. Legend did had quite a clear side onto it. Winter down to so slow HP, still making that bold rotation out in the open, not scared of anyone. LIT on the other hand, on that rotation as well, smoke wall being built up. Johnny is right in the front lines. If Wanu just walks out right in the open, this is going to be dangerous, but it doesn't matter. Wanu's nade's perfection is on point today. He's not going to be missing a single nade. So many fights happening at the same time. The lads of 7C challenging fight against the lads of Zeus. And things are looking so dangerous.
They're looking so dicey, as Zeus, they know they've got to do something, as Godless has been taken down from the picture over here. The nade's being tossed, and right now Zyol needs to do something. He needs to get to it. Godless, get that revive, as heavily he also is going to be falling down, but Memo getting traded off. How are Zeus going to survive this one? Zyol and Icy, it's all going to rest down to them, and they've got to do something, man. Zyol, however, will be trying to stick the revive onto its Godless, while Icy is going to be providing that cover fire. But look at their backlines. They've got APES over there. You've got Stalwart. You've got LIT. One wrong move, and Zeus might just be goners.
Zeus is now 3-man strong squad again. Turulov still alive, barely though. And Nemo as well knocked out. Smoke, the last man alive, made the right decision to back off from this fight. You are challenging the gods of Thunder indeed, and you do not want to challenge them with just like the odds in their favor, because they will steal it away easily, just like a thief in the night. On the other hand, TDK taking down the lad of High Voltage. Aussie going down in the process. And take a look at that. Rotations being made from the lads of 7C. Nades being lobbed in as well. I think so Zeus are pretty well aware of what exactly is happening. That nade is going to be closing that out. 2 kills confirmed. Smokey barely surviving.
I mean, Godless is angry right now. He's raging. He's furious at what happened with him just a couple of minutes ago. Now, once he's back on, he's going to do some devastating damage onto the players of 7C, having taken 2 down with that 1 grenade. Now, which leaves Smokey in a very, very precarious position out there. I mean, how long is he going to survive, though? Now, they are going to be just, scavenging whatever they can get, as finally they do have a slight idea of where Smokey can really be. But no, he's going to play with their hearts. I think Icy is going to be checking that angle, and he knows it, and will find the final kill. And with that being said, Zeus, 5 kills already. They've lost ably though, but you know, it's fine considering how the RS have been doing.
I mean, hey, look, there's still a 3-man squad, you know, looking good. Zeus has been pretty phenomenal throughout this tournament, and now as well. Did take quite of a long time to wake up there, but now they have woken up. The beasts have woken up. The gods of thunder are finally back in the game, and Zeus is going to be putting on a show anytime soon. That nade is right on Uzum's face, catches him. Crypto lays down in the open. He doesn't really have any other choice. Crypto's position has been given away. Blade trying his best to fight back. Make sure Crypto is staying as safe as possible. But look at Godless. This man is solo challenging a fight against 1-on-2.
I mean, he's inhuman, Inhe. But right now, we've got to see as to the players of Nightmare. They are also going to be taking a lot of shots onto towards the players of LIT. But how on earth is Stalwart going to enter inside the circle? It's going to be a godless show yet again as he manages to knock down 2 this time. Crypto being the last surviving member. But how long can he hold on? And Crypto being taken down. This is Stalwart. The Pakistani dreams being shattered around again by the gods of thunder.
Dreams have been shattered by the lads of Zeus, and it seems like they are here to cause destruction in the entire lobby. They seem pretty unsettled as well because they want to find a lot of kills for themselves. Godless, on the other hand, is more like God himself. Here we have Icy as well, picking a lot of kills for himself. And this seems like Zeus are just the farmers, and they are looking for those kills to farm.
I mean, the Zeus right now, they are a force to be reckoned with. I mean, they're looking unfazed. They have 3 players, but that really does not deter them from going for those pushes out there. But Roshi, how long is he going to survive that? One more nade goes on towards the direction, right out in the open. But the kill has been taken. Now Icy, he's going to be mad. How on earth could LIT commit such an offense out there? And another nade might just go anytime soon. Right now, just peppering down those bullets, rather rattling them down with it. But Zeus, how are they going to do it? Oh, Godless might just be in a whole world of trouble. He's been taking some massive damage, but has to heal himself up. And right now, he's picked all those grenades. Now he's going to lob it into the direction of LIT, which is going to connect. Almost.
Zeus is making those flawless executions one after the other. It seems like they're not putting any effort. Vehicle blown away. Zol went down in that process. Godless still alive, though. He can get the res onto him. Icy down to such low HP. Deciding to back off, a good decision there, but maybe should not expose his body a little too much in positions like these. Opting out to heal himself first, which is a good choice. But now Zeus also has to kind of cross the road to make this, and this is where things will not really be on the side of Zeus's lads because they will be out in the open.
Indeed. Now, considering the fact that you've got Sjol and Godless kind of bleeding over there, Icy has to do everything solo. But I really have to commend the boys from DEADEYES, considering the kind of a start that they had. They have also recovered pretty well. But Wanu, he spotted Icy. He's going to take those shots. And with that, the knock is going to come. But no, Godless... he's been taken down, but it was Jol who's still keeping his team alive in contention for that chicken dinner. But look at Astra Academy. They're still alive, but the numbers on T2K is just too much. But we have seen them crumble. And is that going to be a same affair for them today? Or are they going to take the dinner, take the crown, take the glory? What's going to happen as just 5 teams are remaining?
We have seen TDK kind of choke these kind of situations out in the past, and anything can happen though. They have also won that chicken dinner yesterday, so they might be feeling themselves up this game. Godless wants to get the res onto him. Godless res is there now. Zeus might just be back on their feet again. All 3 players back on track, healing themselves up. This might just be a massive competition, and TDK should be as careful as possible.
You know, I really love how, Team Zeus goes in for those revives in those clutch situations.
Yeah.
Because these are the times that you really cannot afford to do that. But look at those nade barrage coming in from the side of T2K. But apart from that, look at Icy. He looks completely unfazed. But the nade coming in onto its jaw will, of course, take him down. And down go the gods of thunder. That's Team Zeus. But T2K, they've taken a lot of damage. Already 2 players knocked out. But look at Sandesh. Oh, my goodness. He has somehow taken his team to the 3rd position. Now, we've been really critical about the players of PN Crew starting off really well, then sort of fizzling out. But here they are, back to the grind.
Between this whole thing was happening, Astra Academy is still still alive, staying kind of silent the whole game, and now finding the right moment to strike. Action down to such low HP. Here comes the seamless aggression from the lads of TDK. Action getting spotted out, but he does have the airdrop for the cover.
He certainly does, as Frankie will be lobbing that grenade into thin air onto its speaker. If he finds that knock, this is a corner for them, and T2K might just have their second chicken dinner coming in. But right now, we can see Rated. All right, he's trying to just boost himself up, and there is the opening. Frankie does find it, and now Action, it all comes down onto him, and does not really have that perfect HP, and it's just a matter of seconds before which T2K will be committing in for the push. Rather, he's just going to burn himself down, does not want to give the kill. A really smart decision, and T2K getting the second one in the bag.
Exactly. I mean, what a way to close that game out, isn't it? I mean, TDK, well-deserved and needed chicken dinner. You guys needed this for sure. More, 2 or 3 more chicken dinners, and then maybe you guys will be on the top 3 or top 4 or top 5. I don't know. Probably you guys will be. I'm really bad at math, so I'm not going to be calculating those
I mean, we both are, right?
Yeah,
we certainly do accept and agree on that. But either ways, I mean, well, T2K, the boys did say they're going to get all the chicken dinners, but they've started one, and maybe the 5 more remaining games, they might just pull it off. Come on, we are dreamers. But right now, what we are going to be doing is take a quick breather, because the analyst desk is coming right after this to break all the fights down.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. We are on the final day, day number 4, and just got done with 1 game. 5 games still do remain, but what an aggressive start this was for the day. Of course, it is a huge thanks alongside this to OPPO F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag book up your fun. Let's move on to the analysts and ask them, well, we did talk about Zeus is going to be changing the play,
You know,
but
I love one thing. He did not say hello because Zeus was saying hello to everyone out there.
Zeus was basically like hello from the other side, like
Exactly.
just destroying him
all across. Last day, 5 games remaining now.
And what is with this team and the players from this team just running into situation and then realizing, oh, we are outgunned. They have more players, and then just running back. Hey guys, we'll deal with you later.
6 kills from Zul, 894 damage, 0 assist, almost 26 minutes of survival time, 136 healing done. Well, no assist, I get it.
Yeah.
He was taking kills for himself at that moment. He was giving the perfect covers. He was actually the one. The throwables that was being used by Zeus as well.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing.
Incredible performance. I mean, and as we were talking about it, I mean, them running into situations, we're going to have a look at it. We're going to have a look at those moments, but we have a while before we do that, right?
Absolutely. Right now, let's have a look at the top players coming in from this game, and it is Zeus dominating, along with, of course, T2K, G.I. Jane, as you call him. He is, the team is back, T2K.
Exactly, the team is back, and if we're going to talk about the players from Zeus, we have to talk about the man who was there to stop them in their tracks. I mean, Rated was there, taking down the players with his guns, and Godless took Rated down, but Jane was there with the instant trade, the nade precisely thrown on towards the lad, just blowing him up to smithereens and just making sure that his team was there. All 4 lads were there to secure the comfortable chicken dinner.
Talking about the match summary, I mean, given the fact the circle was a lot open, I mean, I would have thought about it, right? Look at Sandesh's damage, right? Obviously taking up a lot of fights, but it still comes down to one thing, and that is, given the fact circle was a lot open, I thought maybe Jane or maybe someone from T2K or Astra Academy or Zeus would be the one with most utilities, but it's Wojwan from Lit, given the fact they were needed a lot in the final circles, but they used it a bit before.
See, PN crew, I have to say, even if the circle is not their friend, this team has to be really, really lucky. I mean, with the way they end up somehow making it into the standings high enough. Because it's like anytime someone starts shooting at them, they get taken out of nowhere. It's like the fate, destiny is their friend, pushing them forward. And they do a wonderful job. But look at this.
8 placement points, 13 kills.
That's
21.
Zeus, man. That's Zeus Esports.
But here's the storyline. Second and third position, the gap is increasing.
Oh yeah.
Most certainly. Most
And
certainly gonna be-
APES is also coming up slowly and steadily. And it's a thing, right? Once they actually reach at a perfect point, they like to just rush in. And APES, with those points, DRS had no points. APES is getting those 5 points. They are coming up.
I mean, it is going to be a photo finish again, I guess.
It certainly is going to be really close, and that's what we were talking about earlier as well, because that does make it that much more exhilarating, so that the conversation goes all the way till the final game to really know who is the champion.
Also, I mean, the little sort of a shotgun fiasco that we had as soon as the game started.
Yeah.
That was really entertaining to watch.
It certainly was. I mean, sad state of affair for the Real Soldiers. Rotation not working out, and the drop itself not really being on point. But boy, it does happen. It's absolutely fine. Let's move on along because there are still 5 more games remaining. Let's have a look at the zone analysis.
I mean, Circle did have water, but not a lot though. But right, talk about DRS. This time the Circle kind of did not favor them. So, you know, going for those late rotations. Because look at this. They were still in the blue zone and the Circle shifted away from them. That means they had to move inside. But look at how many teams had the cluster around them. And even if they moved inside the zone, they did not have a comfortable position because there was still a lot of teams around them. Hence, they had to just, you know, rush into tactical fights. And this is where Zeus, this is where PN Crew, and you know, like these teams had a really good advantage. PN Crew, they had a lot of, like the whole shoreline for themselves.
But I have to talk about the winners of the game. That was a 200 IQ rotation that they put up from the 3rd circle to the 4th circle rotation. As we do notice them towards the southwestern side of the circle. Before this, they were the team outside the circle. They were nowhere near these positions, and they were actually, it looked like they were going to head straight from the western end and enter the circle from the west. But no, they decided to take the risk. They're like, all right, we're going to go wide. We are going to move south and enter from the southwestern side. And that worked out so nicely for this team. It was a risk worth taking, and well, for them, it turned out really nicely. But as you mentioned, I mean, talking about the teams losing out on players earlier on in the match, it is definitely going to put up a really bad situation as you move to the later stage of the game. And this is when we were talking about, this is the moment where we talked about Zeus running into fights, not knowing how many players were there. Godless first went on to destroy the players of Stalwart Esports. Then we saw IC running towards the players of, I believe it was Nightmare Gaming that they had taken out. And it was just then going into those 1v2s, 1v3s and realizing, oh, it's 3 players falling back, teammate coming in.
They had every team in their radar at that moment, right?
Exactly.
And wherever they could find the fight, they would love to go for the fight. This is the Zeus that we knew. This is the Zeus that we kind of missed, but we knew it was coming.
It's here. It is here. There's nothing stopping them now. Alongside which, let's also summarize the fights that did take place throughout the game via the OPPO F19 Pro moments.
One more thing I would like to add is, this is the fiasco. Is it trying to steal or to get away with Sanchi's buggy right there? But as I was saying, one more thing I would like to add is, Ocean just mentioned, I mean, this is the Zeus that we all know, and this is the team that we want to see always. It's the same I want to say for T2K. This is the team that we wanted from day one, that has been missing for a long time. But today, I guess, again, off to a good start.
Yeah, they have a good start for themselves, but you know, we'll have to see how much more can they go for, because DRS, well, one bad game actually, and on this day, they would love to just, you know, have those numbers up again, and as soon as they can. And the upcoming maps, well, they're going to be a strong suit for them. Not only we're going to be seeing those bold action shots as well and all those things, but every map, every match kind of brings up a different story, and this time DRS would not want to repeat any mistake that there was. But T2K, well, I mean, you said, right, it's a good start, but I hope it's not too late.
Yeah, same. I hope it's not too late. Final 6 games, we were having this sort of trying to calculate the best case scenario for the teams at the bottom to make the climb. And our calculations were, if you are able to get 10 kills in every single game and somehow secure the chicken dinner, that's like 25 points every single match, 150 points by the end of the day.
See, this is where we saw the fight starting up. This is where, you know, we saw Zeus just moving up forward with everything.
Exactly. And also, you have to give props to the players of INV as well. They also put up a decent performance in this game.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they always had, you know, we talk about aggressive and passive mode, but there's one more, kind of a defensive mode that you have to just, you know, play, like try to not take the bad fights on you. That's what INV was doing. They were not engaging in a lot of bad fights. Well, there were a few here and there, but talk about this one, Zeus moving up forward, taking those kills, moving up backward, taking those kills, moving up forward. Like, this is where IC was really angry.
Yeah, IC got mad at that point. Like, How dare you? Those are my points, Lit
I
Esports.
spotted them.
Yeah, and then he totally forgot about them, got distracted with the players of T2K and died.
Well, that did happen, but T2K, I mean, this is where, you know, T2K got the advantage for themselves, and then the molly and everything. Well, T2K had this game, so this was the second one for them. Let's see, you know, what holds for this team.
Absolutely, but again, talking about the kind of damage that was dished out in this game, you do know that Zeus were part of that. I mean, in 2 minute time, you're bringing down 4 teams pretty much, almost 4 teams. I mean, let final players remain. And so, of course, Zeus has to be there, but alongside, there is also the chicken dinner winners, T2K.
Yeah, but talk about this one, right? We had this conversation. Stalwart and 1952. Both the teams did try to give up their best, but they failed to execute. No, not talking about Stalwart, right? The circle was onto the southern-ish side. They did get a good hold of the zone, inside the zone for themselves. They did move inside the circle. 1952, well, these are the teams that not just we, but their entire regions have their eyes on. These two teams is what the region has the faith with. So we'll have to see what these two teams just, you know, bring up in the next games.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, we do know that when it came to this game, it was only a 3-man squad that 1952 chimed in along with, and that too was slowly and steadily knocked out, and only entry remained. So, I mean, yes, it was a tough start, but when it comes to the storyboard is going to get moving on along at a faster pace every single game. So that is where we move on down to the overall rankings itself, and that showcases what sort of a leap are we talking about from Zeus Esports. Get in closer.
Yeah, and they have crossed the three-digit kill marker by quite a lot now.
Now, go for the placement points. Come on, Zeus. Come on.
So. I don't think they are thinking that way. They are like, again.
Yeah, but we are.
we want a lot of things. We wanted a water circle, a northwestern circle. Well, we had a western circle, but that's all we got.
So this is where it is, right? APES 159, and then so in this format, you saw DRS has 60 plus kills. Like they need to go for those kill points. T2K.
It's not too late. It's not too late for T2K. They can make the climb up to top 5.
They'll have to have good games. That's the condition. That's the most important condition.
See, and not let the game get to your head, honestly.
And not let the top 8 get to your head as well with the competition. Because even if they have those points, things might falter down. Because see, they might be getting a second place, third place finish. But what if Zeus is getting a chicken? What if DRS is getting a chicken? What if Astra Academy is like they're still getting those points for themselves?
Exactly, and at the end of the day, it is about getting those points one way or the other. The team has proven I mean, they have proven it time and time again. The lineup is well known amongst the region. They are some of the best skilled players in their country, and over here, again, the opportunity is there. 5 matches more. 5 matches remain for them, and if they can get, I would say, 2 more matches like this, that's it. They are in the top 5. They are even in the top 4.
Absolutely.
Based on how the top 4 performs.
Absolutely, that is where the journey has taken us till now. Let's get the day moving on along and bring up the schedule. There, we just got done with game number 1 for the day. Now we jump into the territory of Miramar.
This is going to be an interesting one because obviously we have 2 Miramars today, and it's pretty sure this is, so we call it like this, you know, second last Miramar to change up anything. Then obviously it's going to be last Sanhok for the tournament. So in the second last Miramar, I would want to see one thing again, just like we talked about yesterday's Erangel, the day started. Which team is going to change their drop location? There were a few teams that changed their drop locations yesterday. I would love to see this happening on Miramar, or maybe teams at 13, 14, 15, 16. What's your YOLO strategy to just, you know, go with the flow of the game? Are you going to drop on some other team now to break their game maybe? Or are you, because, you know, 13 to 16 gets you a set of prize pool. Then moving up forward, every team wants to be onto a better spot.
Exactly. I mean, you want to maximize your winnings from the tournament. That has to be the play right here. And as Ocean was mentioning the YOLO strategy, we did sort of see a glimpse from Nightmare and INV in the last match. And SDGaming did not even get an opportunity as they were like absolutely destroyed in Erangel. So this is going to be their opportunity to showcase like, all right, this is what happens when we let ourselves lose.
Exactly, and I mean, again, so the conversation for now, as we're talking about, you know, these aggressive horses in the lobby, we do have a few of those teams that are in the top 5 itself. But then, on the other side is where the conversation can very well just lead down to what Ocean was mentioning. Get into those fights, never mind good fight or bad fight. The best you can walk out with are some kills, are some points. And with that, let's move on to the casters, the boys who are joining us virtually, it is none other than XP and Blay.
Well, thank you very much for that. Oh, this is a new transition, cutting
like
in
this.
with a wipe effect and everything. But thank you for that, Blotter, and of course the two other two good-looking, wonderful gentlemen on the desk, of course, Johnny and Ocean as well. Grand final today, XP. I decided to put in a little bit of effort as well. I decided to wear clothes for a change, a bit of a tie as well. I like your tie. It's very polka dotty, very shiny, just the way you are.
Just the way. Wow. Oh my goodness, that was a genuine compliment coming in from Blay. I mean, you made me speechless. But again, I love the fact that you put in the effort. You have that red tie right over there. It's nice. How does it feel like actually dressing up for a change, Blay?
I feel a little choked, I won't lie. I'm not a big formals guy, as a lot of people might have known, but you know what? And especially when I'm sitting on my gaming chair, I'm in my bedroom, and I'm wearing a tie. It is a little contrasting, but you know, it is the final day of the PMPL Championship, right? I mean, this is something that I believe deserves a little bit of extra coming in, not just from the players, not just from the production crew, but also us as well, because we are the ones who are trying to narrate the action and do our very best. And one thing we've seen so far in the past 3 days has been some teams performing to the level we expected, some teams kind of failing to deliver, but also the story of a few teams who have defied all expectations and have managed to claw their way to a top 8, a potential top 5, maybe even a top 3 finish. And we're going to be finding out how everything's going to play out here, XP. Miramar is where we're going to be finding ourselves here in the second game of day number 4, the final day about to, well, it's already started out with the first game here, and here we are in the studio, and there is a plane path. It's going to be starting right on top of prison and ending all the way to Astoria Almuda.
Now, I like the fact, Ahumada, there you go. And I like the fact that, you know, we are pretty much splitting the map in half, so all those distant drop locations are not going to be so distant after all. But again, I like the fact that, you know, I'm kind of upset that this journey is coming to an end, because 5 more games remaining, including this one, and I have a big question that I'm sure a lot of viewers have on their minds as well. Is it going to be a Mongolian 1, 2, and 3? Now, DRS Gaming, they are in the 3rd position with 182 points. However, Blay, the fact that they pretty much ended the last game sans any points, 0 points for them, and APES, although they just had 5 points, they're going to be slowly creeping up towards that number 3 position. And well, we don't need to talk about Zeus, because these guys went all out as expected, getting a massive 13 kills for them, although they did finish 5th, if I'm not wrong, but 2nd in the overall rankings as far as that game goes. So again, I love the fact, Blay, I love the fact that the competition is razor thin. Now, you might assume that 2A, they have that good lead up top. They've got 245 points, but we keep saying one good game can change it all. One bad game can change their fortunes as well.
It does. It definitely can. And you can take a look at the kill leaders as well. And you have to give credit, right, to our man Action. 43 kills is nothing to scoff at. However, what impresses me so much, again, Zeus Esports, they had a slow start. They had some ups and downs. 2nd and 3rd and 4th kill leaders in the tournament so far are the members of Zeus Esports. And we might have an early skirmish taking place here. And it is Skylightz Gaming. Hong. Why is it always Hong? Why is Hong the first guy every single time to be involved? But it's not going to be Hong. Instead, it's going to be his teammate. And Jimmy, good night, sweet prince. You didn't last much that long on this map.
I like the fact that although we did see a Mini 14 in action, it was a shotgun from that distance that actually got the job done. But right now it looks like SG are going to be moving in on Hong's position. Now, Nightmares, they've got to act quick. Coco is coming in for a little bit of respite, but the fact that all members, 3 members of SG are going to be pushing in, this could be a little problematic unless he drops down, jumps down. Wait a second, he doesn't need to do that because he has that shotgun in that little confined space, and he is using it beautifully, but finally gets taken down.
Yeah, these are the fights that you really need to win. But Joker from above delivering death there. I like the way they're pushing up though. They know Leon is down. They're gonna find Chari, and suddenly XP, this is not looking good for either teams. Joker versus Coco. It's a 1v1, and Joker is gonna come out on top with a huge clutch there. That got very scary for Skylightz Gaming. And even though they had another player alive downstairs, if Joker got taken down, it would still been a 1v1. So Skylightz Gaming surviving a bit of a scare there, but unfortunately for Nightmare, it's a waking nightmare. Their woes continue. They're still going to be languishing at the bottom of the table. But 2 teams who are definitely not at the bottom of the table, are of course 1952 and DEADEYES. Guys, now 1952 XP, they had a meteoric rise in the second and third day. However, yesterday, the final few games, they didn't really have that great an outing, meaning right now they are in the 8th place in the overall leaderboards with 2 chicken dinners to their name. And of course, DEADEYES guys in the 5th place who also have 2 chicken dinners. Again, every single game here today, XP, it is going to count. And it's not just about pride. It's not just about getting a top 3, top 5 placing. It's also about the money on the line. That's a lot of cash on the line, baby.
$40,000, baby. That is a lot of moolah. And, just talking about these two teams on our screens, Blair, although they are at the 5th and the 8th position, well, for DEADEYES guys and 1952 respectively, only 7 points separate the two teams. And, well, we've seen the fact that we've kind of called it out that, the competition is getting razor thin and thinner by each passing game. However, I still have hopes for both these teams. They can still catapult themselves to those to the top 3 finish, but only if they have those wits about them and if they keep calm. Again, DEADEYES guys over here on our screens, they are going to make sure they get as much information as they can, because have a look at their teammates. They are going to spread a little thin. And, when push comes to shove, if one of them does go down, losing that one man could be all the difference, especially in a map like Miramar. We do have that RNG factor when you talk about ranged gunplay. So the more you have, the merrier, right? But again, the circle right now is a little something different than what we are used to. It is going to be a bit towards the northwest with the Crater Fields pretty much coming down in the center. But what worries me is INVE's position. Now, again, I'm pretty sure you're going to mention the Western Expressway or the highway over there, passing through Landriera. However, the fact that, you already have teams kind of hunkering down in towns, it could be problematic. But again, it's Miramar. You have a lot of options. You can sit on top of a hill, or you can bury yourselves, well, in one of these houses like SD is doing right now.
And a team who's not hunkering down in any particular position, but rather looking to catapult themselves to the top has been T2K, right? Like, they're a team who, at the middle of yesterday, I really thought like they were out of it, right? They're going to be in a bottom 8 placing, but they had a fantastic couple of games yesterday, and then, of course, getting chicken dinner in the first game of the day. Now, if you look at the points they have, 9th place, you look at the 9th position, you're like, they're still in the bottom 8, but 143 points. APES are 159. That's 16 points difference between the 4th place and 9th place. One more good game here from T2K, and suddenly they're competing with the top dog. So you can never count anyone out. In T2K, I don't know where they got the second win from, XP, but it does really get me excited. What is getting me excited as well is this very tantalizing fight which might break out between DEADEYES guys in 1952. Now, Magnet is by his lonesome, although if you look at the minimap, his teammate has arrived to help him out in a vehicle that is going to be entry. So Magnet entry, holding on to that abandoned, uncompleted building, and we have his other 2 teammates joining the fray as well. And this could be an interesting fight. Shifu, that is a bit of a mistake from Shifu, in my opinion, XP. He spotted the vehicle coming in, he rattled off shots, but he was out in the open, exposed to the bullets from Magnet, and he's going to be taken down.
Totally exposed. The fact that he was pretty much in that doorway and his entire body was on display was a little bit of a blunder. But of course, that car banging into that rock might have been a little bit of cause. Ooh, that grenade almost finding its mark had it been inside. But now DEADEYES guys are going to be on the defensive. That one just bounces inside and it does tremendous damage as Shifu is obliterated and Suyo goes down. That means Hungrybox is now going to take the fight up against Entry. Entry trying to enter from the left side, but gets taken down in a flurry of bullets. And have a look at what I see on the tippity top of the mountain behind them. It's the boys from Zeus.
They can smell the blood particles in the air. They can hear the commotion, and Icy's going to join the fray. Hungrybox doing a great job getting not just 2 knocks XP, but 2 confirmed kills as well. Right now, he's got time to go for the rest onto his teammates. So, despite the fact that DEADEYES guys, they lost a member, they had another player knocked down. For a moment there, it was a 4v2, but Hungrybox flipping the script. Now, On Top still alive. He is going to be kind of like the, I wouldn't call him the recon guy, but kind of like the contingency plan for DEADEYES guys, right? Because no one knows he's there right now. So if Zeus get a little too over-aggressive and push on downhill trying to finish off the job, they could be facing a barrage of bullets coming in from On Top. So they need to be wary. And right now, looking at the position on top of the mountain, XP, I don't really expect them to push on down any further. They're right now very comfortably in the 2nd spot. And why do you need to push it unless they have to take the fight to Apes?
Well, it looks like the Apes are bringing all the action at their doorstep as Godless has been taken down. And White is, in fact, being a bit optimistic as he moves in closer. Elsewhere, Senchir is going to get an amazing headshot on one of the members from Zeus Esports. Now, Deadeye's, guys, you did kind of mention the fact that, On Top's position was not really revealed. We're going to hold on to that thought right now because it looks like White might just cook the perfect grenade a bit to the right, but it's definitely going to funnel them towards that smoke. The question is he going to go in alone or is he going to wait for backup? Because, mind you, they still are about 50, maybe 60 meters out. Well, the backup is doing what they do best as Sanchir takes out a member from Deadeye's, guys. Now, Zeus, they do seem to be in a world of trouble, but as soon as IC is going to be picked up, I'm pretty sure they can work things around. As have a look at that, they've already started on the flank. Now you see that little cliff right in front of you on your screens. That is where they're going to pop off. But at the same time, Ably and IC need to make their move as well.
Bear in mind, all these teams are situated well within the play zone, so they don't really need to fully commit to these fights. But APES XP right now 4th position, trailing quite substantially behind their Mongolian counterparts on DRS Gaming. So they're just pushing ahead. They want to take this fight. They want to win this duel. Fortunately for the side of Zeus, the reses have taken place. And Sanchir, mind you, he's on the back lines, but he's been hitting some nutty shots with that Car 98 of his, so he could be quite dangerous indeed. Nade again cooked, a jump and a toss, and it's gonna find Godless. That is just pristine. Reply nade from Zeus deals a bit of damage, but it's not going to be too much. Hustler's going to fall down. That is unfortunate. And now Apes, despite getting the initial knock, will have to regroup and try and protect Hustler while they try and get the res as well. That's going to give a little bit of time for Zeus to kind of work their way. Then Molotov could have ruined everything, though, XP.
Had that been a grenade, it would have rolled down. Oh, actually, you know what? They're on the other side of that rock, so I think it wouldn't have done any damage. I wonder if you noticed something, Blay. It was Deadeye's guys who stole Goddess's kill, basically taking 1 kill point away from Apes, which is going to kind of hurt them later on. But have a look at Hustler. He has been picked up, and this gave Zeus the opportune moment to make their escape. And there you have it. They're all in the vehicle. And these guys are riding into the sunset. They're like, you know what, we lost a member. We're going to recuperate a little bit. We're going to get some higher ground. We're going to use our Mini 14s to good use. And we'll see you when we see you. But again, I've got a question. I've got a question for you, Blake. It's going to be about the fight that we witnessed a little bit earlier between Deadeye's guys and 1952. Entry, the moment he took his Mirado and kind of tried to ram Deadeye's guys' position, why did his teammates not follow through? Because he was the only one who was going to set up the flank. I mean, I'm sure a little trade could have come off. It was a little silly that they did not anticipate anyone behind. Anyone behind that wall. I mean, come on, whenever I see some bold action, you know me, I'm going to lose my chain of thought. But anyway, it could have been a slightly better coordinated, is all I'm going to say.
I'm going to get back to... I agree with you. Firstly, I feel like he wanted to neutralize a threat immediately, but I felt like he got a little too overeager there. And right now, this battle between 7C and DRS, both of them on top of these 2 peaks, a battle of the twin peaks, if I might say it myself.
I like that.
Now, now Fear is bleeding out, but then so is Nima. At least the res has taken place. And as long as they don't really peek each other, it could be kind of a truce because it's too far away for the utility for the nade to do much damage here. So it's kind of like a forced stalemate, so to speak, right? DRS like, all right, you guys have that peak, fine, fair enough. We're going to be watching the other side of our peak, and you guys can do the same. So I feel like they will still keep an eye out on each other, but I feel like it's a fight which neither teams can win, right? It's going to be very hard to confirm kills here because if you head on down these peaks, you're just going to be a sitting duck for your opposition.
Also, you got to keep one thing in mind, especially for a team like DRS, right at this very moment, that mental pressure is going to be building up because they are in the 3rd position and starting your day off with 0 points is not the most helpful. But what is helpful is the fact that they are pretty much in the center of the circle on those high peaks, the twin peaks, as we just mentioned, just southeast of that massive crater in the desert over there. But now the circle is going to shift a bit towards the southwest and, well, lo and behold, their position is still intact. But this is what I'm going to say. If the zone shifts further down south, I've said this before, it's going to be a tough time coming down that hill because there's only one way to go, and chances are, even if you do drop down straight away, someone is going to see those vehicles from distance, and it could be a little tricky. But again, I do believe DRS, they need to get back to their aggressive ways because if they kind of just go for the placement points, they might just change their entire game plan as an M249 is lying in that airdrop without anyone picking it up.
This is interesting with 7C though. They've relinquished the peak because we pointed out XP that they were well within the play zone, and that's True Love. Unfortunately, there's no chance of a pickup possible. This is not looking good.
Whoa.
This is not looking good. 7Cs are getting annihilated by Zeus. That's 3 kills. That 4 alive XP. Okay, I can see why they wanted to rotate, because their position there was known on the peak, because DRS obviously knew where they were, but rotating via vehicle, especially when a circle is kind of this small, the third zone's in place, and there's still like 15 teams alive, the risk analysis there seems to have failed a bit for 7C. That's just unfortunate. But I also feel like a decision which was... I don't think the benefit was really worth it.
I mean, they did kind of try to take a chance over here, but again, look at the slow-mo action. I love it. Ably rattling off those M4 shots. All are going to be pristine, all are going to be accurate, and that vehicle goes boom, and with that, 2 bodies hit the floor. But again, it was the right decision to move away from their position, especially since, yes, they were on a mountain, but it was at the periphery of the zone. And, well, like I said, you know, when you are trying to escape from the mountain, you are basically a massive target because everyone is going to be keeping their eyes out towards the open, making sure that the backs are secure. But right now, looks like everyone is going to try and move a bit closer to the center. And if I have a look at DRS's position, I do believe AJ is still going to be on that little peak where we left him last, but his teammates are moving further inland, which actually makes sense because, you know, you want to play for those positions. And if they do manage to scrape a few points, their number 3 spot on the leaderboard is going to be intact as Kaye is going to find Magnet from White. I love that name, Kaye.
I love it. And bear in mind, SD were out in the blue for what felt like forever. They finally found their way inside the play. Well, not really inside the play zone yet, but they are at least inside of the safety region, and they're making their way into the play zone. 3 players still very much alive, as APES are going to unleash onto 1952. That's Magnet getting knocked down. And bear in mind, 1952 only have 2 members here, Sharpex and Magnet. And Magnet getting down here is not a good sign for 1952, who have started to slip down the rankings. They're in the top 3, top 4 position yesterday. And this is not exactly a good start. Magnet getting taken care of by the play zone. Kaye will also fall. And Action should finish off the job here. But Astra Academy, all 4 members, they were able to... there we go, White finishing off with the M4. But APES, though... sorry, Astra Academy, taking control of this hill from Zeus Esports earlier. And it looks like it's going to pan out for them. It's going to be working out for them because they do have complete control of the region, although they will have to eventually make a move. And that's an opportunity for On Top to strike. Question is it worth it?
I mean, he's definitely hearing all those vehicles drive past him. I think he might just want to wait for the last one. There are still a couple more behind him as all those vehicles have just 1 member from APES Incorporated driving them. Now, Cooley has spotted Sandesh, and looks like, talking about vehicles, Sanchir is going to be spotted, and it's going to be Zeus from his high ground, laying down some lead as White barely makes his escape with his life, making sure he goes prone in the nick of time as Zeol rattles off a few shots now. That is a long grenade. The question is it going to be good enough? It does seem to be lobbed to perfection, just a bit off to the left. Otherwise, White would have been in trouble. Now, Sanchir and Kanik are trying to give some cover, but again, Kanik does spot Hungry Box. We did kind of talk about the fact that, you know, they are going to maybe let loose a few shots at the end, and wait a second, what is this? I mean, you don't usually see this bike being used, but...
Sharp?
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Again, 1952 survived because Kaye was coming up behind them, Blay, and in that little commotion, well,
oh no.
I mean, he survived till this point.
Yeah, but it's On Top who took him down. But that's given away his position, and now Kanik is very well aware of where a member is. What is going on? It's a shooting gallery. What? Everyone just running past him, and On Top tapping away, bursting away with the UMP. Unfortunately, not able to find a second kill. Bay, in the meantime, getting finished off. Your teams are dropping. Nightmare, SD, and 1952 will fall, and Zeol spots out White, and that is going to be some tasty revenge here. Because bear in mind, Zeus did lose a member early on. Sky has been dropped. Scry has been dropped as well by Sanchir with that Khan 88. And I beg your pardon, it's not APES they faced off earlier. It was Zeus Esports, but the Mongolians taking the fight to Astra Academy, and things are not looking good for Astra Academy at the moment. Everyone seems to be knocked down. Pika managing to heal himself up, but he might be the last last member standing. And even though Apes are just a two-man squad right now, the nade could finish off the job. Nade is going to be sailing on in, forcing Pika to make a move. The nade won't find him, but it looks like Sanchu swapping his bullets, swapping his rifle, and he just no-scoped Pika. Oh my lord, Sanchu doesn't need a scope. He's just going to 360 no-scope all the fools in the server. And Apes have just toppled Astra Academy, who I believe have just one member standing and is nowhere in the vicinity.
The last time we saw the last member from Astra Academy was pretty much near their fallen comrade. Scry is definitely going to be bleeding out, but what a quick shot that was. Yes, it was the no-scope, but the speed is what really fascinated me. The fact that Skylightz ran out of ammunition, that quick switch comes in and that's it. That's the end. That's all she wrote. But right now it looks like Zeus is taking the fight to DEADEYES, guys, as on top is going to burn to a crisp. But now, Sanchir, they can deploy those smoke grenades and get some much-needed loot. Again, a two-man squad, but a force to be reckoned with. However, Kanik is going to be on his knees, and looks like he is going to be finished. Sanchir is going to be trapped between a rock and a hard place, because you have Zeus at one end, and looks like LIT and DRS are going to be coming in for some fun at the other.
Well, that zone is kind of brutal. No one there. And it is a bit of a valley, right? A bit of a highway. Bifurcating the final play zone. High voltage, quite a number of members alive. It has been a quiet game for them. But as long as they have the numbers advantage, it can definitely be used for them. You cannot count on LIT as well, man. They've got the couple of chicken dinners on their belt as well. And right now, this battle. Now, 1-0 is uphill, a little further away from the rest of his teammates. In DRS, with just the two members alive, Mr. Boro and AJ, it has been a very quiet game. It has been a very quiet past few games for DRS, which, unfortunately meant that they have slipped down the rankings a little bit. They were the #1 team at the end of day one. Right now, they placed third, and Wanua with a perfect angle here. As long as it doesn't get spotted out by anyone else, it's going to be great. But look at Sanchir pushing in. Another team has joined the fray, and suddenly this is looking very, very exciting indeed. Jackson pushing in with the back dead, and somehow Sanchir has escaped unscathed on a sliver of HP.
The last man from Apes Incorporated driving, and well, lucky man to be alive right now. But now Ziv is going to get taken down. Jack Sheen comes in with that trade as Mr. Boro has been put in the ground as well. Now, I was kind of worried for LIT. I'm going to hold on to my thought, and it does look like DRS have been decimated in the blink of an eye. But now we are going to take the fight to Zeus Esports. You know, we were talking about that position. I was just worried that maybe if Icy spots them from that little hill that he was on just moments ago, it could have been troublesome for LIT. Oh, that's a good grenade. However, does seem like Abely is going to be behind a little bit of cover. Zeus is Icy. He is going to try and snake his way as far right as he is allowed to do so. Hopefully making it to that shack from where he can basically flank INV and give them a taste of their own medicine.
Zeus looking good so far. 7 kills. XP is looking like one of those games. And they do only have 3 members, but that should be more than enough for these Mongolians. Now, a bit of exchange of nades. No need to overcommit yet. INV with the 2 members alive, very well aware of the fact that the team right next to them is someone that is not going to be easy to take care of. Now, Legend is alive. He is also the final man left standing for PN Crew, but we also know, XP, that that particular person has been able to pull off some miraculous rounds. Winter over-facing, and Abel's going to punish him, peering around the edge of the smoke, and that is not a good start here for this battle. Winter getting taken down, Chad getting knocked down, and INV now, it's literally only quite an XPZ left alive, but now the nade is good, but it won't really find its mark. And Zeus having to take multiple fights here. Now they're going to be taking the fight against Warzone. Look at Icy just pushing up from above, but he's taking fire from his teammates, and the nade's going to find its mark. Zuan, however, getting knocked on down. The finish won't be coming in from Icy because there is a teammate pushing up, but Icy is dealing death and destruction, but he will finally fall. The res needs to take place right now, or Zeus's hopes are going to dissipate in a matter of a few seconds. Jackson pushing in, but a nade getting tossed in, and that's a perfect nade. And Zeus down to 1 member. That is Zol. He needs to take the fight here, and he's not going to find anything. INV getting helped out Lit getting helped out by INV, but INV again unleashing a hail of bullets into the members of LIT, leaving 2 members still standing in INV. It's now a 2v2 XP. There's a real chance INV might be able to just basically clutch this one out. They're pushing in, they're flanking, they know the 2 members should be, at least 1 member should be in the smoke. If they can isolate V, it would be fantastic, but Wanwo is going to get the knock through the smoke, leaving XPZ alone in a 1v2. The res is taking place as well. And now Wanuo pushing him back with the Molotov. They've spotted him out in the smoke. Quiet is quietly going to go to his grave, and there's nothing that can be done about him. His teammate has to run away. And LIT, that was a hectic fight, XP, but they come out on top.
I just want to say, well, all is fair in love and war, because they did kind of inadvertently help them out moments ago, but they did try to snuff their lives out as well, although that did not work in their favor. 7C Esports are going to be eliminated in the 5th position. I want to point one thing out. Leon was in a good position as well earlier when he did take down Chad from INVEsports and, got those few kill points for his team. Skylightz Gaming exiting the gameplay with 9 kills, which is phenomenal, but now XPZ has spotted the enemy as Hoshuan is trying to go up from the right, but he gets taken down in a flurry of bullets. Of course, that high rate of fire is what is going to help him out, but have a look at that position from Zil on the other side. Ziv, I beg your pardon. He could be detrimental right now to XPZ's assault. Now, he is one man standing. He knows that Uzi is going to come in handy, but looks like we have help from afar in the form of Oi Oi Oi. It is going to be Aussie putting him down on the ground, which means, wait a second, is he still alive? Is INV still in it? No, they do get taken out. They do get taken out in that confusion. We're down to the final 2 teams as APES Incorporated are going to be taken out as well, and I like it. It's been a while, Blade. We haven't seen an even-Steven matchup right at the end. Now, this is going to be brains over brawn, but it looks like Cooney is going to be happy with the brawn part. Wait, what?
Oh, Cooney, that is just pristine rifling action from him. Jackson does reply back, finding Aussie. So at least that's 1 knock going the way of LIT. Now, the res for Wanuo is looking unlikely. Now, Jackson's going to heal himself up, so at least have 2 alive and kicking. V has a little bit of time to patch himself as well. That is good. The Molotov could be perfect. It's going to be tossed in deep. It is a little too deep. Unfortunately, Assassin trying to cover his teammates. He's going to get finished off. And now the res, it does take place, but he needs to heal himself. And Extreme out in the open caught. Aussie's very low as well. One is all it needs.
Wait a second.
But Aussie's going to clutch it out for his team. And High Voltage, that got really scary. But they pulled it off, XP.
Wait a minute. That came down to the final HP, the final sliver of HP, and High Voltage getting the job done in pristine fashion over here, winning the game in Miramar. But let me tell you one thing. You did kind of brush up on the fact that, LIT are really emerging the way we kind of expected them to. Now, it may be a bit too late, but boy, oh boy, did they put up quite a show. Again, a phenomenal ending to this round. It could have actually gone either way, to be honest with you, because, Zeus was still in the game, APES was still in the game, but it is what it is. And again, that was amazing. I thought LIT might have done it, but looks like High Voltage kept it.
It did come down to the wire, though, but a very fitting end there. And it's not a job to break this one down. We have the desk coming up after a very short break.
Boy, oh boy, what a final day this is turning out to be right here at PMPL South Asia Championship. Incredible synergy being played across the board from so many of these teams, and it is all thanks to OPPO F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook up your fun. Let's quickly move on to, of course, Ocean and Isopajani. Lads, did you guys anticipate that, by the way?
Well, not really.
They did not.
Yeah.
But that's the surprises that the final day can actually bring.
True, exactly. I mean, we were having this conversation while watching the game, and I was like having my mind blown, and Ocean just said, today is going to be crazy. And it is crazy indeed.
Yep, with that, we've got the MVP coming up on our screens. And again, I'm in Jason from DEADEYES with 5 kills.
Wow.
DEADEYES, the way they've got day number 3 in their favor, day number 4, honestly.
I mean, every day they have last few games in their favor.
Yeah.
Today they have the second game in their favor. I would love to see what happens when the momentum actually continues for them. But well, High Voltage as well doing really good. But talk about this lad. 5 kills, 766 damage. Today, 2 MVPs, no assist done by either of them. 235 healing done. But talking about, the top players, that's where Skylightz Gaming's Leon is. Abely and Sanchir from Zeus and APES.
Zeus this time were sort of put in a tricky position where Godless, one of the star players for the team, was taken down earlier on in the game, and so the other lads stepped up and they still managed to get those kills. What did I say? For them, it's like kills in a match are guaranteed to come. Even in this game, had Lit not been there, they would have been in a really interesting fight against it. It was an interesting fight going on against the players of INV, and as we talk about Skylightz Gaming, good early and mid game, I have to say. They weren't able to make it to the late game stages, but still they managed to make sure that they were securing those points in mid game.
Definitely. Talking about the match summary, right? 5 kills, that was the highest number, but talking about the most utilities in that too, in Miramar, only 12?
Oh, that's
You have to be kidding me.
Yeah. This match was all about those gunfights.
It was, but you know, talking about the covers, talking about the circles
Yeah.
and everything, like sometimes players need to use it, but still 12?
Well, it is turning into, like you guys just said, an exhilarating day indeed. With that, when you talk about this match, let's move on to the match ranking. And it was High Voltage bringing in that active play with chicken dinner and 9 kills. That leads them to 24 points.
Also, have to talk about that final charge from DEADEYES towards the players of High Voltage. The lad had any HP left on him, and he still managed to make sure that DEADEYES weren't the ones walking away with the chicken dinner in this game. Good performance put on display by the players of High Voltage. And as we were talking about performances, we were talking about this during the match itself as well. The situation that's there between Astra Academy, DRS, Zeus Esports, and also APES. APES, let's not forget the team sitting on the 4th position.
As of now, Zeus is getting points while Astra Academy did not. Previous game DRS did not, this game DRS did not. So all in all, I don't know what I'm expecting by the end of, I don't know, maybe 5th game, what I'm expecting going in the 6th game, because APES, they are, you know, gathering those points. Right now, there are a few other teams as well that are gathering the points for themselves, but like, is it too late? Is it too, you know, like, where are we heading with the games? With the next game, things might just change a lot.
Exactly. I would say it's 4 games too early to even predict.
Yeah, I mean,
you have to probably wait till the final one.
The first 2 matches in themselves have been really interesting. Both those matches, we have had teams from the 2nd page that have done really well.
Yes, and that is again just going to make it that much more of an incredible play. As we move on with the conversation, let's bring up the zone analysis coming in from this game.
I mean, towards the northwestern side of the map, already in the early game stages, we see the cluster forming towards the crater fields area.
Yeah.
And it is a really interesting place to be in, because if the circle keeps on moving with these standard shifts, then, I mean, you will have to absorb a lot of pressure in the city in the center, but that did not happen. We did have the circle sort of moving in towards the south, towards the El Pozo situation, and that is where, I mean, at one point, not this circle, but after this one, we see the death trap forming towards the western side of the circle.
I mean, there was a thing, right? SDGaming, lots of zones, they were only in the blue circle. I know what happened with the team. I know what was the communication going on with the players, but as the zone just moved from crater fields to El Pozo, the teams did start forming up the clusters. This is where I said, you know, Zeus will have a really comfortable spot in the center of the zones, and after the next zone, you know, they even started moving up. Look at this. Zeus, they just start moving up. They do go in because they have a proper open area. So does SG, so does INV. So any team that actually gets the vehicles first and move in. But the only mistake that Zeus did is moving pretty close to Lit and INV also just coming up from the backside. So this is where this team was caught off. But High Voltage, look at this. On to the other side, away from the fights, plus the cluster of their own players that they had. APES, Sanchir was the last one remaining, Legend was the last one, Memo was the last one. So all those 4 players had a proper breathing space.
Also, I mean, if we look at this particular situation, like the circle before this and this one right here, you do not want to move in the center unless you are forced to move there, because it's like a bowl, right? You have these mountains surrounding that road, and it's going to get really tricky if you are the one inside earlier on. You are the one getting spotted, or you will get shot at from every single direction. Everyone will try to pick up those easy kills that are there right in front of you. That's why everyone was trying to fight on the edge, and as fate would have it, High Voltage would be the ones on the least clustered part of the circle. I mean, don't get me wrong, they still had to fight their own fights, but it wasn't as chaotic as Zeus, INV, DRS, SG, Lit being present on the western edge.
Absolutely. I mean, Astra being there, Apes being there, that was just a wonderful turnover wins. It was like that blood triangle that was being created amongst them when it came down to that position. But with that, let's bring on all these moments together through the OPPO F90 Pro moments.
Yeah, and right from that, the fights did start happening. Stalwart, they are getting those points. But this one was amazing. I mean, shotguns being used from both the sides. One side S1897, the other side DBS. Well, I mean, it's a good start. Whatever you can take.
Yeah, you have to take whatever fights you can take, and with whatever you have in your hands. And then there was this entire fiasco with the players from 7C Esports taking up a fight against DRS. And that was also a really interesting situation, but as we move forward in the game, this Miramar, usually we expect players to be fighting long distance like this, where we have those bold actions, those DMRs being put to display. But it looked like this time, I mean, most of the fights did actually come up to a closing point with those close range combats.
Yeah, but this is where, Miramar gets its own beauty. There might be players around those rich areas, but if they spot you, they will take you down. And if you're onto the rotations, because in Miramar, after third, fourth circle, rotations are most important if you're not inside the circle. So your opponents would love to, gather those points, and you become vulnerable in those situations. Again, this is the fourth, fifth kill that we are seeing with the players moving.
A lot of mid-rotation pickups this time. A lot of mid-rotation pickups.
Oh,
what's this?
Yeah, I mean, and that's Miramar for you, right? All these things just combined.
That was a blind bolt action tap right there. And, well, if it hits, right?
Yeah, if it works, right? But moving up forward, after this, Zeus, they did try to, defend the area, but those throwables that were being used, and they were just moving up forward. They had no movement onto the backside. Yeah. They had just one angle, and that is to take down one team. But after that, slowly and slowly, when we move forward, we'll be seeing those one-inch movements, and this is where the final fight was happening. And still, well, HIGHVOLTAGE did manage up good.
Keep watching the HP of Aussie right there. I mean, or the HP that he does not have, because he did not have anything on him, but he still managed to win that fight. And at the end of the day, that is the most important thing. HIGHVOLTAGE walking away with the chicken dinner in this game with those 9 wonderful kills that they were able to pick.
I mean, ouch moment right here through the damage graph. For so many teams.
And especially for DRS, I would say. They have damage. Kill conversion was something that was missing in this game, and it's important now. It's the second game that has went down like this for this team. Talk about Zeus, talk about Skylightz Gaming 9 and 7 with 12, 38, 14, 61 damage. Talk about HIGHVOLTAGE 9 kills, 1, 222. Like those numbers are good, but the teams that had a high damage and no conversion, well, the upcoming games. It's not just that the games are moving on. It's also the top 3, the position that they were in, the comfort zone that's just being snatched away from them.
Absolutely. I mean, 4 games remaining. 4 games remain for the day, and the storyboard couldn't have gotten that much more exciting. With that, let's bring on the overall standings, which is the storyboard as I like to call it. And in that, we do have Astra Academy, of course,
30
keeping
points.
that lead.
30 points.
30 points.
30 points, 30 points. Zeus, 30 points.
It's closing in.
Yeah.
They are closing in real quick.
And not just them, not just Zeus closing in on Astra Academy. APES is closing in on DRS. That's a 9-point difference right there between the two teams. And not just APES, DEADEYES guys closing in on APES from the behind. 164 to 174, 10 points separating the teams. PN Crew is so close, 160 points. The teams are catching up.
I have a vision in my mind. Imagine if a top 3 is with Mongolian teams. I would want to see what sort of a gameplay do they bring after that. Like, suppose, maybe, I don't know, DRS is here on 3rd, but what if APES goes to the 3rd? What sort of a mental change will be there in their own gameplay? What sort of a comfort zone will they bring? And DRS, well, next game should be theirs in order to, catch up Zeus once again, because Zeus is not the only team that we are seeing right out here. Astra Academy, and less number of games, well, it will be a tricky affair.
But here's the thing. From DRS's perspective, catching up to Zeus is a realistic goal. For APES to do that, they have to play phenomenally in the next 4 matches. They can't mess up a single game if they want to take the 2nd position away.
APES is so balanced. Look at this placement points. Like, they are, but HIGHVOLTAGE, this was a decent game. T2K had a decent game.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know which team from here is going to be just, jumping up forward, because as of now, you remember the day started 1952 was on the first half of the table. They have been taken down, but Now moving up forward, 7C, INV, SDGaming, Nightmare. Well, if it's coming down to YOLO strats, we might see a chicken dinner from these teams if it's going down to the YOLO strats.
Fair enough, yeah, absolutely fair enough. But I mean, when you talk about that first page, I do want to believe that APES should be the one that could maybe take a chicken dinner. That team is looking good, but again, it is based on where exactly will they be positioned into the game. And the circle and who's surrounding them. That is what kind of worked in High Voltage's favor this time around, to be absolutely fair.
If they do, it's going to be top 3 teams, top 3 Mongolian teams out there. And then I would love to see what the later half, like the 4th, 5th and 6th game goes down for. But I have hopes from DRS as well, because we know this team, they love the challenge. I've been saying this since yesterday, I know, but they do like the challenge, and I would love to see what they do in this, because no doubt they are in top 3. It still is a high pressure situation.
Talking about pressure and challenges, Stalwart Esports were brought to the 8th again, so I want them to take the next game so that they can at least get away from the 8th position again.
Whoa, I see
he's getting
this
close.
guy. Look at
Raznova is going to be really happy right now, mate.
I mean,
there are
top 6. 6 people from Mongolia.
8 in top 10.
8 in top 10. But I see he's going to reach 10,000 for sure. Survival time is with action. Kills are with action. Zol is out there with the kill department. What is happening? What is happening?
I mean, yeah, but it is that consistent high survival time, as we mentioned, that is keeping action in the fight, along with obviously those 43 kills that he has in his hands. But that survival time, that is going to be the key to the situation of the MVP ranking. Let's see what is going to happen after the next game and at the end of the day.
Absolutely. With that, let's get the day moving on along. Let's move on to the schedule. That is going to be bringing up Sanhok, the final Sanhok of South Asia Championship. What do you guys want to predict?
I said it. I mean, I want Stalwart to perform like get off the 8th, move up the ladder. That is something that they have to avoid. Otherwise, we know what happens once they reach the 8th spot. They're like there for at least 2-3 matches.
I'm not predicting, but I would love to see the 3rd and 4th place skirmish, DRS and APES, all in all. Maybe APES get it, maybe DRS get it, but all in all, it's going to change the structure in the upcoming game for sure.
Yeah, most certainly will, because again, when you talk about that structure change, well, the structure is falling a little bit for so many of these teams, because after all, there are only 4 games remaining. We're going to be jumping into the 3rd one for the day, and that is where we shall see at the middle ground. After the game is where we'll be. At the middle ground, where exactly is that storyboard going to be leading towards the end of the day. With that, enough banter. Let's move on to the Panda Bros, who are going to be taking you through this game. It is none other than, of course, Necro and Pain Fixers.
Well, thank you so much, Lakshay. And here we are. Final Sanhok, and well, what a storyline it has been. I mean, almost Zeus catching up on Astra Academy, just 30 points lacking, and I think considering the form that they are in, it's pretty much doable. I think it's going down to the final game of the evening, but then again, the miseries of DRS sort of continue, because they haven't really been amassing quite a lot of points right from the very get-go. But now, coming down to Sanhok, we know this is one of those maps where DRS really struggle a lot. So what do you feel about it?
Look, struggle is there, that's for sure, but one more main point over here is that APES is not really far behind DRS. On the 4th position, really much. This game is so important for DRS. This is pretty much a life and death game for them. If they lose this one, they're going to be moved down to 4th position, or 5th maybe. And APES will be moving to 3rd position. That means all the top 3 teams will be the Mongolian teams.
Alright, I need to let that sink in for a moment, because the Mongolians coming in, they are conquering it all. And that being said, let's just dive into the rainforest of Sanhok and find for ourselves who's going to take a chicken in this one. And we know for a fact that DEADEYES have almost been one of those strongest competitors, always sort of trying to survive till the very end. We did see players of 1952 also pull off a really good game. So let's see what happens as we head on towards Sami. But either ways, teams never had that trouble dropping off onto their desired drop locations in Sanhok.
Exactly. I mean, usually in a pretty small map, you can probably stretch your parachute away till those ranges, so you don't really have that much of problems going on to your located positions. So all the teams are pretty much chilling, but now in a map like Sanhok, it's pretty much like more kind of zone dependent. You need to be in the circle, in the time, in those late game circles. We have seen, sometimes you do get caught off guard in those rotations and stuff. So prioritizing zone more, especially in the map of Sanhok, is really important. If you're not going to be doing that, of course, things won't really be going in your favor. So it doesn't matter if you are able to get on your drop location pretty much easily. What matters is how much time you're wasting off the bat.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you have no really time to delay, but here we have Demon almost taken down by Kaye. Does have a weapon of his own, but eventually the results are going to be the same with him faltering down. And right off the bat, Skylightz Gaming, not a kind of a start that they would have anticipated for themselves. But either ways, SDGaming. Now, we did witness, high voltage getting that chicken dinner in Miramar. And we're sort of privy to all these things happening, right? We sort of are accustomed to the teams that haven't really been getting a lot of chickens, get those in those final few days. Because now they do realize for a fact that they have nothing to lose.
Exactly. I mean, now SDGaming took out one lad of Skylightz Gaming. On the other hand, trades happened as well. Bay went down from the lads of SDGaming, but Kaye is a man who actually got the opening for them. The first blood, as we like to call it.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what we've been expecting from the HTM region, aren't we? I mean, the dark horses, or that is what they were called for. But, apart from LIT, the remainder have sort of fizzled out through that entirety of the tournament. But now, taking a look at things, we've seen that hybrid circle again, but this time somewhat inclining towards the eastern side. So maybe a circle around the boot camp, or maybe on towards the southern side is where we're going to see things ending at. But 7C, they're in pursuit. They've spotted out the players of Nightmare and got to see if they can actually find a knock. But, well, it's the other way around as Nightmare find an opening on towards 7C.
Nightmare. Seems like for now, they are probably the Nightmare. For the first time in this whole tournament, they are proven to be a nightmare to some team, which is a good thing, I mean, better late than never, as we like to call it, but it's a little too late in situations like these. Already third game going on. Only 3 more left in your pocket, Nightmare. That's when you need to prove your mettle and take a look at that seamless aggression being shown from the lads of SD. Joker. He's out in the open, and that was kind of a questionable move from his side. Even though he heard him pushing up, he still stayed on that rooftop, which I don't really get why he did so.
I mean, that's a disaster for Joker, considering the moment he lobbed that grenade and it did not fetch him a knock, that's the moment he realized, I'm done for. And he already started calling his prayers over there, but 7C, already having lost out on Smokey, Memo's knocked down as well. It's all come down towards Rick and True Love. But blah blah blah. In the meanwhile, finding Leon from afar will of course confirm that kill, and T2K are off to a good start.
T2K doing fantastic for now. I mean, first game was there, so opening has been pretty much fantastic for them. Maybe this whole day will be good if they just keep on continuing the way they played in the first game. For now, things are looking pretty safe for almost all the other teams other than Skylightz Gaming. One man is pretty close to the rest of the lads of SD there, so he is definitely not enjoying his stay in overall pond.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it's a certain silence as we have Memo, which is scouring the land, searching for Rosh. Wants his loot though, but in the meanwhile, Chari taking things into his own hands. But, well, to be honest, he does not really have any other options. But Kaye and Ken BB, what are they up to? Can they wipe him out? Chari having spotted Ken BB, but from the sidelines, did not really see this one coming. And that being said, Skylightz Gaming taken really early exit on the 16th spot.
Fantastic stuff from the lads of SD. But I kind of feel bad for the Skylightz Gaming there. 13th position in the overall boards. If things are not really looking good again for their side, this can be pretty much unfortunate for them. On the other hand, look at this. Nightmare Hong, pretty close to the lad of Godless there. And it seems like, well, I mean, he is trying to be as safe as possible, trying to be a silent assassin for now. Not moving an inch, not moving a single muscle.
Yep, and I think that's wise. he is trying to go suicidal, considering he's just waiting for Godless. The moment he steps in, that's where he's going to strike. But look at Uzim having spotted out Memo completely, out in the open with just a sliver of HP. And any single moment he might take a few shots. But 7C are the one that are going to be retaliating. Gotta see as to what happens. Stalwart, in the meanwhile, Uzim, Crypto, in just one compound. But right now, they need to get this knock on towards Memo.
Memo. His back is pretty much exposed. Thank God there's no one really at his back. So he's pretty much safe for now. But again, the only man there if the backup fire is there from the back lines, but it doesn't matter. He's way too close to the enemy territory. And Stalwart Esports pretty much has the entire control of this area. So Memo, I feel like he should back off to that rock.
Yeah, he certainly has to. But, for that to be done, there has to be a window being created. And I really want to see where the other players of 7C are, considering Memo does have that Tommy gun, 50 bullets. If the players of Stalwart just make those brave and bold moves, they're going to be eaten alive. Now, Crypto has taken some massive damage. Hasn't really gone for the heals, though. Does he have enough first aids? That's a big question.
Definitely does. PM Crew do have that kind of heal control in the backlines of Stalwart Esport. I'm pretty sure a little bit of kind of ruckus being caused from the lads of Stalwart will draw their attention to this fight. Crypto is well aware of his backlines, but look at their med situation fixes. Stalwart Esport is not really looking good on meds, and this is where 7C is wasting so much of their time.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, somewhere down the line, this battle has sort of turned into a stalemate. But look at all these teams sort of congregating on towards the center. Now, Astra Academy holding the bootcamp area. They do know for a fact that Zeus is on their tails. And the way Zeus is playing, they are here to win. They cannot just settle down again at the second spot. They need that first position. They need that crown. And I think they are already in pursuit of that, because staying right beside Astra Academy, just waiting for them to be in a very sticky spot, and then maybe rattle them down with bullets and end their misery. Oh.
They're still in the same position. It's kind of, it's kind of weird. I find this kind of weird. Like, the map of Erangel is where we see those early actions going on, and the map that you expect those early actions to happen, especially smaller map like Sanhok. This sort of things are taken so slow. I mean, yeah, in the start, there were 2 kills being, flied away. The entire squad of Skylightz Gaming did go down. But after that, not really a lot of engagements happening as I am talking about it. Another man went down from the lad of Stalwart Esport, and it's going to be the big man falling apart.
Yeah, it all comes down on towards Crypto, who barely survives with a sliver of HP. Now, does not really have any meds. Has to retreat back towards Johnny. Maybe ask him for a few first aids. But Uzin, I believe he's done for.
He's down to such low HP. Memo as well. Pretty critical health for him. Johnny did an incredible job tacking him up by quite a lot. Crossing the roads out in the open. Luckily, no one from the 7C squad is providing that enough cover on the side of Memo. I feel like they need to reposition themselves. The rest will be there from the side of Stalwart Esport. Uzim kind of crossing the way. Memo moved out of that, overall angle at the wrong time. The timing was in the favor of lads of Stalwart Esports for now. Healing himself up, bandaging himself up slowly and steadily. And this is where Memo finds the right moment to back out from this fight.
Oh, this is smart. I like this from 7C. He knows that he does not really have a lot to contend with. And either-wise, Johnny will, of course, get that knock. And he's a goner there, isn't he? Because there's no chance on earth that 7C might want to commit in for the revive. Because trying to do that is basically knocking the doors of death. But now, that being said, the circle has taken a shrink. We are seeing, again, that hybrid circle being formed right in front of our eyes. We for sure do not know where it's going to end.
That's for sure. Stalwart Esports, take a look at Uzim down to such low HP. Meds are lacking there. Maybe they should finish Memo there. At least they will find a little bit of meds on it. And they did have a few bandages there. Maybe that would help them out for a while. Turulov spotting out the entire squad of Stalwart Esports. Any more damage can be pretty detrimental for them.
And there you go. Memo being taken down. And somewhere down the line, I really thought that maybe PN crew would want a piece of the pie. But eventually, they are heading on towards their own safe heaven. And avoiding those fights, they're playing for the positions. And given the right circumstances, given the right window of opportunity, they might just, come back into this fight and have a piece that's lying around. But now, as things are, we've got Killer spotting out Hoshwan. Now, this knock might just be big, but he said he seems to have escaped. Oh,
no! A little too early to make that statement, Fixes, because this aim is on another level. He did find him with that 2x, and now Zevil has his sights locked onto that doorway. He does know someone will make that mistake to peek out of it. The rest should be there from the side of LIT, and shouldn't really be that big of a trouble for them. But it seems like, no, the kill got confirmed instantly.
Yeah, I mean, considering the fact that, even Apes are on the back lines, they've taken control over the hills. And, yeah, the boys over here from PN crew, certainly, I mean, you give them that opening and they're bound to strike. And I really felt for once that, yes, he sort of has messed up on his shots, but the next time he shows up, he does connect it absolutely right. And in a turn, he gets that knock. But right now, taking a look at DRS, they finally managed to, make a quick rotation, getting inside the circle safely for now. But, it all comes down when we get to see that next shift, the curveball that we've always been talking about. Now, Wanu, he's given up his position. He's on the outpost. Now, you're really exposed when you're up here. You get a lot of vision. But apart from that, it does come up with that trade-off.
And look at this. It's like a trench war going on here. Both these teams in their own houses, peeking out those windows, shooting a couple of shots, getting back in. Bullets being kind of exchanged from the both sides, but don't really seem like any of them are finding any connections. So both these teams are looking pretty safe. Airdrop 3 on the way, and this is what my friend Ocean likes to call it as the demon of a weapon.
I mean, forged by the devil himself. And right now, Astra Academy, if they get their hands on it, I mean, they've almost gotten an upper edge over all the other teams. Wanu spotting out Rick right out in the open, still waiting for him to expose himself just a little bit. Okay, there you
Seems
go.
like action is going for it. Oh, now you do not want a man like him to get that airdrop, do you? Well, it seems like, yep, he realizes.
He needs to drop it down, though.
No, he realizes that it's a little too out in the open, and...
No, that's a good way.
Oh, yeah, okay. He threw the nade to actually drop it down. Now he can loot it peacefully, get that for himself. Oh, ghillie suit as well. I mean, maybe we'll see a snaky action this time.
Considering you're in boot camp right now, this ghillie suit sort of makes you even more visible. I mean, imagine in the concrete jungle, you've someone having a ghillie suit and roaming around. He's ought to get punished. But right now, that's for another day, considering how the zone is really favoring the boys from Astra Academy. But we have seen circles like this, right? It eventually tends to shift towards where Zeus is, or maybe towards the backlines where 7C are.
Zeus, though, look pretty close to the lad of Nightmare Gaming. Still in that same position. Imagine he doesn't really have a lot of loot fixes for the late game. And this is what you really need to out-survive those later kind of fights and later kind of zones. You need that kind of comfortable loot for yourself. If you're not going to be having those, then we do know what can happen. Hong, of course, the last man alive from that squad. I feel like he's not going to be staying alive for a longer time, though.
Yeah, I mean... Let's be honest and be brutal about it. Nightmare had their fair share of games. They had their moments. But in terms of overall standings, they haven't really been doing good, to be honest. And, now that is one of the teams that we can really rule out of having a chance to enter the top 8, considering the circumstances, 58 points. But now what we really need to focus is on APES. Can they take that third spot away from DRS? I mean, considering the kind of plays that Sanchiv did with that bolt action, getting those far knocks and that one no-scope over there in that really, really sticky situation. That sort of proves how good this player is in terms of his mechanical gameplay.
Exactly. But also one thing, keep this in mind. DRS is still alive with all 4 members, so this might be one of those consistent games for DRS. On the other hand, if Apes want to actually overtake them, they will have to get a kill-heavy game for themselves, including that chicken dinner, or at least 2nd or 3rd place. That would give them a decent amount of placement points.
Yeah, I mean, Apes have been a team that has been really prioritizing on those positionings. They have been getting those consistent spots and a decent amount of kills, nevertheless. But one thing they've not really gotten is their chicken dinner. But look at Sharp. Oh, Extreme moving right in front of him as High Voltage have decided to make this the safe heaven as Tofik gets spotted down. But the trades are going to be coming in as Magnet will get one for himself as he will be shooting another player down. But no, does not really connect as Cooney, he does prone down in the grasses and somehow he finds the knock over there.
He did find the knock. Sharp wants to confirm the kill. He did there. But Extreme is there in the back lines, instantly providing that cover, taking him down within a blink of an eye. A little bit too greedy to confirm that kill, I would say.
You know, I really could not understand how on earth could 1952 mess this one up. Because, you know, you've got a squad pushing right on towards you. You were the one supposed to be aggressing. You are the one supposed to be applying that extra bit of pressure. How on earth could you just let them down? You know, somewhere down the line, trigger discipline, it's good. But sometimes you need to be aggressive. I mean, High Voltage was not supposed to be alive in this fight. They should have been eaten. But seems like it was the other way around. But that being said, we are looking at the circle taking the shrink again. Now, DEADEYES, they've got Shifu Sir knocked out. And I'm starting to ponder as to how they're going to get inside the other side of the island.
I mean, it's going to be kind of a tough task for them to do so. SDGaming right next to the lands of TDK. Things are getting pretty heated up, and this next circle favoring the area of boot camp, and you all know what that means. Astra Academy domination is on the way.
I mean, it is, but you know, I'm still gonna be, you know, keeping my money on that curveball that I'm about to witness.
Oh, here
Might
we
just
go.
Towards the warehouse. But Hong, how did just blown into smithereens, and that's what Zeus do, right? That's what they're known for. And Nightmare Gaming take an exit on the 14th spot with just 1 kill.
Just 1 kill. Well, 4 nades lopped in 1 little shack. Imagine what just happened to Hong there. That's a pretty brutal death, not gonna lie. It's kind of a fatality. On the other hand, here we have Nima. Oh, he has to be spotted out. Shots being taken. You don't really want to be caught off guard, especially when your opponents have that MK14, especially if your opponent's action.
I mean, look at that. He's done that before, right? He's done that in the past. You know, just lobbing those grenades through those sky holes and getting it connected. But that being said, Cordless has been taken down. It's a fight going up against Stalwart and Zeus. They're being hammered. But right now, Top from the boot camp, he's trying to take a few shots here and there. Frankie, having that high ground advantage. Gets a lot of vision, though, inside the circle, waiting for the right opportunistic moment to strike.
Zeus, look at them. The position is so bad out in the open. No cover for themselves. Even their backs are exposed to TDK. And here we have, shots being taken. Abley connecting a little shots on the blade. They're getting caught off guard. Almost could have been taken down. A little bit more exposure of his body, and that would have happened. Here we have a beautiful spot out coming out from the lad of Johnny. He has got some eagle eyes there, but now seems like Stalwart Esports are not going to be stopping anytime soon. Zeus are getting shattered one after the other. They're getting absolutely decimated, just like they were doing in the first game.
You know, this is one good thing I like about Zeus, and simultaneously it's one of the bad things as well. You know, always going in for those revives. Now, this was not a situation where Abley could have really gotten that revive and gotten out alive, considering how Stalwart would have completely pincered them down. And yes, now Stalwart wiping out Zeus. Now this changes things completely. This is where DRS need to cover up. This is where DRS need to get this chicken dinner, get themselves back in the race for the crown.
Very well said. This is the DRS's right moment. This is where you need to cover your points up. This is the only moment you're going to be finding in the entire tournament. But Stalwart, though, hats off, wiping out a big mammoth-like squad like Zeus there. Well played. This proves this team's capability and this shows their caliber as well. I mean, we already do know, man, you're having those lads like Crypto and Johnny in your squad, but hold on. I'm going to hold on to my word for now. As Zevil spotting out the lad Sandesh on the top ground, but he does have the high ground, so I feel like Zevil should watch out his peaks.
Gotta see what he's up to right now. Does not really have a very good advantage though, but look at the circle shifting. I told you! I'm gonna back my money on that, and I hit the golden spot. And, you know,
Still in the circle though, hold on.
They're still in the circle, but how on earth are they going to cross that trench, that dip over there?
Smoke.
Are INV really going to let them? No, I mean, you do not really have a lot of smokes when you drop off.
True.
And that's one of those beautiful things about Sanhok. Now, considering you've got APES also coming in, right on the sidelines, White is going to commit for the push, but how on earth could he be oblivious about the fact that Astra Academy loved their bootcamp? Pika on a sliver of HP, but still surviving. He'll definitely get that first aid up for himself.
He will. White gets taken down. Pika, beautiful job there. But the nades lopped in from the side of APES. I feel like Pika should have repositioned himself instead of healing first. The Rez will be stuck from the side of top, but he does hear footsteps coming in, so backs off. Tries to go in a defensive stance. Nades lopped in from both sides. There is kind of backup fire or backup cover being provided from the lands of Astra Academy. Scree is there in the back lines. Kill being confirmed from the side of APES as well. Two Mongolian teams going up against each other.
Head to head. And APES, they're not shying away from a fight, are they? And they're bringing it right onto Wits their faces. Now Pika being out of the picture. Now this is going to completely change how Astra Academy are going to approach this entire fight. But you know one thing, they're sort of constricted to that one compound, which can be sort of devastating for them. But Stalwart, they're under heavy fire, already lost out on one of the players. And DRS!
This was their moment to prove. This was their moment to shine, and they screw it up again. Got taken down by Stalwart Esports. Beautiful job there. Taking down the team like them, backstabbed in the perfect moment, in the perfect time. And DRS did not really kind of predict that. But only one kill as well. They haven't secured any points for themselves. Just 1 point. That's not really a lot. DRS isn't really having their day since yesterday.
I mean, DRS, their woes continue. This was their right opportunistic time, but they completely shat their pants. Right now, Hustler, he's going to be lobbing that grenade on towards Astra Academy. If one connects, they're all going inside. Look at that nade barrage coming in, one after the other. The nades are being cooked out. Now, this fight, it's going to get a conclusion right over here as Astra Academy, they also have to get inside the circle. Now, this is very, very critical as to how these teams are going to be doing, considering Stalwart have already rotated pretty early on. Now Crypto, he is going to be dishing all those bullets onto the players as Hustler. He's also in a whole world of trouble.
This is a do-or-die fight for both these teams, Astra Academy and APES. This is pretty much a do-or-die situation. Sanctuary left back in the blue zone. Stalwart Esports for now are looking pretty good. It seems like they're guarding the zone lines and they're not going to let APES cross away that easily. Sanctuary, though, still holding off in the back. Stalwart Esports, I'm pretty sure they have no clue. Are there any teams in the back lines? And I feel like Astra Academy or even the lads from APES will try to grief their game.
That might happen, you know. Top, look at him. He's got 3 players in front of this, but I think he's going for that healing battle.
Look, he only has one last first hit. How can he go for that? Now he's going to be finding his right moment, and this is where he strikes. Finds one. Pretty much the game has been griefed. Finds another kill as well. He wants to confirm this kill before he goes down. And yes, he does! Found those 2 points for himself and those 2 kills in the last nick of time.
And right now, it's all upon Uzum, who's apparently been spotted out. He's just waiting to meet his makers. And there you go. INV doing the job over there. Now look at this, you know. We're down to the last 3 teams. When did that happen, to be honest? I have no clue as to what's going on. But right now, T2K have again found themselves in the top 3. Have one of their players knocked out, but the zone sort of favors them. Now, INV really need to make a rotation inside. Now, talking about the last final player of APES, Sanchi, he is in for a heal battle. We've got to see as to how long can he survive, though.
TDK's luck is shining bright today. Even the third game zone is in their favor. This is where TDK can pull off an insane clutch, but they don't really have that much of manpower. Now it seems like it's only Frankie and blah 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 left, and it's pretty much done for Sanctuary. He does know that, so might as well just put on a overall emote and just dance and have a great time.
Yeah, the dance of death. But right now, INV, they're going to be enjoying themselves the chicken dinner, or maybe Frankie has different plans, but not this time. As Chad will find that knock, and it all comes down to blah blah blah, who eventually gets taken down, and Team INV get their first chicken dinner home. And you know, they've been waiting for it. They deserve to dance like this. I mean, I like it. The moves they're making.
Right time.
Yeah,
Let's go.
You're almost done with the tournament, and might just want to end it on a lighter note. And we are sort of privy to all these kind of teams coming up and getting those chicken dinners. Now they're playing fearlessly. They've got 3 more games remaining. And what do you think is going to happen?
3 more games left in your pockets. I mean, DRS, if you keep on playing the way you're playing right now, or in the future games, I mean, I pretty much know it's going to be a slipped away position from your hands.
Yeah, so close yet so far as DRS mess it up again. But that being said, we are going to be taking a quick little break, and coming right after is the desk going to break the fights down.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. That is where we're at for today. We've got 3 games done, 3 more remain. But when it comes to the standings, it is looking really all over the place. But it is looking real good for some of them. Well, again, we shall see how this day pans out to be. With that, a huge thanks to OPPO F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag woke up your fun. Let's move on to the analysts. Hi, Super Johnny.
Yeah.
Ocean Sharma.
YOLO strats.
YOLO strats being applied.
YOLO strats are coming up.
Yeah. And working out. Working perfectly.
They definitely are, but you know, it should not be just 1 or 2 game affair. Obviously, we'll have to see what more they can do. But talking about the MVP, 72 love right now, 3 kills, 2 assists, 26 healing done, 796 damage. Looking good.
I mean, definitely a wonderful performance being put to display by the lad, and he has always been there for his team. I mean, it has always been, we've seen in the last few days True Love live up to his true potential when we saw him in the early days with the team, and this match again bringing in the numbers for the team in terms of those skills, those survival points as well. But again, YOLO strats working out. As Ocean said, it can't be just 1 game, it has to be all the matches that are left. So at least you move up a little bit on the leaderboard and you increase your prize money by something.
True, that is so very true, but not an easy task to achieve when you know the entire lobby is gunning for the same.
But talk about this one, right? Blade is out here with 3 kills of his own, blah 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 with 4, and Astra Academy's top coming up right now with 2 kills though, but still looking really good. But on this conversation, right, top players, it's kind of a different story as compared to what we have been looking forward. We have been seeing, you know, maybe Godless, maybe IC, maybe DRS's players, maybe Action. But this time we are seeing a different variety of players, and that too a good one to start up with.
Exactly, and Top has to make it in this list of top players because of what he actually did. Stalwart Esports has so good momentum. Moving to the closing stage of the match, they had 3 players alive, they had those 11 kills in the bag, and then there was this man. Is sitting in a compound in the back lines, just healing up, sees those 3 players. He's like, alright, last first aid is done. Now need to start taking out those kills, and was able to pick up a few extra points before taking an exit.
Yeah, that's true. But talk about Blade, right? 5 assists coming up from that lad. Blah, blah, blah with 13 utilities. But Crypto, well, Crypto is coming up as well. I mean, in the upcoming few games, you wanted Stalwart to have a good game, and they did.
They delivered, but I want them to like at least get 1 more game like this, 1 or 2 more matches if they can perform like this. Like, alright, top 5, finishing top 5 in a game is good, but if you can get those 11 kills with the top 5 finish, that is going to make up for the points that you lost in terms of the chicken dinner, and that is something that this team can focus on. They have the ability to do that, and they are doing it wonderfully.
They most certainly are. I mean, when we were talking about those positions, we were looking at very close points, 155, 154. So 19 points coming in from this game for Stalwart Esports is certainly going to be helping them in terms of that boost. But INVEsports walking away with 9 kills, 24 points, and their chicken dinner. I'm sure they are going to be motivated.
Yeah, not just INV. On this page, let's see, we have INV, we have SD and High Voltage from the second page of the standings doing really, really well for themselves.
Definitely, definitely. You know, this is how it is. Apes did decent,
Yes.
as we were talking about this team, right? Astra Academy, well, they want to maintain this lead, and this kind of just helps them, as we'll be looking on to the next page when we talk about it. DRS is here, Zeus is here. Zeus did get those 2 points, DRS did get those 2 points, but a lead is a lead.
Now the 30-point lead has grown just by a little bit. More challenge for Zeus, and it is going to be a tough job to cover up the difference in the next 3 matches. I mean, this is something that this team can definitely do, but again, there are a lot of factors that you have to account for, like how their opponents are going to play. If Zeus has a phenomenal game and Astra Academy is on the second, it's not going to work out. The only way things work out for Zeus Esports, if they have top 3 finishes consistently and Astra Academy is finishing in the bottom 3 in every single game. And we know Astra Academy is not known to do that. This game was, even this they might consider a bad game.
Definitely, definitely. But, you know, yeah.
Just to carry out the conversation, I was just going to bring up the zone analysis because after all, the rotations that we saw from a few of these teams did not fall in place.
Water rotations last Sanhok, well. I mean, that's where we did not see that happening, and a team getting caught. Of course, till yesterday, I would say damage was done. Now every team knew that whatever they had to do, it was supposed to happen on this areas only. But look at the circle as the zone was moving to the right-hand side, I meant to the northern side of boot camp, the triple warehouses. So the team started forming up their clusters around boot camp. You could see Zeus on the back lines, Astra Academy onto the proper boot camp area, whilst DRS T2K, they still have to move in. Once they move in, they'll be they have to be ready for the fights, and so does High Voltage.
And bootcamp is really interesting in the sense either you get in early or you have to be gods with the fights that you pick up and finish off the players that are hiding in those buildings. Otherwise, there is no way you get inside those buildings. And as we know, the game did actually, in fact, take us to the bootcamp area. That is where everything almost came to an end. It was a really difficult challenge for a lot of these teams to build up, live up to, and to actually overcome. Also, another interesting thing that we saw was the fight that was there between Astra Academy and Apes on one side, and then you had DRS and 7Cs going at it on the other. Right here, exactly what I'm talking about. After this, we see Astra Academy take on Apes as they move towards the northern side, quite close to
the second rotation working up perfectly for them, because obviously bootcamp is also divided into 3 different rotations. One's the main building, then there's the first rotation where Astra Academy's Shri is, then Apes coming up for the third rotation to the second rotation. That kind of actually helped them in their own favor. But this one where 7C went down, after that Stalwart, they just had to move forward, and that's where they got caught off here and there.
Exactly, they were caught off guard by the players of Astra Academy, and as I was just about to say that, I mean, even in that entire sort of a scuffle that was there between those 4 teams, the one who took the most advantage of the situation was Stalwart Esports. They came in, they were able to pick up those kills, and then they moved out. Missed out on that one player left behind, and that man destroyed the entire game for them. But hey, still getting those kills, still getting those points.
And that is what matters, because eventually that is what these teams are working towards. Get those points, get yourself the lead that you do deserve, and after all, eventually, you only have these select few games remaining. With that, let's combine these wonderful moments through the OPPO F19 Pro.
This is where it all started, right? But I'm happy, again, I'm happy that no team got the area of water lines for themselves. Otherwise, every fight, you know, this is where we'll be seeing that every team got a bit of a damage for themselves, if not the kill points, because that's important. And 7C taking up Stalwart in the early stage. Well, Stalwart did fall down, but they did not stop. They moved again and again and again. And this is where the cluster of teams, once it started forming up onto the bootcamp area, it became an important area to hold on to till the end.
Yeah, exactly. It was really important. You get there early, you take control of the compounds that you can, and then just hold on till the end of the game. But oh my god, I mean, the utility uses from this team is always incredible. But this time, they did not expect to someone catch them off guard like this. Out in the open, nowhere to run for cover, and Stalwart Esports, they made them pay for what happened on the map of Erangel. This is revenge for 2 games earlier.
Yeah, definitely. But Blade getting, most out of those kill points, that was amazing. Well, Blade, he did not stop. He was just moving up forward with his own teammates. But this is where, the things just started faltering down as Astra Academy takes down one. He knows his HP bar is just moving around, but he still, does not even stop to shoot. He takes down another one, gets those 2 crucial kills. But INV, well, I would love to see that dance. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. Nice one.
Good celebrations.
It was needed. But moving on forward, this is what I was saying, right? Every team has at least 1 kill point and damage point for themselves. This is a good thing. This is kind of what would you call it? A wholesome Sanhok match that we would have wanted to see. Every team gets something out of these fights. But talking about Stalwart, well, this was a brilliant one for them. 17-15 with 11 kill points. Nicely done.
Yeah, an amazing performance by Stalwart Esports, and as you said, a wholesome game of Sanhok, I have to say. I mean, everyone was picking up those fights, getting those kills one way or the other. But in the end, another team that we have to talk about, it's going to be the team that was second in this game, that is T2K. Because T2K, this is their second game that they have had a good finish, and we saw after the first one how close they were to entering the top 8. I want to see the overall. I want to see where does this match bring this team.
Well, you bring it up. Let's move on along and have a look at, of course, the storyboard that is going to be showcasing what bigger lead have these teams made for themselves.
They make it.
Whoa! Third position for APES. DRS needs to go 5th for Stalwart.
Yep.
T2K on 7th. Oh my god. This is amazing.
Today is absolutely bonkers. I mean, Ocean was right to say it. And I mean, DRS Gaming, I believe there is going to be a little bit pressure on the team, since now it is just a 1 point difference, but still, let's see if they can.
Another prediction comes right. I'm happy. I mean, top 3, we talked about, right? Mongolian teams come to top 3. Let's see what do they perform with the next upcoming 3 games.
But still, all right. So for APES, it
not
is
that big of a lead.
Yeah, exactly. There is no safety question. Absolutely none. Because if not DRS, Stalwart is quite close to them. DEADEYES guys is quite close to them. Train to Kill is quite close to them. And I mean, it's going to take 1 or 2 games for either Train to Kill or PN Crew to 1 or 2 good games to these guys, and they can actually take away the 3rd position from APES. And for the others, DRS, Stalwart, and DEADEYES, it's just 1 match.
Well, after this one, Stalwart has become the 3rd team to reach to triple-digit kill markers. Look at how kill-hungry that team is. And the competition is Astra Academy, like pretty close with the kill department, I would say. 102, 101, 119 is with Zeus. They still need to get that 1 placement point to get them to the triple-digit marker. But talking about the other teams, 9 to 16, that's where we have been seeing a lot of ups and downs happening as T2K came up from the 9 to 16 marker to the 7th marker. So that's one thing. But later Esports, they did go down 1952. Well. This is not what we expected from this team, to be honest. We would have wanted to see a better game from them, maybe in the upcoming games.
I mean, they're still not far away from the competition, so maybe 1 good game can boost their morale, get them the confidence boost that they need to move up the standings again. But still, yeah, from yesterday to today, there has been a fall-off from 1952, which is quite unfortunate. I mean, we are rooting for this team to perform, the only team from the region of Bangladesh to be in this tournament. They were doing so well on day 1, really amazing on day 2, and on day 3 and day 4. Now they are sitting on the 10th position.
That's definitely right. But again, this is where INV is right now with 1 chicken dinner at 14th.
Yeah.
Still, they'll have to get more of them. 7C needs to get 1 for themselves as well. So all in all, I would say we'll have to see what happens in the upcoming games.
Well, again, we've got 3 games remaining. Only 3 games remaining. And the competition couldn't have gotten any more closer or fiercer, because every single game, the way the fluctuations are happening in terms of those points that these teams walk away with, I mean, it's just phenomenal. Yesterday, Panda Bros were talking about T2K bringing their lead up, and here we are talking about the same thing into the reality that has happened. So it is a very interesting conversation to be had when it comes down to the 3 games remaining. The speculation is all over the place.
Oh my god, look at this. 186, 185, 89, 69, like the kill points, the total points. But this is where it just gets interesting. 17,000 damage given, 16,000 damage taken, 23,000 damage given, and like around 20,000. Let's just keep it there. Damage taken. So I would say APES has a good ratio of that, but somehow those placement points that are coming up in the favor of DRS are actually helping them right now. But still, 1 point, that 1 point, it can change like just in the next game.
Exactly. I mean, today also has sort of been an unfortunate day for DRS Gaming. If you notice in all the 3 games that we've had so far, it has always been the case of them getting caught off guard, them getting caught completely off guard, not realizing where exactly they are going to take a fight from, and that is something that you can never account for. But on the other side, I mean, APES have been pretty consistent and have taken an opportunity to utilize the fall of DRS to their own advantage.
Well, taking the conversation away from the top 5, let's move on to the team that is on the 6th position as of now. That is DEADEYES, guys, and we do have an interview lined up wherein I believe we're going to be joined in with Hungrybox, and he should be right here. Certainly hope you're doing great and are in the right synergy and energy for the next 3 games, Hungrybox.
Hi everyone. Yeah, right now we are on the 6th position, but we can hope that any good game can change the table actually.
Absolutely, because you guys are so close. I mean, 171 points is where they sit at.
You guys need 1 game to break into the top 3. That's it.
Yeah.
1 game. I want to know from you, are you planning to still play it safe and hope that game arrives, or are you going to be like, all right, time to go YOLO, we're going to get that game, we're going to force it to come our way, force those points to come our way?
If I talk about the strategy, in the first 2 days, we were playing really safe, and from the day 3, we started stepping up our kill numbers, and in the day 4, the things are not really going into our favor till now, but we still have 3 matches. We will work on the strategies in the match, and maybe out of these 3 matches, we can have 2 good matches and we can make it to the top 3.
Most certainly, that's going to be the energy that the stage is going to be sharing with you.
Well, my question is going to be about the addition of the new teams that is in this competition, right? We talk about Astra Academy. Right from the start, they are dominating a lot. So what do you think is something different that they might be doing against the lobby that's actually helping out? And what can we see from your team in these games? Like, obviously, Johnny did ask that, but is there something else that we might just see from DEADEYES guys in the upcoming games?
I would like to secret. I mean, the strategy that are coming into the game in next 3 games. I would like to keep it secret. But obviously, the teams that are coming from outside region, they are really good. Especially talking about Astra Academy and teams like APES, and obviously DEADEYES Esports. And recently, we have been seeing INVEsports have been doing. They have been also doing a really great. So a lot of companies region, and I think, I mean, we'll have to give our 100% in the remaining 3 games to be in the top 3.
Most certainly. And of course, that is what I'm hoping that works out in your favor. Because again, you guys are on point. The synergy is working in the favor. The kills slowly and steadily are now finally coming up on board, Hungrybox. So certainly, best of luck from the stage and all the fans as well. If at all you would want to say something to your fans.
Yeah, definitely. The main reason we have been called as the comeback king because of what we have been doing from the first PMPL to the 3rd PMPL right now. D has been known as the comeback king. I mean, we always come back in the last day or the 2nd day, and that's what our fans, our supporters, our family loves about it. So I would like to request all the fans out there, all the supporters, all the families out there, just keep supporting us. The amount of efforts that you guys are doing, that is, I cannot thank you guys enough, because whenever I check my DMs or any other social media platform, I see, I mean, they still believe that we can be the champion, which is not really possible, but they still believe that we can be the champion. That is a huge, what should I say? Now, that is a huge, statement for the team. So I would really like to thank the fans out there, and keep supporting the DEADEYES guys.
Well, thank you so much once again for taking out the time, Hungrybox. And of course, best of luck for the upcoming 3 games. And of course, fans, you heard it. You heard it. Support the team. Support the team that you love. Go on. Showcase all the love that you possibly can, because this is the time that you need to do so that much more aggressively. 3 games remain. Let's jump right into it. Let's bring on the schedule. Where now we're going to be taking things back on to Erangel.
Second last Erangel. Last Erangel for the day. After that, obviously, it's going to be last matches, last Miramar, last Erangel. But this time, I would say, this is going to be an important one for, obviously, just like, we talked about top 6 teams. It can fluctuate. Obviously,
Right.
Astra Academy is there, Zeus is there, but after that, it can fluctuate heavily. And then 3 good games for a team can actually get them to a really good placement.
Exactly. They might be able to take second away from APES in just this one match if things go right, as Hungrybox himself mentioned. And it sort of brings this vision to mind of this lad standing in front of a door and forcing it open. That's DEADEYES guys right now just breaking into that top 3 position. Let's see how things are going to go. I mean, lads have been, like, there are a lot of teams that have been quite unfortunate. I mentioned DRS in the matches, DEADEYES guys as well, getting caught off guard, zone really not playing into their favor. And with every single Erangel that comes, this has been the tournament where there is no meta with the circle. Things are changing every single game, so you never know. Maybe this time it's going to be theirs.
The zone has its own game plan, right? The zone has its own way to understand what it is doing with the players, and it's playing mind games. And I would say it's not like the players are taking it as a challenge. The players are loving it.
Yes. Exactly, because the way they're jumping into the fights, as you so perfectly mentioned, Supajoni, that at moments, of course, teams like DRS are not able to, and there are other teams as well who are not able to, get the best of that advantage.
Definitely.
But eventually, it is going to be a conversation that only time can answer. For now, to get that time shortened up, let's jump right into the game. And to take us through this, we've got Blay and XP joining us virtually on the stage.
Thank you again for that, Blotter, as usual. Wonderful gentleman on the desk over there. And XP, it looks like something which all of us kind of, I wouldn't say predicted, but envisioned could happen, has taken place. With 3 games remaining in the championships, the top 3 teams are all from Mongolia. That's, wow, I think 14% of the players playing this tournament are Mongolians. 14%, 14 to 17%, something minuscule, right? There are 12 players out of 64, and all 12 of them are in the top 3. That is something.
That is something amazing, because if you think about individually, if you talk about the players, the MVP standings, 8 out of the top 10 players in this tournament right now are Mongolian. So again, if history teaches us everything, man, these guys are going to be taking over real soon in the world of PUBG Mobile. However, the fact that, alright, you did kind of bring up that it is a Mongolian 1, 2, 3. DRS Gaming, Blade, they haven't had the best of days, and in fact the last 5 games they've been sliding down. If my math is correct, 6 points in the last 5 games is...
Oh.
How?
That's abysmal. And this is a team... Yeah, go on.
Again, the thing we started off today with was the fact that it's that mental pressure, because they know that they have a lot of work to do to make sure that they hold on to that 3rd position. But boy, oh boy, buddy, it can really weigh you down from time to time.
Yeah, it can, right? And it feels like, I don't know if it's a pressure getting to them, maybe they're playing a little too passively. It's like DRS are right now playing not to lose, right? Rather than playing to win. And that could be the difference in the mentality here between themselves and the 3 Mongolian teams. That seems to be the difference maker. Then again, you can never count DRS out. They could suddenly get the 2nd win and just start to dominate all over again. But then Stalwart Esports XP, 5th position without a single chicken dinner. That's also very commendable. APES cracking a top 3 without 1 chicken dinner either. That is shocking as well. So you got to give credit to a few of the other teams as well. T2K climbing to the 7th position, and again, while we have these the total points on the left-hand side, take a very quick look at the 3rd position, 186 points, and then you look at the 8th position at 163. That's 23 points difference between the 6 teams. So anything can happen, but we aren't going to be wasting any more time, ladies and gentlemen. XP, you can see the plane path right there. It is kind of between Primorsk and the military base. It's going to be heading and ending just east of Yasnaya. Do you expect to see anything drastic when it comes to the play zones, considering it is the final, 3 final games remaining here in the championship?
I mean, anything can happen, but I'm kind of expecting the first circle to kind of form around pretty much the center of the map. I think School and Pochinki are going to be at the epicenter. But
I call military base. Base.
He calls military base. Let's see if anything is, I guess you can just take a seat back down. What's that?
You know what? That's a bit of the military base.
You got a little bit. You got a little bit, but it looks like action might break out early on. Now, you did kind of mention Yasnaya, and we were just talking about a couple of teams before this. And, well, for both the teams, LIT and DRS, they love dropping down in Yasnaya. So if DRS want to make up for some points, they need to take some fights. Like I think SDGaming has the same idea as Kayer is going to be leading the charge, cooking that grenade, lobbing it just to keep the enemies at bay with a follow-up Molotov. Oh, actually that grenade did some damage to Memo, but this could be a bit tricky. A risky move coming over here, but he does have that PP Bison. However, waiting for him on the other side of that door are shotties.
This is not going to be easy at all. SD, nothing to lose, pushing in. Turulov getting knocked down. Okay, flips spinning around. He knows someone's shooting him from the distance, but they will finish off the job. Mimo and Turulov will be the first couple of players to drop, and that's a rough start here for 7C Esports. Bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, they are currently placed. I'm taking a look here in the 12th position, and this is one of the few chances to potentially crack a top 8, which is very much doable considering how small the gap is between a lot of these teams. But SDGaming, even though they are in the 15th place right now and 72 points, XP themselves. Yeah, I mean, you have nothing to lose. This is where you go all out. This is where you just try and screw with everyone else, right?
You know, also, it'll add on to your... Wait a second, I thought they were actually going to take the fight over there, but Ken BB, of course, realized that the enemy are going to be making their escape in that buggy. So what I was saying is, it's going to add to their prowess in the tournaments to come. You know, that adrenaline is going to be coursing through their veins right now, and they must be thinking that, wait a second, if we can do this, why didn't we do this from the beginning of this tournament? But I did want to bring the map up, have a look at what's happening over here. Now, I did kind of see DRS was a bit further east from Yasnaya, so again, you did kind of say that, you know, they're not playing to win, they're playing not to lose, and that, of course, is going to throw your game plan out the window, because if a little bit of hesitancy does seem to creep in, well, I mean, we know that it can pretty much screw everything up, as it has been for this team. 4th position, 185 points, 1 point shy of APES, who, as you did mention, are in the top 3 without a chicken dinner. That is just phenomenal. I mean, we talk about consistency. These guys have been consistent. We talk about Apex Predators. The Apes have definitely been getting their fair share of kills. But again, 2 games remaining. I beg your pardon, 3 games remaining in the South Asian Championship. And you know what, DRS, they got to buck up. They got to make sure that they have the same game plan that they did on day 1 if they want to succeed. And quickly talking about a non-Mongolian team, Stalwart Esports, man, they have been really, really fascinating me with their gameplay. Again, that aggression, we know that these guys can handle themselves in a fight, right? But I like the fact they're taking chances.
I just want to point something out as well, just to kind of underline the point you're trying to make here, right? Stalwart Esports are right now top 5 with 173 points, correct? They have the 3rd highest number of kills, right below Zeus Esports and Astra Academy is 102. These guys have 101. They are 12th in placement points.
The thing is, you know, talking about this Pakistani team, I love it. I love the fact that, oh my, they can go toe-to-toe, they can go head-to-head with the best of the best in the world right now. But again, what kind of seems to, you know, give them a hard time is the fact that sometimes they can be a bit predictable, because they haven't really changed their drop spots, especially on a map like
rotations.
Right? There you go. So now the zone isn't always going to be on your side, right? So you got to be versatile. You got to make sure that you have options B and option C. However, some things are definitely working out for them. They just need to hold down to their locations and hold down the ground when they take fights. Because what happens is, if they're winning a fight, yes, they'll go in, they'll get those kill points. Yay, well done. However, once they seem to have a little bit of pressure applied on them, in my opinion, the biggest mistake that they're making is they let go of that ground. They kind of retreat back, which again looks like the right decision, but you know, you don't want to give away your vantage point. So again, I like the fact that today they've been holding the ground, and they've been hurting a lot of teams around them.
Absolutely, and that's what we want to see, right? As we do enter the final 3 games here. This is after this, of course, we have 1 more game, and then the final game is going to be taking place a little bit later on. You're not fighting for anything else apart from, this is not about qualifying for the next stage. There is no next stage. This is the championship. This is the championship finals. Winner takes all. Winner takes $40,000, as Zeus is going to find Chad from INV. And Godless, of course, the man of the hour, who he has been spectacular alongside his other teammates like Ziol. And he's going to take a safe route, running on in. Should have an easy finish here on the Chad. Locks him out. Good night, Sweet Prince. And that is going to be the first kill for the side of Zeus Esports. And for Zeus, I mean, I got to give it to these guys, right? Like, we had Astra Academy and DRS just dominate the first day, and then a majority of the second day, and everyone's like, well, looks like Zeus was just a flash in the pan, and they're like, you know what, just hold my kombucha, watch us right now, and they just go on this killing spree of sheer domination. They only have 2 chicken dinners, XP, and that's something, DRS Gaming has, DEADEYES guys have, T2K has, LIT have, 1952 has, but they don't just get the chicken dinners, they get high placings, and more importantly, they are the Grim Reapers of the battlefield. I gotta say, they are even more deadly than Astra Academy when it comes to taking fights. And speaking of taking fights, Ably is making life a little miserable here for the side of XPZ. However, a couple of knocks to Zeus means they might have to take this one a little bit more passively.
I kind of reckon he could have backed that car out straight, not turn it, but it works out for him as Ably is going to take down XPZ. Now, a little trade was coming in earlier. Zeol did manage to reach his teammate Icy, who was bleeding on the ground on a sliver of HP. So against all odds, Zeus are still a 4-man squad. And just to add to your point, it's also the fact that, yes, Astra Academy, man, they're a heavy-hitting team. However, yes, they are consistent, but it's the unpredictability of Zeus Esports. It's the flamboyant nature of their gameplay that, basically has us all watering at the mouth.
It's like if Astra Academy are classical music, Zeus Esports are jazz. They're like heavy metal, right? They're more just like rock and roll. They're like, listen, you don't know how we're going to play. We might play safe.
They're flashy in it.
we might just drop into your drop location, or we might just, play at the edge of the circle for the entire game. The unpredictability and the ability to take multiple fights. And one thing we notice in Miramar as well, XP, is their willingness to fade away from a fight if it's not worth taking. I think that is something which is lacking in a team like, let's say, APES Incorporated, and even Stalwart at times, where some fights are just not worth taking when you look at it from a bigger picture. And I feel like watching Zeus play from the group stages to the finals to the championships over here, I feel like we've seen an evolution from them just being a bloodthirsty beast to being a smart, intelligent apex predator. And that has been a marvelous journey for me, just watching these guys kind of grow and become even better throughout the past couple of months.
Absolutely, could not disagree with anything you said. I mean, beautifully said. That was actually quite nice. But the thing is, as the circle is shrinking, I kind of noticed one thing that I wanted to bring up. DRS, again, they are taking their sweet, sweet time to make it to the circle.
Where are they right
just
now?
They're still in Yasnaya, just south of Yasnaya. Now, that is something that I do not fully agree with, because they are playing passively. They are going to basically be hugging the zone as it's going to move in, as Kayer is going to fall to his... No, I think that's how we're going to call his name every single time. But Kayer is going to be in a world of trouble as he goes down, and with him, SDGaming are going to be eliminated. And I was just about to bring up a point with SDGaming. Even though we saw that action in Pachinki at the beginning of this round, man, they were relentless. They kind of chased 7Cs out in the open fields of Gutka. However, it does look like High Voltage are going to get the better of them. And with that, their ride in Erangel has come to an end. Now, High Voltage again, man, these guys have been on fire. They've been really sparky recently with their gameplay, and the fact that they are taking fights. Oh, there you go, electrifying Sparky. Wow, Angad, you can do a lot better. But anyway, they have been upping the ante, so to speak, as has Stalwart Esports. Now, this is interesting. Mind you, this is still the military island, as Johnny is going to be traveling past, completely oblivious to the fact that he might be under someone's vision. Somebody's watching them. The hills have eyes, Blame.
Oh, good reference game there. I love it. Take a look at the quick replay, though. And this was how they got wiped out. Oh, no. Oh, they were... That was a free... freebie. That was Amazon delivery.
It's like just think of Assassin as a fearless matador and the raging bull coming towards him in the form of SDGaming. That man held his ground. I mean, he has cojones made of steel, rattling off bullets, and pretty much almost getting that squad wipe.
DRS, okay. They're taking the fight with LIT, but they're peeling away. They've got a couple of knocks. They already have 2 knocks. And I believe DRS have... Okay, they're a 3-man squad, but they got us 2 knocks. And they're not really going in. Now, Wano's done for. So he will bleed out in the Omen. Nima's going to find V, even though he got the res. And there we go. DRS with a kill. Even though they have suffered a casualty with V knocked down. This could be a play for DRS. They could move on in and wipe out LIT. And LIT opting not to stick around and fight. And that should be a confirmed second kill coming in for DRS. Much better from the boys. like I said, XP, like you pointed out, XP, they've only had 6 points in the past 5 games.
That is quite shocking, but they are going to be making up for this now. One thing that actually worked for DRS right now was, mind you, LIT had this hill before them, right? Because they came in really late, as Vanuo is going to be put out of his misery, as is Ziv, as he has a car rolling over his head, and his skull goes crunch, right? You crunch the skull, you crush the skull under the wheel. Well, either way, the man is no longer in this game. But, you know, I like the fact that DRS, they didn't do what they do, or they didn't push in the fashion that they normally would approach the situation. Normally, they'd go guns blazing. They'd be like, you know, might is right. This time, they had a couple of players, Nima especially, was on the back foot, making sure that the left and the right flank is secure, and it was a coordinated attack. But the thing is, the circle has taken a shift up north. Zeus, of course, you would not be surprised to see them anywhere else except at that massive palace atop Mount Olympus.
I'm more surprised that Stalwart and Astra, they didn't knock each other out, right? Like, they've managed to cross. Now, Astra Academy, they need to be wary that T2K and Stalwart Esports are there in that, if they follow that particular path. But if they head up a little bit north, they will be able to avoid this. And Stalwart have taken quite a bit of damage from T2K, who, bear in mind, they were looking toothless past the first 2 days, but suddenly there has been a crazy resurgence from Train to Kill. They have looked lethal. And immediately with the circle shift coming in towards the northern side, XP, they're going to relinquish that compound, not opting to stick around and take the fight with Stalwart. And that's actually going to allow a safe entry for Astra Academy, but it is not so safe here for Apes and Nightmare. They're exchanging blows, a couple of knocks going back and forth. And Hong having to deploy a smoke in order to try and protect his teammate, but this is looking iffy. Look at the way Apes are spread out. Hustler hustling away. He is very low. 1 bullet is all he needs to land. Does Hong, but he won't find it. And Kanik, in the meantime, will bleed out into the ground. And Apes coming under heavy fire, and they are struggling a bit, but Suncheer is still alive and kicking, and we know what he can do.
Good presence of mind over here by the boys from NM, of course. Hong could have gone for the revive. He made sure he deployed that grenade. That's going to be big as Sanjir going to get that double knock. Down goes Rose, down goes Ryan, and now the little advantage that Nightmares had for themselves has been dissipated as INVEsports, on the other hand, are going to be wiped out. But let's just focus over here. Coco is going to try his best to make sure he at least deploys a smoke grenade or two and makes sure that he keeps the enemy at bay. Meanwhile, his teammate Hong, he's going to have that upper ground just a bit left of our screens. We can't really see them right now, but look at this position by Apes. Sanjir's position up top on that rooftop is going to be pivotal, as his teammates are going to make sure they patch themselves up. And I only see 2 members from Apes on my screen right now because they're the only 2 members left standing. Hustler, of course, you did mention, was on a sliver of HP, but he is back in the game. And now the question is, are we going to get full revives over here? Yes, we are. And Nightmares Play are once again a whole team.
A whole team. That looked kind of scary. They're from 4v2 to 2v2 back to a 4v2. Pika completely unaware that T2K are hiding and crunched down below that ridge. But fortunately for him, the bullets will just whiz past, giving him a haircut, but not quite finding him. But Action is going to fall off. That is unfortunate. Now Nightmare using the opportunity. They have the information that the 2 members of Apes are towards the left side of the screen, as you can clearly see over there. And because of that, they're going to be pushing in from the eastern side. Now Rose using the vehicle to push on in. A couple of smokes being deployed as they're going to zig and zag. Ryan out in the open. Should be careful. He's got the ridge for cover though, and providing a bit of covering fire. Great shot from him. Just maybe not that late. And Rose is going to hop on in. It's all good, XP. Everything's fine. And look at Hong's rotation coming in from behind. They're pincering the Apes. And Hustler and Sanchir, they have the work cut out for them.
Well, you know what happens when you corner a wild animal. That is the most dangerous time. And if you are going to try and cage the Apes in, you better go in all a full 100%. As we did kind of see Rose coming in from the other side. But, man, these guys are going to make sure they hold down the fort. They are going to make a stand. They know they really don't have any options to escape. As have a look at what's happening elsewhere. Looks like Astra Academy have heard the commotion and are going to be coming in, as does DRS. Now, DRS are going to be maneuvering and making sure that they have the ruins under their control, as Suncheer is going to be a little bit dramatic as he goes on against charging members of Nightmare, shooting relentlessly through that. But wait a second, looks like he did get 1 knock, but he gets taken down. His teammate Hustler now has to hustle. And it's going to be a one-on-one situation. It is going to be Hong with his AK firing off those bullets, trying to keep the enemy at bay. And, well, Hustler, can he pick up his teammate? That is going to be the most important thing right now, because I do believe Nightmare are going to do the same thing.
It's only 2. 2v2 Pika completely unaware that T2K are hiding and crunched down below that ridge. But fortunately for him, the bullets will just whiz past, giving him a haircut, but not quite finding him. And that's going to be the most important thing right now, because I do believe Nightmare are going to do the same thing. This is just a brutal battle of attrition here, XP. Hong, yes, like you pointed out, he does get the res, but he gets it a little bit earlier than Hustler's able to. And now, once again, back to the 2v3 here. Meanwhile, LIT have suffered a couple of casualties. Hojuan, rather. Or Xuan. I always mess up the Chinese pronunciations. Oh, that nade, though, could have been quite devastating. It is going to leave a dent in that car, which might make you a little bit sad, XP. But let's take a look at the replay very quickly here. Yeah, there we go. This is the fight with Miss. DEADEYES guys pushing up towards INV. Look at this push. Look at this push. It's like a pack of hyenas just pushing on in, taking them down. And here we go now. Nightmare, they're all up. They're going to be pushing on to Apes. They still won that fight. Was that a knock? No, it wasn't. Bullets being rattled off here. But Hustler has managed to heal himself, and so has Sunshiren. For how long has this battle been going on, XP? It feels like it's been a lifetime by now, but no one's dropped from Apes.
It's actually not a bad idea, considering the fact that, you know, these houses are still in the circle towards the southeast. But what is going to worry me is the fact that more teams are going to be driving off them sooner or later. And I do believe Stalwart Esports will be coming in. But wait a second, Hustler again taking a fight over here. He goes down as now Hong is going to be in a one-on-one situation. Sanchir, can he do this? He is going to be outside the house, shooting blind through the smoke. It's not a one-on-one, it is a one-on-two situation, but Hong goes prone. He hits the deck, and with that, Apes have been eliminated in the 13th position, which is something DRS are going to be happy about, but who's not going to be happy is High Voltage as they come under heavy fire.
Credit to Nightmare for knocking out Apes, man. That was a brutal fight, and what is looking rough here is Stalwart pushing in towards High Voltage. They won these kills. They won this fight. Look at them just driving on past. He gets spotted out as well. Assassin will fall, and with that, High Voltage will ride the lightning out of the server. Stalwart Esports, they are delivering here. 2 knockdown, but doesn't matter. The res will be coming on in unless Smokey spots someone through the smoke. It shouldn't really take place, though. They are also, more importantly, XP, they are in the play zone, fortunately for them. So even though the circle is shrinking further, the zone is shrinking, at least for the time being, there's a little bit of respite. I say that, but look at the next play zone. They need to make a move.
Going up north.
Oh, Johnny, he's still alive, barely, though. He has time to heal himself, and now 7C need to make up their minds. They stick around, because it's only Smokey alone. And if he continues to take this fight, he's just going to lose just based on the fact that he's going to be in a 1v4 situation.
Now, I think what is going to work in his favor is, again, if he can basically, you know, get those kills in, that means there's going to be at least 4 points for his team. So, you know, he can kind of take his chances because he should know that everywhere else is going to be occupied, as right now PN Crew are going to be in command of these few houses. The Joker gets taken down. Now Legend from inside the house is going to lay down a fire on the advancing members. Chari is the first one to come in his line of fire. Looks like SG are getting shot at from elsewhere, and now Heaven is going to be forced to take some cover, but Chari is going to be just a bit quicker on the trigger, making Legend pay. Now Killer, all by his lonesome, has his work cut out for him, Blake.
He needs to make up his mind what to do here. He's getting pushed. Sandesh bleeding out in the open. Skylightz Gaming doing a great job besieging that compound. Heaven actually getting shot at from afar. I'm not sure who took those shots. See, Leon as well, taking quite a bit of damage. Where are they getting shot from?
Zeus are going to be making the transition down the mountain, and I think they are going to go just north of the ruins, if I'm not wrong. And while doing that, they just let down a few shots over here as Stalwart Esports, the fearless men that they are, just drove past the battlefield, and surprisingly, no one really took any pop shots at them. But now Skylightz Gaming are going to be moving in. Killer, once again, we did kind of mention he's the last man standing. PN Crew are going to be in a bit of trouble. Sandesh again is going to probably bleed out unless Killer can do something drastic right now, but I guess that's the right call. He knows the barrage of grenades are going to be coming in, and good thinking. He gets out of the house. He is prone. Smokes have been deployed. He does have cover, but can he strike from the smoke without being seen? The question is, well, I've already asked the question. Is he going to be able to do it, Play?
I don't know. Right now, for the side of Skylightz Gaming, they need... Oh, there we go. He pushes out, swings out a little bit too wide there. And for Skylightz Gaming, getting this kill quickly was very crucial, right? The circle, the zone is shrinking in further. They know they're going to have to start taking fights with other teams. And the fact that one player is going to stick on around, to be alive for a long time was going to be a problem. So they eliminate him. 7C as well, the final member will fall as Stalwart Esports are coming under heavy fire from the Mongolian Zeus. with some spicy nades, knocks down Blade and Crypto. And that is beautiful. That is perfection from Icy. Icy, cold blood in his veins. He calculated trigonometry in his head and he nails it. However, Stalwart still have two still alive. They're still racking up the kills. However, half the squad just got wiped out by Zeus Esports.
Well, they did get wiped out, but let me tell you one thing. Stalwart Esports are on a rampage over here. They've amassed a lot of kills for themselves. And the fact that they've been reduced to a two-man squad just makes them that much more dangerous because, well, like I said, if you corner a wild animal, it's going to be claws out, and that is exactly what they're doing. Now, DEADEYES, guys, ooh, Hungrybox could be in a bit of pickle because I'm pretty sure he thinks he's going to be secure on the roof of that broken-down church. However, it did seem like someone spotted him from afar as 1952. They haven't had the best of day 3 and day 4, but boy, oh boy, am I impressed by their gameplay or what. But now, Uzum and Johnny, they are going to be at the periphery of the circle. In fact, I do believe there was a drop that might have just helped them out, but now the circle has shifted, and DEADEYES guys play
Smack
are
center.
the only team. They're the only team directly in the center. They're the only team with any concrete fortification as well. And, well, it's kind of poetic that, you know, it is a Sunday and the final battle is going to be taking place at a church, but, well, it is what it is.
Sometimes,
I wonder if somebody missed mass. Well, you can make up for it now.
Life imitates art, art imitates life, such is the
Amen.
way. T2K are also in the play zone, although, you know, like you pointed out, they don't have the concrete situations like DEADEYES guys. But look at DEADEYES guys getting pushed out by other teams, by Zeus Esports. In the meantime, 1952, 3 alive, taking shots a little bit out in the open. Skylightz Gaming, they did a great job keeping all 4 members alive. They're wiping out their opposition, the former PN crew earlier. And T2K, I take their name, and they just got wiped out in a span of a second. But look at Zusu, they're pushing in. They don't want to give this compound to DEADEYES guys. Yol with a wild spray, having to switch his weapons. But DEADEYES guy, they hold their ground. This fort is theirs. This church is theirs. The church of DEADEYES guys. And they still keep 4 alive. The onslaught from Zeus will be stopped in its tracks.
I wonder if a new cult will form, the Church of the DEADEYES guys. Kind of sounds sinister, and I like it, but amazing defense coming in over here. It did kind of seem like Zeus kind of penetrated those defenses. However, DEADEYES guys, they have their sights set on holding this place down, and which they did, and massive grenades coming in top, in fact, blowing that Waco to smithereens, and I was kind of afraid that SG would be blown sky high along with them, but Shifu is going to get that knock on Chari thanks to that explosion. Now 2A, I mean, have a look at that position. Not the best place to go in, and once the smoke dissipates, they are going to be visible for everyone around them to take pop shots at them. But right now, 1952, they are on the hill. It's going to be tricky for them coming down. Mind you, Play, DRS are still in the picture, and you know what? I like their position.
They're being very, very quiet. Very quiet. And look at Leon. He's mowing the grass with his rifle, and he's going to be rewarded for it. A couple of kills, and that's another team which will be eliminated. Astra Academy still in contention, though. That's 1952 getting knocked out with 0 kills to their name. And Skylightz Gaming, as you pointed out, XP, all they had were those smokes to work with, and because of that, they will be eliminated as well. They had 4 members alive just a few minutes back, but that's how the bodies are falling amongst the ruins. They will meet their ancestors in their graves. Astra Academy, though, is still out in the open, but they're lying prone, and their position isn't perfectly known by DRS. DRS in the ruins, and of course, DEADEYES guys on the inside of their church. Now, they will inevitably have to move on out. You can see the play zone is actually favoring kind of all 3 teams, so to speak. Top's position seems to be known. So, yeah, it's kind of like a waiting game right now. But if they push into the middle, there's just a few trees for cover. So it's about which team is looking to be a little bit braver here. For DRS, this is a fantastic opportunity for them to kind of turn things around, right? It's looked miserable for them for the last few games. But looking at a man advantage, DEADEYES guys in the House of God, 4 members alive, DRS amongst the ruins, and Astra Academy, Top and Scry, the 2 men surviving. And there's one thing you can never count out is Astra Academy. May it be 1, 2, 3, or 4 members, you have to be wary of the presence, pardon me. And right now, XP, it's a lull in the action, the silence before the storm, and it's a triangle of death being set up.
Astra Academy, they're going to have to move out sooner or later if the zone does kind of shift away for them. DRS, on the other hand, you have a look at those broken walls pretty much in no man's land between Deadeye's guys and DRS. That is where they need to be because they are just at the edge of the circle and looks like they are going to take a few shots. Smoke grenades are going to be deployed, but On Top's position is going to be pivotal over here because although DRS's attention is going to be pretty much focused on the ground floor of said church, On Top could really lay down the hurt from above. But also keep in mind, Shifu is going to keep his eyes on two-way. And talking about two-way, they are going to have to take a fight as Top does find the enemy in the distance. Mr. Boro gets taken down, and AJ in the split second is going to be the last man standing. Again, the smoke should have come a bit quicker.
A bit quicker, and DRS getting shot at by both the teams. And as you pointed out, On Top's position, there it's Shifu. That's a great angle. He spots out Top. He knows where Scry is. Top doesn't even have a chance to take out a bandage or even get res there. Scry being left alone. And Deadeye's guys, they've done everything they need to do here, XP. It's a 4v1v1. AJ and Scry. For the time being, they've called a mutual truce between the two of them. Although AJ is going to be hoping that Scry gets taken out first so that DRS are guaranteed a second spot. But Deadeye's guys' positions here, it's unlosable. It is literally unlosable. Hungry Box and On Top ahead, two other members playing way at the back there above that rock, having a little bit of a vantage position. It's going to literally require not just a miracle, but like a hand of God coming in and snatching away victory from Deadeye's guys, because they have pretty much sealed the deal. And I don't see any parallel reality or a parallel world where Astra Academy or DRS are going to get a chicken dinner here.
It does look like it's going to be DE's game. 13 kills, and who can really blame them? They've been playing phenomenally, and in fact, the defense has been on point. But right now, Scribe is going to make sure he stays alive for as long as possible. But DRS making a little bit of a comeback, like we did mention just prior to this game. 6 points in 5 matches is not what you expect from a team in the top position, but it does look like they are going to be overtaking APES as Scry does have a grenade in his hand. And again, Blay, one good grenade could spell trouble, but looks like AJ spots him out and adds another point to his killing. 7 kills for DRS as now they are finally going to be snuffed out in a well-deserved victory for Deadeye's guys.
That was played to just perfection, right? And then how many kills? 13 kills before the final 2?
14,
so that's so now they have 15 kills, if I'm not mistaken?
I think it's 14 because I do believe Scry went down to AJ from DRS.
Oh yeah, that's right. So 14 kills, 15 points. That's 29 points in total. Right now, the standings is 171. They hit 200 points. And that means this is a potential top 3 right now for Deadeye's guys with 2 games remaining. They have just managed to push down APES. But DRSGaming getting a second position could make things interesting. But one thing which is guaranteed is the fact that it is really heating up, right? The pressure is on. And we touch upon DRS initially, XP. We touch upon the fact that they have been languishing at the bottom, struggling for such a while. Getting a top 2 finish is definitely going to help matters, but we can talk about this forever. So we're going to be cutting to a very quick break, and we have a much smarter gentleman on the desk to break everything down.
Talk about a good interview. Talk about good energies. It's all thanks to you guys, because apparently that is what is working now. DE taking a chicken dinner, beautiful turn of wins. And again, we are part of PMPL South Asia Championship. This is fourth game coming to an end, 2 games remaining. And big thanks to OPPO F19 Pro for making it all happen. Let's move on to Super Johnny and Ocean Sharma. Ask them, dudes.
Yeah,
fabulous turn of wins.
I'll talk to you about one thing. Remember, first PMCO, final day, DE had to qualify. They needed 40 points. That time it was a 20-point system. They needed 40 points. It was the Ruin Circle. 20 kills, chicken dinner, 40 points they qualified. Ruin Circle again. Talk about D. Talk about a comeback.
Talk about a comeback.
Ruins are lucky. Interviews are lucky. There's a lot of luck in the air.
Well, that is good. That is really, really good, because that is what we want to be able to see when it comes to the entire saga. Now, with that, move on to the MVP. We've got Chari from Skylightz taking the lead in this with 4 kills and that 1 assist.
Yeah, 1 assist, 153 healing done.
Yeah, exactly. And I also feel bad for Skylightz Gaming right now, because they were in a really good position.
True.
They were in such a good position had AJ not been in the backside, because AJ was in the ruins and Skylightz Gaming was focused on Stalwart Esports on the other side. That was an insane fight.
Exactly.
Talk about Stalwart Esports. Talk about Stalwart Esports. And this game was a really good game for Nepal region, to be honest. An incredible game. I just wish upcoming games are in the similar fashion, because talk about it, right? Stalwart Johnny on top, and Chari from DE and Skylightz. Well, these players have been doing decent. I see 3 kills. He has his own MVP fight going on as well.
True. Yeah, I mean, it was an insane push, as we were talking about. Like that was a YOLO moment. You just run towards the players of Deadeye's, guys. And
like, come on, revive!
Try and see. I mean, that's the thing. Zeus Esports, they're not reliant on their front row assaulters as much as they rely on the backline support, because that is the most important thing for them. That allows them to put the pressure on the teams. And if that support is gone, that's when the team sort of gets taken out.
That's true. But moving on forward, 25 utilities used by Heaven on top with 3 assists. Last time also he was with 3 assists there, as you know, yesterday. 4 kills, that's the highest number by Shifu. So yeah, players have been doing good, but still it comes down to one thing, and that is the number of points that they're accumulating.
Yeah. Now, in that conversation, Astra Academy is doing something that is pretty neat. I mean, they've got the lead, and slowly and steadily, even if they don't get
consistency.
Right, exactly. And they are just keeping that lead working for themselves.
Yeah,
exactly.
12 points for them. 29 for DE, that's nice. 19 for DRS, 14 for Skylightz. Stalwart with 13. So I would say right now, these top 5, these teams, they impressed it. But Zeus, they are also, like, their lead is with DR. Like, they are also trying to maintain that. But APES, now they're down 2 games. What's it going to take for APES to come back to the 3rd, or maybe DRS is going to just stay there?
Exactly. Every single good game that DRS has is going to be a really bad one for APES at this point, because now with this match in particular, DRS have that little bit of a safety cushion for themselves that makes them feel really, really comfortable right now. And
18 points, I guess.
Yeah, 18-point safety cushion, exactly. And that is something really important, because now at this point, I would say for APES to move up to 3rd and make sure that they remain on that spot, they need that chicken dinner in the next game. They can't leave it for the last match.
It can't happen at these moments. But still, we'll have to see what happens in the next game for sure. But this game was quite unique with the circles, pretty much.
Absolutely. And I mean, overall, right? Overall, throughout the 4 days, when it comes down to that circle itself, the zone has been creating havoc altogether. With that, as Ocean did just mention, let's move on into the zone analysis itself.
So look at where Zeus is, and we'll see where the circle goes, right? Zeus has a pretty good area to move on to the hillside and stay there. And the circle right now, it goes... At this moment, anyone would be thinking that, SD and HV are at a really good spot, because kind of the central area and 7C as well. But look at the next transition of the circle as it happens, and once that happens, Zeus becomes a really strong team in the zone as soon as the circle just moves right. You'll see Zeus has a zone, INV is moving up, so it kind of becomes a good area to take up all the fights onto that side, and every team on the right side had to, look at this, every team on the right side had to move in.
Exactly, the hard shift towards the side of Ruins. And while all this was happening, I want to focus on these 2 teams in particular that were outside the circle on the edges. One, in fact, in the blue zone, that was Astra Academy and Stalwart Esports. They were in such a chaotic position, and still they managed to make it in a really wonderful spot, getting those kills, getting those fights, and also moving up inside the circle. It was not an easy job for them.
Definitely. But after this one, DE had a really safe spot, just because Hungrybox and one more teammate was inside the circle, whilst the other had to make the way. So they helped each other in making up their ways, their paths inside the circle, and that was good. And once the zone was just on them, well, they had to defend it, and they did it with sheer brilliance in this fight.
Plus, I mean, they had the main building of Ruins in their control as well. Apart from there's just like just the broken walls for cover, and you can easily see the players moving around in those positions. So that is
Yeah.
something that I believe put a lot of pressure on DRS as to how they get themselves into a fighting
Yeah.
position. But there was a
Alright.
lot of noise being made by Astra Academy, SG, STE in the front, and that sort of kept DE's attention away from DRS, helping them get inside the top 2.
I just, as much as I love numbers, a previous game there was a team with 888 damage. This time there's a team with 444 damage. I just love those numbers, right? But talking about the damage stats, Apes, good fights, bad fights. How can you just, go down there with 1013 damage and no kill coming up? That means they were ready for the fights, but might be they got crumbled down to the pressure of the teams that were around them and the rotations.
Yeah, you do get overwhelmed if you are picking up too many fights. You can't just take on everyone at the same time and expect to come out on top.
Stalwart, this is what I'm happy for. 9 kills again. We talked about it.
Yes.
This team is looking really good, really brilliant. I mean, this is now you would say you can never, call them that they're out of the competition. Always, every game, every moment. Last time it was, yesterday it was Usum who was getting good picks for the team. Today it was Blade as well. Then we have seen Crypto as well just shining up. So Stalwart is coming up really good in their own. Johnny has been. Not you. Johnny has been doing really good, for the team. And you are doing good. And reviews as well, yeah.
With that, let's have a look at the OPPO moments coming in from this game. That, of course, going to be showcasing all of these aggressive stances.
Yeah, and talk about aggression. We are definitely going to look at the plays from Stalwart Esports towards the end of the match. Not exactly the end, but close to the end is where they sort of picked up most of the kills. But in the early stages, we know if it's Zeus on towards the containers, it is going to be a troublesome situation.
I remember this one. Look at this. I mean, the players, they were caught strictly off guard. No one was ready for it. And then at the last moment, Assassin getting 2 kills, Extreme getting the other 2. It was kind of a good fight for them. Like, just think about it, right? They were thinking, all right, our vehicle's coming up. All right, they're gone. Like, in this way, it just comes down, good kills for them.
Yeah, exactly. And we have seen those slam-ins backfire quite a lot when you never account for a team that is going to come in your direction. And this is where DEADEYES guys sort of establish themselves in a winning position. Because look at that. That was at the 14-minute mark when they took control of that building. And from there to the end of the game.
You were looking at that amazing DE clutch. I was looking at that McLaren. Gosh, I love that vehicle. But now, after this is where... So this is what happened with Lit last time as well and this time as well. They have a good area, but once their 2 players just falter down, they can't defend it. I mean, I know it's kind of pretty late for this one, but we'll have to see what happens in the upcoming games if they are just cracking out. But this one, Joel, last one surviving, he did manage to take down 1, but again switching the guns, thinking about it, that thing just plays against the synergy of the players. But this is where Astra Academy was still showing the signs of life, but it was a bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, a little too late. And they were also in a really bad position, just like DRS, wherein you have all these teams surrounding you. Everyone has the numbers, but you do not have enough players to even fight back. At that moment, you just have to keep your head down and hope you don't get shot in the head.
Oh, absolutely, because again, you keep your head down is what we saw from Astra Academy, but they walked away with good points, and that is where the standings are going to come into place, because after all, the points every single game, and now with only 2 games remaining, this is looking like really close affair.
Well, I don't know, is it okay to say that obviously, Astra Academy, the lead that they have, they were obviously, getting those points here.
Yes.
But talk about this, DRS is coming up. 2 good games can actually take DRS to the 2nd position.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back good games, and they have to be bad games for the team above them, that is Zeus Esports. Let's see if that can happen. Not even 2. If they can get 1 chicken dinner with a lot of kills and Zeus Esports gets caught off guard like in 2 games ago, then it might just work out for them. On the other side, though, I have to say DRS, the pressure is going to be on them as well, because look at DEADEYES, guys, it's 4 points shy.
It's kind of the previous finals, storyline once again. DRS Zeus, which team's gonna stay on top amongst these teams, while Astra Academy is getting their own points. I mean, obviously. Well, DE, you said that, right? But Apes, look at this. 1 bad game actually took them down to the 5th position. Stalwart is looking good, though.
Yeah, 2nd highest kills in the leaderboard for Stalwart Esports. 112 kills to this team. There is no other team with points in the 70s and then they have so many kills. Stalwart Esports is incredible, and they have the opportunity to break into the top 5.
They just need that, what do you call it, you know, that mantra for themselves. The calm and composure fights in the start, then just rush in, chime in and get those points. But this is the 9-16 right now. We'll have to see these two games. What sort of a YOLO strat? Again, now it comes down to the YOLO strats. You know, you have nothing to lose. You have everything to just, you know, give to your best games. So we'll have to see what happens.
Oh yes, we certainly will have to see what happens. And in that conversation, when it comes to the people who are viewing, do not forget to showcase your love for the team that you are rooting for the team that you are supporting alongside the overall stand. And we also are going to have to bring ourselves to the MVP ranking where Icy has taken over action. And you know what?
I told you.
The damage. It's the damage.
It's Raznova, dude, I'm telling you.
It's Raznova, and I told you he needs 35 kill points. I told you at the start of the day. He needs
It's not just the kills. Look at the damage difference that's there. Kills is just 20% weightage.
It's kind of a thing. 2014, 2104, I know. Well, 7801, 9441. Well, Icy is here. I'm telling you one thing though. It's still a close affair. It's still a close affair. If Action, with that damage point, if Action still, you know, gets to 8,200, 8,300 damage with the same number of kills, he'll get the lead again.
I think even 8,000 might be able to do the job, because if you are going to be able to dish out extra 200 damage in a match, then I mean, you are getting those kill points as well and taking down those players. And we've noticed Astra Academy, the most aggressive performance from their side comes down towards the end of the game. So that is going to be the thing.
They're always working towards those placement points.
It took 4 days, like second last game, to take that one player down.
Well. Let's continue on with the day itself. Let's move on to the schedule, which is now going to bring us to the final 2 games. Miramar coming up next. And again, I have to ask you guys, I mean, you have spoken about PN Crew. And the map. What do you guys think about that sort of a conversation?
I would say now it comes down to the YOLO strats, the YOLO gameplay for PM Crew, if it is. But I would still say I would want to see what DRS does. I would want to see what DRS versus Zeus comes up, because the point difference is not that much. And what Astra Academy does, if they want to go YOLO for once, because they know they have a safety cushion.
Absolutely.
I guess I agree with them. Astra Academy, they have put themselves in a position from where they can do whatever they want and still be happy with the results. On the other side though, there's a fight for the 3rd position and the 2nd position right now, and in that fight we have APES, we have DRS, and these 2 teams are going to go at it with everything that they have in this game.
APES, maybe a comeback, maybe. And if we're talking about it, Stalwart. Similar placement points, similar points. So both these teams, I mean, they would want to break that tiebreaker with maybe kills, maybe placement points, something coming up in this game.
Also, this is a map that they like.
Honestly, I mean, this couldn't have gotten any better, because after all, when you talk about the storyline is exactly what we were predicting. Till the final game, we just don't know what is going to be taking place on that overall standings. With that, let's jump into the game with Panda Bros, who are, of course, Necro and Pain Fixers.
Thank you so much, Blotter. And the last game of Miramar, the penultimate match of this tournament, is right on your way. And well, we've been having quite a storyline with DEADEYES really getting in and contesting for that top 3 position, which might also exceed all the way up to the 2nd one. But considering the fact that Stalwart have been playing an amazing gameplay and we've still been missing out on that chicken coming from them, do you think this is it? This is the moment?
I mean, look, man, they have a lot of kills for themselves. Like, I feel like they're literally 2nd highest in the kill board, but just the placement points are lacking there, man. A little bit more effort from the lads of Stalwart, a little bit more teamwork can put them up to these lads, you know, can put them against these lads who are fighting for the 3rd spot. Let's be honest, the 3rd spot is like pretty much under contestation for now, and it's looking pretty, you know, easily takeable as well.
Easy? I do not know. It's
4
easy
points away, DEADEYES.
Yeah, but you never know. I mean, it literally took 4 games for DRS to, you know, get those 5-6 points for themselves. So easy is definitely the right word over here. But either ways, you know, talking about the game, now we do know we are reaching towards the very end. Now this is where, you know, teams like to pull off all the shenanigans that we were talking about. Now the Panda Secret Service has already assigned us to spot out all those teams that are going to be targeting. Let's see, who are they going to be? Now DRS dropping off at Blanco Bravia. That's interesting.
We're seeing a little bit of susness out here, Fixes. This is, well, some new kind of changes being applied by teams. I mean, 7C going off to their, as always, spot in Torre Muda without a doubt. On the other hand, all these teams seems like, yep, High Voltage and El Pozo pretty much expected drop locations, Montenuevo, Zeus. So, not really a lot of things being changed from the other squads, but DRS, a curveball.
A curveball, yeah. Now this all comes down to how the circle is going to pan out, right? Now, considering the fact that DRS have dropped on the peripheries of the map, it's going to be a really tough time for them to rotate and get into the center of the circle, like we have already anticipated, and we've seen this trend happening in Miramar, right? We get those default circles, nothing to really throw you off your seats, and that has been pretty much the tell over here. But now this is what I love about DEADEYES. They're right on the epicenter, and seems like it, we've got a fight amongst us, and Ayush,
oh no, that's so unfortunate. PN Crew, the analyst desk was literally talking about them, and now things have went down. It seems like analyst desk just cursed them with their words, and PN Crew is certainly having a bad day now. Legend is there in the back lines. Nothing can be done about that. He will be safe. I mean, he does realize one team is pretty close to him, so staying in that vicinity is a bad idea.
You know what? SD have done this for the second time. I've been looking out for them, you know, I've been very vigilant. And the last map, they dropped onto it 7C and contested them in Pachinki. This time, getting the better out of PN Crew. Now, Legend.
I actually like that, what they're doing. It's like they already know it's final day, you know, there's nothing can be done. They're already in the bottom leaderboard. So they're like, we might as well go for a big game here. We might as well go and start, you know, taking teams down early off, because this is where teams usually do struggle in those battles. They don't really have the equipments they need for a suitable fight.
Hey, I've got to say this, you know, it's not illegal, right?
Yeah, of course not.
You're my enemy. I really need to take you down. I might as well target you.
Yeah, sure.
As long as you're not resorting to any unfair means, and it's completely fair and fine. So yeah, we love that. We love that you know, the late minute drama that sort of makes the thing so much more spicier. As you know, we've got already PN Crew taking the bullets out onto it themselves, and not really a kind of a start that they would have wanted. But Astra Academy, let's be honest here, like, I mean, this is going to be the truth. I don't think any team can really make it up close to them. I mean, the kind of a lead that they have, it's really going to be a very, very daunting task, even for the likes of Zeus to cover up that gap that they've created.
Yeah, definitely. They do have like a breathing space for themselves, at least for one game. If they even manage to screw this game up, the next game they should, you know, try and play at least decent out. And just to maintain those points, you know, just to top it off with a little bit of sprinkle of that seasoning there. And it will be good for them. They will have that pretty much solidified. On the other hand, I see spotting out a lot of DEADEYES. Do On Top have any idea? There is a member of Zeus right next to him, and he is the kill, and he's the top of the kill leaders.
Ooh la la. Now that's interesting. On Top, definitely not in the right neighborhood, is he? Because IC is definitely one of those players who's gonna hurt you a lot. Now, it somehow is a 1v1 skirmish.
He fell down, oh no.
Yeah. But at the same time, On Top does not really know that he's gonna encounter him. And On Top, where are you looking, buddy? As IC is just gonna send him down to the depths of hell, and DEADEYES off to a nightmare of a start.
Target acquired and terminated instantly. IC. Well, this is what you expect from a man like IC. You don't really expect any kills being slid away from his hands, any kills being slipped away. You expect him to take him down easily. And I like, even though he's doing so good, he still waited out patiently. He didn't show that overconfidence overall his game plan. I like that. I like how Zeus is overall approaching the game as well. Look at this. Straight up inside the circle. Bold rotation from the Lance of Zeus. They're not scared of anyone. This is what they're trying to show.
You know, this is a really important game for this, for Team Zeus, and I'm really losing my chain of thoughts. The way things have started now, 7C going after DEADEYES. Hungry Box all by his lonesome, needs some support from here, but Memo is somehow keeping the fight alive. Now Hungry Box needs to reposition, but True Love chimes in, and DEADEYES, oh my goodness.
Well, as we talk about the team that was going to take the third position, and you did say it's not easy. You literally did say it's not easy. It seems like Fixes You curse DEADEYES out as well. The Costas curse is real. It's coming into play. And now SD Kaye goes down. That's going to be pretty unfortunate for SD. I mean, a man with a good name goes down just like that. And then we have Ken as well falling apart.
Yeah, I mean, SD, they've been somewhere struggling down those bottom lines, so nothing much to worry about them right now. We've got bigger problems to deal with, especially Team Deadeyes losing out on two of their best players. And how are they going to be making this? But True Love also being spotted out by Abeliano over there, gets knocked out. But it's not going to be a really big concern because they're going to get that res up. But Deadeyes, my oh my. What has gone wrong for them? They should have seen this one coming. I mean, you make such a loud noise, and it was bound to happen.
That's for sure. Look at this. On the other hand, Chuan is right on the hilltop, standing at a still position. Seems like he did hear PN Crew coming up on the top there. This is an easy kill. There's no way he messes this up. And yes, he does get him down. And confirmation as well. Killer YT going to be following it up. He is pretty desperate to save his lad, but not going to be successful this time. And this is pretty much looking good for LIT here.
Now, what on earth is Season doing on the backlines? He's barely just looking,
my God,
watching as his teammate has been taken down. Now, the players of our LIT are going to be just closing up, and Killer, is he going to get down to safe cover? Oh, it's done. Lucky man. 100%.
That nade didn't take his life. He's so lucky in that situation. But I like how this game is going on. Full greenery, even though the map is deserty. You know, fights happening here and there, blood being shed on the ground. So I feel like the lands are not going to be dry anymore.
I mean, either ways, the deserts are going to be turning red with blood. And here we have, you're talking about blood, you can never rule out Team Zeus. That is already making those ballsy moves. And you've got all four players coming in. Look at Godless, the flank position that he has. Now, if 7C make even a small mistake, Zeus are going to punish them heavily for that. The nade going in, but really missing by miles.
I thought it's going to be landing straight on Memo there. Look at Deadeyes in the far fray. In the clotheslines, I mean, already lost out on two players. I don't really know if you want to challenge a fight against a team like Zeus, especially if you went down early off some teams that you would expect a team like Deadeyes to win those fights.
Yeah, of course. Right now, they're in no position to contest this. You know, at the very least, they can get a few kills stolen in their favor. But look at Godless. He's slowly but surely closing in the gap. Let's see if we can find some angle as the players of LIT are, you know, susceptible to a lot of fire coming in from PN Crew. But they are also getting those trades off. And Zivi, having been knocked out, will get that revive. But Hoshwan doing the job for his team.
Doing the job for his team. Godless retreating back in position. Another fight panning out. Assassin, a solo man in that compound there. And there is Chad. INV, it doesn't seem like they have any clue of Assassin. They don't really know if Assassin is present in this compound. For now, Assassin is just chilling, laying down, having a good time. Listening to some music, maybe.
Music of his heartbeat?
Probably. I mean,
it's thumping.
Look, just because he's like staying in an area, right? Just because he is not moving, it's probably because maybe he's looking an easier way out of the situation. If he just stays in his spot, that means his opponent don't really expect him to be there, and he walks straight up in his crosshair. That's an easy fight.
You know, considering the caliber that Assassin has, you know, we've seen in the past, he does have the potential to pull off clutches. And given the right chance, he will strike. And there he goes, hammering down those bullets onto his chat. But should have done that a second earlier and could have gotten that knock secured. But this nade is not going to do anything either, as the chat otherwise getting spotted off from some other angle, as it's XPZ rather, who's going to be taking those beating.
High voltage. Two members are still on the back lines. The cover is there. The backup is there. The assistance has arrived. But again, they just directly cannot aggress in there, right? I like how they position themselves as well. They have the high ground, but they did get spotted by Chad. And Chad has some eagle eye.
He certainly does. And at times like this, you need to anticipate all of it happening. Right now, Assassin is making those moves, going in up close and personal. And he's just searching for the right moment. It's ball out chat, but missed his chance. But can get again as INV are caught out right in the open with their pants down. And Quite is going to be taken out of the equation over here. There's no chance that he's going to survive the onslaught by the boys from High Voltage. But INV have somehow managed to retreat. Now they'll be trying to provide that cover fire from the backlines, but cover fire for who?
Well, for the retreating vehicle. You know, maybe if they get shot, he will just try to do some suppressive fire. Maybe those bullets will scare your enemies away. They'll go back in the cover. That would buy them enough time to, you know, get back in cover as well in a safer area. I like how Astra Academy has positioned themselves. This might just be the position for success.
You know, I really was rather curious to see Zeus pushing on to with 7C. And in that moment, I really felt that they were sort of scared because usually on other days, they would have directly gone in. But this time, they did take that back foot over there, just, you know, waiting for the right opportunistic moment because they do, for a fact, understand that they cannot lose any numbers. They cannot afford casualties right now. And taking a quick gander at the second airdrop that we have, M249. Now, I really have, you know, expressed my opinions about that gun, and I'm still in doubt as to why on earth it is still an airdrop. I mean, just make it a common loot, because what you've done, added 50 more bullets, why on earth do I need that? 100 was way too much. And, you know, just reducing the rate of fire, something for which we love that weapon, that's abysmal.
Yeah, I don't really get the point in, you know, nerfing a gun like M249 there. I feel like
pretty balanced.
Yeah, I personally feel like that as well. I mean, it's a care package weapon already, and most of the people don't really go for that. So I mean, if it's a care package weapon, it should have some kind of speciality in it, and this is what M249 gave it as well. But still, you know, we did see in the past as well, not each and every single players prefer the M249, even though it was in the previous stages.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I could understand why. But then again, you know, before the nerf, I really loved that gun. Right now, it's absolutely trash. I have to call that out again. As much as I hate to do so, that's a reality, and even a lot of players have been complaining about the same. I mean, you are going in for that care package, you getting an M249, it's a disappointment. It's become even worse than the AUG.
I mean, AUG overall, I feel like it's more kind of like a beamer, you know?
Yeah.
It just beams the enemies out, and the feel that you get is just really good. You feel good using that weapon. But on the other hand, look at the circle shift, a drastic circle shift. I did mention this as well. Astra Academy has positioned themselves for succession.
Yeah, I think this is looking really promising for Astra Academy, as Zeus having spotted the players of Nightmare. And if you take a look at a replay of a certain fight, it's going to be Ape's Memo, in fact, being taken down by White, and he's not going to survive that.
Spicy.
Yeah, I think it's still understandable, right? Because 7C, they have not really been doing good. They have tried to recover, but Bay, he's in a whole world of trouble. The entire Horde is just lobbing those grenades onto its direction, as blah 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 will also be chiming in. But for how long can he hold this as it's burning? He's absolutely on fire, and quite literally has also been taken down from the equation, with SDGaming ruled out of the game on the 15th spot.
The fact that the odds are looking so bad in his favor, he still managed to take out one player and get Jane down to half HP. I mean, I feel like that shouldn't be a thing, you know? They should have gone him down easily.
I mean, it's fine, you know, as long as they didn't deal with any kind of casualties, it's completely understandable. It's fair enough. But right now, Roshi, let's see, he's got the players of Zeus right beside him, but still resorting to go for those grenades. This was the moment where he could have actually done something, some sort of damage onto its Yol. But look at Zeus, they're playing it so carefully. You know, for the first time, I see the gods, they're scared. They understand the gravity of the situation, as Yol this time will be rattling down all those bullets onto its players of NM, as Minivan was flying in the air for a second, and now they need to just stop there. They need to fight. As Zeus, they want to take it.
That literally looked like that bus was about to go to heaven. I'm not even lying. The way it lifted off that cliff.
Imagine them just blown away in there.
That looked quite funny. I'm not gonna lie. That looked quite funny. It's like the mouth wasn't even down there. It was still in the sky, and it was like it was about to lift more, but then it just goes down, unfortunately, because it was getting shot at. But take a look at this. Now we have APES kind of split out into the split. I like how they're doing this. They're watching each other's backs. This means they are taking care of each other. A good team synergy being shown from the lads of APES. This game is pretty important for them as well. If they screw this one up, I mean, I don't really know what to say anymore. They are still alive with all 4 players alive. That means maybe there's a chance for this game.
I mean, there is, of course, a chance. But look at Mr. Boro. We've been talking about DRS. They finally stepped up and getting those kills. You know, even a single one really matters to them a lot. Because considering the fact that they are in very close contention with DEADEYES, every single point, even for the 3rd position, does matter. But right now, like we've been talking about APES, this is a game that they need to win it. And Suyog has fallen to Astra Academy, and with that, the dreams of DEADEYES seem to be faltering out.
Just needed a little bit more points, DEADEYES there. If you stayed alive for a little bit more, maybe you could have done a better job. But Astra Academy, as I did mention, they are doing pretty good, have a high ground for themselves. Of course, the domination from that team will be pretty much possible, or is pretty much expectable. But on the other hand, 7C, it's pretty interesting positioning coming out from these lads. Do have those little bit of shacks for themselves. At least they have a good amount of cover.
Yeah, that they do. But right now, you know, Stalwart, we just took a quick gander at them, and they were quite too much out in the open. They need some cover. They need something to fight around with, because it has been such a dream run for these lads. Because first time coming in, their first PMPL, they were amazing. Getting into the PMPL SA Championships, they are in fact still amazing, and I really think they've got a really bright future up ahead. But 7C, spotted by Astra Academy. How are they going to survive this? As Action will be lobbing that grenade, and it's very rare to see him actually miss out on those knocks, but it's fine. But IC has definitely picked up the pace on those kill leaderboards. But look at this Volt action. We're talking about technology, right? Like I said yesterday, we are never going to be missing out one of those sick shots ever again.
Production crew, man. Some innovative people out there, you know, in our production crew, and we're pretty thankful for that. Again, shout out to them.
The knights in the shining armor, to be honest.
Exactly.
The Dark Knight themselves, the production crew.
You know, to be honest, they're doing a better job than us. Let's be honest. Well, now, here we have High Voltage in front of us. 2 lads trying to bombard down the squad of DRS. Nate's being lobbed in from both the sides. Exchange is there. And here we have Boro as well, lobbing in a nade. Well, in a little bit close. High Voltage is really lucky to stay alive.
High Voltage. Now DRS, they've lost out on AJ. Now that sort of can be detrimental for them. But Nima, has he spotted out Cooney? He's way too much exposed. We're just waiting for Cooney to strike. But he's not going to give his position away. But barely surviving with a sliver. Nima, he's going to make a run for his life and survives that onslaught. Will now heal up as DRS now exactly know where High Voltage is.
Look at Ozzy, he's out in the open. He's prone out in the open when Nima spots him out, but he also has kind of an off angle on the lads of DRS. They don't really expect him to be there. And this is where maybe he will find himself the opening kill, and things will start going in their favor. Dane's being lobbed in from DRS. I feel like they're wasting a little bit too much utilities in this fight.
Well, I mean, they have to get those kill points right now. It's a breather, but look at Astra Academy, all just charging in like a pack of hyenas on towards the players of DRS. Can they survive? Oh my goodness, this is going to be so important for them. They need to pull this one off as Marvin Ninja is going to be taking some beating, but eventually ends up with a knock of his own. Now Marvin Ninja, he needs to heal up, but he's still lobbing those Molotovs out, and he survives. But no, right now, Top is getting on top of them as DRS. Oh my goodness, right now, High Voltage, they're also chiming in inside this fight as Odzi will also be joining the fray as Cooney will be resorting for that healing battle. It all comes down to it. Mr. Burrow, can he do something for DRS?
He definitely can. Look at that. High Voltage's one man is still out in the circle. Out in the blue zone there. Cooney is taking a lot of damage from that zone. He cannot really afford to stay out of it. And I feel like this is where a sandwich is coming through. High Voltage pushing against the lads of DRS as well. Mr. Boro kind of being a little bit too aggressive in that fight and manages to take them both out in one single spray. What an incredible transfer.
But right now, they've also got to deal with high voltage. Have they done that? Eventually, Top really taking a moment over there as he escaped. High voltage getting taken down from the equation. DRS, they are doing this somehow. But Mr. Burrow, he's taking some damage out there. It might just be seconds before he gets knocked out, surviving. But somehow he's lobbed that first. Ooh, Zeus coming in really close against the players of Nightmare. Ably at a sliver of HP. He needs to heal himself up.
One last man alive, Ably barely surviving, making it on his knees. Coco is looking for blood. He's looking for revenge. Zeus has made their path pretty much bad and miserable for them. Nightmare Gaming wants their revenge, and seems like Ably finally is going to be thrown away from that position. He's going to be backing off, and Nightmare Gaming has done a successful job keeping Zeus on their knees.
But 11th position where DRS are going to be taking that exit. This is not what they had anticipated for themselves as Nightmare. They're going in for the push. Godless needs to do something, and can they do it? Both on very low HP.
What? How? Coco, I feel like he should not have pushed that position there. There was no need for him to push that. He could have just waited that situation out and let Zeus breathe a little bit, especially if you're giving a team that much time to recover back. There's no point in time in pushing back because you already know they're in a good state. But here we have Leon lobbing in nades, and okay, that nade busted right over his head.
It did, but right now, Jane, having that high ground advantage for himself, will be lobbing a few more grenades as he wanted to do some damage. But right now, again, this fight getting reset back up as we see that circle shifting this time into the favor of the players of Stalwart. Now, we've been really talking a lot about them as to how good they've been, but are they good enough to get a chicken?
Definitely are. Teams are looking for vengeance, revenge, redemption. And definitely one of those that we want to count on is going to be Stalwart Esports. They want some redemption up in here. They want their name back up on those leaderboards top. They are doing really good with kill points. Position points are so important for Stalwart Esports. One bad mistake can just screw it up.
It certainly can. But right now, Johnny, look at him. Just proning. He knows he's got someone coming in really up close and personal. This is where their fight might just break down. Uzum having that high ground advantage, but from the far fray, it's Godless having spotted him out. Any single moment. Uzum is so much out in the open, but Frankie, in the meanwhile, will be taking Johnny down with a vector. And in Miramar, we really do not see this quite often, but here it is. What a spectacle to behold as Uzum is the last player surviving from Stalwart. The question is, how long can he do that?
Interesting choice of weapon. Of course, Vector is an absolute shredder in those close ranges. Look at this. TDK's getting third party now. Things are not really looking good on their side. Stalwart Esports is finally getting some help. Uzum might just see a hope of light here. And TDK Frankie is still there in the close lines. Blah, blah, blah's kill has been confirmed. Jane goes down as well. Things are certainly flipping apart for TDK. Their tables have been flipped.
But right now, they will be getting those res back up onto it, Shane. They have that breathing space in the meanwhile because Team Zeus, they need to take their time to get inside the circle. Now, considering we have Team APES taking that high ground advantage for themselves, but Leon, wow, you beauty, taking down Connect with that bolt action, just blowing his head up. But I think the revival will, of course, be there. Chat. Meanwhile, Jane, no!
Oh, just slapping right in the face. Chad taking him down. Confirmed the kill as well. Pretty much hungry at this point in time. You do want to make sure you're confirming each and every single kill. Needs to move inside the circle. The zone is pushing him inside. Frankie is there. He wants that kill. He's taking a third-person perspective. And it seems like Chad is just going to be winning this fight because his movement is way better. But here we have Rated striking at the right time.
You know, just staring at death right in front of his face, going greedy, but eventually punished by Rated as Apes do have that high ground. Now, it's still, the circle does favor them. Now, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. We have been talking about the chicken dinner coming in from Apes, and this might just be it. But Zeus, they're still inside the circle, still holding on. And considering the fact that Astra Academy had taken an early exit, Zeus, this might just be the perfect game to make a comeback.
Exactly, Apes do have that kind of high ground for themselves as well. Zeus is right below them. They're getting burnt. They're getting burnt like roasted chickens. They don't really have anything else to do. Abley went down. The kill must be confirmed anytime soon. And yes, it is. Godless, the last man alive. Apes still don't really have any clue that Molotov can be pretty close. The spreading flames might just catch Godless barely an inch.
Oh my goodness, what's happening? White, in the meanwhile, has gotten down, and that's a really wise option. But Chari, he spotted Connect right out in the open. Hustler, he's been spotted as well. And Scarlet Gaming, they do have 2 players alive. Heaven and Chari, can they pull off a miracle? They have to get inside the circle. It's going to be a rather very daunting task for getting them coming in at so open.
Oh, no.
But right now, Heaven does manage to find Hustler in the process, but will get traded right off. But look at Uzum, he is still doing it for Stalwart. He is still playing the survival game. Connect in the meanwhile will get the final kill, and down goes Scarlet Gaming.
Overcommitting from the side of Hustler there. He did get punished instantly for that. The trifecta of death comes in again, and it's going to be Stalwart Esports, Zeus, and Apes. This game is important for Apes. It has to be one of the most important games because this is the contestation for the 3rd place.
Now it is coming down to the 1v3 situation. It's Godless. His position has been completely compromised. Now Apes, they are definitely going to be going in for it. But we know this man. We know he's a legend. Can he pull something from his sleeves? He's a god of thunder. We know this man fears nobody but White staring at him. And Apes, they know they've got this in the bag. They cannot mess it up from around here.
His position has pretty much been exposed, and here we have Asla taking a look from that ridge. Godless seems pretty aware as well. Here comes an underhand nade from his side. This might be pretty close. Did do kind of decent damage. I feel like Hustler is going to be doing that drop shot strategy, man, and this is going to be a stylish way to end the game if he actually manages to does that. He was trying to, but then his teammate has got it in the back, and it's going to be Apes, and the 3rd position is pretty much taken by the Apes.
Finally, after 23 games, they get it, and right now, bring themselves back right into the competition for top 3. Yes, the Mongolian domination is what we have been seeing so far. But that being said, it was of course a pleasure to cast all these games along with, of course, Panda Bro number 2. But eventually, the journey for us has, of course, come to an end, and it has been a delight. And before we just head off, anything that you want to say?
Well, I mean, I have missed this, man. This was an absolute pleasure to be here, an absolute honor to be here, especially all my co-casters and all the buddies are doing an incredible job, and keep doing what you guys are doing. Production crew as well, a fantastic job. Hats off to you guys.
Everybody has put in so much, including the players, but we still do have that one game remaining that will decide who gets into the top 3 as we head into a quick little breather because the analyst desk is coming right after this to break the fights down.
Welcome to the Battlegrounds. It's simply the Battlegrounds right now because, again, when it comes to the competition, it is getting intense, it is getting fierce, as we were talking about at the start of the day number 4 right here at South Asia Championship. It is turning down exactly to the same conversation, but alongside that, it is a huge thanks to OPPO for sponsoring the entirety of the event and hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. Now, let's take the conversation over to Super Johnny and Ocean when it comes to the day.
Yeah.
Well.
One game.
And I have to say one thing. I mean, I'll disagree with you. This is turning out to be better than we expected.
It has. And therefore, the Battleground's getting intense.
Yeah.
I told you Abe's going to get it, right? In this one, I already told you. And Karnik, well, this is the thing, right? 4 kills, 1174 damage by one individual, 3 assists as well. I mean, that's definitely a team player.
Yeah, I mean, amazing performance from him. And White as well, let's not forget about the man who was able to close out the job and not just do that, deal with Skylightz Gaming. That was the team that was doing a lot to put Apes in a really bad situation.
The legend said, watch my gameplay.
To the lads who remember the older squads.
Yeah, the guys who remember the old PMC wildcard regions. Well, Kanik, White, Hustle, these players were brilliant. Who was run from Lit was brilliant as well. Just think about it.
Yeah.
Whilst the other lads have 25 plus minutes of survival time to get to the top players, this guy has a 20-minute survival time to get here.
Yeah, and still a pretty lit performance from him. I mean, not allowing a single chance for his opponents to get back up on their feet. Efficiency, look at that. 428 damage, 4 kills converted from that. An amazing performance. Also, I mean, I have to say it was incredible to see how T2K also took an approach to this game.
Yeah.
Quite unfortunate that 2 of the lads were caught off guard and were just one last player surviving in the end. But still, they tried the level best.
Oh my god, look at this Mongolian domination in this match.
Yeah.
Just think about it. Able with 15 utilities, top with the longest skill, and then it's Kanik all over the place.
I have to say that's the first time we have seen Godless from Zeus just take a backstep and decide like not to fight, not to go aggressive. It was a 1v4 situation. They were stuck in that corner underneath the cliff with Apes just nade out nade, Molotov through, literally throwing everything that they have at him.
Well, 25 points coming up for them, and I can't see DRS in top 8 right now. That means again the top 3 position. You know, it's from the teams from Mongolia. Zeus 18 points. Well, Zeus is coming up. I want to see the difference in Zeus and Astra Academy right now. I know it's going to be quite a bit.
True.
But one game, like, is it doable? That's going to be the question.
Exactly, and while all that is happening, let's not forget Stalwart Esports. They are still in the fight.
Yeah.
Somehow managing to bring themselves those 11 points in this match. We are always talking about DRS, Apes, Zeus. Stalwart Esports is in the top 5. Do they forget that?
Stalwart is there, and they're like, you know, all right, you don't talk about us, our gameplay does, and it is doing.
True, absolutely. I mean, again, based on that situation that they were in, right? I mean, it was just kudos to Johnny and then making that position count and just staying alive. It was, again, thanks to, I would say, Skylightz Gaming, you know, because they just kind of took that
They ignored Uzum in the end. Like, they were so focused on Apes on the high ground.
Right.
I get it. Like, there was so much pressure from Apes. But Uzum, like, he was smart as well. He was like, all right, I just have to stay here. You guys leave, and then I get out.
But talk about reading the zone itself. I mean, Apes had a perfect placement when it came down to that zone, and that worked completely in their favor. So let's go on to the zone analysis.
I mean, these circles, as long as you can see the circle, you can see a lot of teams are already going for the center lines. But DRS, this is what it is, right? DRS wanted to stay onto a backside. They wanted to play this game with utmost focus, and also, you know, just knowing all around the areas that they do not go in a bad fight. Well, they did try for a while, but after that, you know, if a team gets caught off, that does happen. Because most of the times, I would say, till this circle, a lot of teams, like almost every team was inside the zone, but now comes the rotation. Had the circle gone left, DRS would have actually had a really good performance for themselves.
Then again, it's a tricky situation as to where you go, because you can't challenge Ape's position. They have the high ground advantage. You try and challenge them. I mean, Zeus got the closest right underneath Apes. And apart from that, everyone either had to take the side towards San Martin and Power Grid, the other side outside the circle right now. Either you take that position or you move towards the side of Picado. And both those positions are going to be those low ground stances that you're going to be on. And then you are going to be dealing with a lot of pressure. But talking about pressure, I mean, T2K, as we are talking about them, I believe that was the squad from which one lad arrived, peaked a ridge, got 2 players, and then he was like, all right, I'm out.
Well. Talking about those moments, those clips, let's of course cue in the OPPO F19 Pro moments, which are going to be showcasing these wonderful skilled players and their kills.
Yeah, right off the bat, we could see the fight just going on with 1 minute on the clock, and the fights did start. Then, you know, the 5-minute marker, that's where a lot of fights were happening. But still, like, everyone had their safety cushion. That is the circle. If you wanted to run away, you could, and get a new, location in the zone. That's where the teams were trying to go for. First circle, second circle, third circle, still decent. Fourth circle is where a lot of, you know, the chaos did start happening, and we'll be seeing those fights for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the chaos is going to be there, but I believe that's going to be around the 20-minute marker, where everything, all hell breaks loose inside the game. And this was memo from the side of 7Cs getting caught off guard mid-rotation. T2K, they had some phenomenal fights. The assaulting game that was brought to the table from T2K in this game was incredible. I wish they would have stayed sort of stuck with this sort of a play style for a longer time. Then we could have seen what an aggressive performance they could have brought to the table. But still, a decent performance from Taint to Kill in this match.
This is where, you know, we were having a discussion as of fights. You know, because Astra Academy, they didn't want to move forward. DRS, they did spot them, but High Voltage was a key team.
Yeah, High Voltage was High Voltage got taken out, but they still were the equilibrium breaker right there. And I have to say, it was hilarious how Tough actually managed to get away, because he's driving a bus. We have Mafia Ninja from DRS running behind him, and him deciding, all right, you just go, I'm gonna go my merry way. Our objective is just to survive here.
Yeah, that did happen, but you know, this is where we could see the last few moments of the fights that were happening, and we know how it just ended, right?
Yeah. And then we have Chad over there just taking down 2 players of Team T2K. SG versus Apes, that was an interesting fight right there. A lot of crates going back and forth between those 2 teams.
Yeah, but then you know, these 4 teams remaining, and then obviously we know what happened at the final moments when it was they were trying. They knew where Godless is. But still, it just took them a while. Like, and after that,
all right.
I would love to do that.
Yeah, this is how you celebrate. This is how a victory needs to be celebrated.
Most certainly. I mean, there was a lot of damage that was dished out throughout this entire game, and in that doing so, these teams are looking ferocious.
First time, I mean, in the graphs, you could see like on toe to do with the damage and you know, the kill department. Well, they have 9 kills. That's good, but talk about Stalwart. They did manage to get the placement points as it was needed in this game. So every game, they are getting one way or the other a really good game for themselves. But Apes, these 10 points and 15 combined, it's going to help them a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is the thing that we said after the last game. They need to have those good matches, and this is the sort of the performance that we need from this team in order for them to secure the 3rd position. But going into the last match, it is still not safe. Anything can happen. There's DEADEYES, guys. There's DRS, and I want to see where Stalwart is.
Well, with that, let's of course move on with the storyboard itself and have a look at what are we to expect from this final game.
Not too far behind, I have to say. Wow.
Look at this. Oh my god. 275. Well, 243. Well, 3rd position. 211, 209, 200, 197. For Stalwart, it's still doable.
Yeah, exactly. It is doable, but they need that chicken dinner. I want to see that one chicken dinner on this team. Apes was joining them before this, like 2 teams that are doing really well without any chicken dinners, but now Stalwart Esports is all alone. If they can get this chicken dinner with at least 10 to 11 kills to their name, which looking at Stalwart Esports is quite easy, 3rd position is theirs.
I'll say this, just I would want this from the audience. Spam #3, and which team do you think actually is going to go there? Is it going to be Apes that stays? It's going to be DRS? It's going to be DE? Because you can see, right? That's how close it is. Still Stalwart.
Also, I would like to bring to your attention, ladies and gentlemen, that on 8th position, we have DEADEYES, a team that one time we were looking at, and they were on the 16th in the overall standings. Now they are in the top 8. And that has to be a comeback story for this team.
So many teams getting those triple digit on their placement points, but a few teams going with the kill points. Stalwart is there, 1-1-1 for them. But talk about 1952 P and crew. 1952, we would love to see, you know, where this team ends by the end of the day. Nightmare, SDGaming, INVEsports, Skylightz, High Voltage P and crew. It's time to go YOLO for one last time. You know, just go with any strat that you want. Actually, just works out. Maybe it does.
It very well could, because they are going to be jumping into a map that they all know. You know, they're going to be pretty comfortable. They ought to be pretty comfortable based on the map itself. But it is a risky situation as well.
Yeah, it is going to be a risky situation. And, I mean, if we're going to talk about things, I mean...
You know, I have a very weird map in my mind. Last match. You remember when Zeus versus DRS was happening? I want that map to happen again. I don't know. I just want that map to happen again.
A circle on the edge of the military island. That's going to be fun.
That would be exciting.
I would
But
love that.
throughout the day, that's what we've been part of. It has been just one game after the other, bringing up the aggressiveness from all of the teams in the lobby. So eventually, it's going to be an YOLO approach, so to say, from so many of these teams that we might just see.
YOLO
But
approach calls for a YOLO
from the
circle.
Astra
Yeah.
Academy. I would love to see a YOLO game from Astra Academy, maybe.
I believe they have been doing that since day one.
They have been. There's
Well,
nothing that's been able to stop them thus far.
Yeah.
Every single time walking away with that many points is just absolutely decimating the lobby. But eventually, of course, as we get prepped into the final game, let's have a look at the schedule. Wherein we do know we are going to Erangel.
Erangel once again, and as we were talking about it, I mean, YOLO gameplay requires a YOLO circle as well. Water circles you have been asking for since the morning, Ocean, and I'll join you now. I'll join the bandwagon. Water circle on Erangel. Either towards the bridge or the military island with like 50% water. Whatever we get, we're going to take it.
And I mean, and I'll just, add one thing that obviously a game roughly goes 30 minutes or so, right? But for a few teams, the team at 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th position, it's going to be the longest 30 minutes that they're going to be in. Because every wrong decision can just, let you stay there. Every right decision can actually 2 points, 2 points, 1 point. Like, it's going to be a good...
At this point, one kill might just cost you thousands of dollars.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, one bad click, simply put. I mean, we've seen, from teams like, for example, DRS as well, when it came down to having a bad drop location itself, resulted in them being dished out or back into the lobby. That was something that, of course, we do not want to be able to see. But that is the entertainment that will be brought on with this final game. Enough banter. It is time. It is time to jump right into the final game. Let's go on for one more time over to XP and Play to take us through this final game of South Asia Championship.
Thank you for that once again, and one final time. Blotter, Johnny, and of course Ocean on the desk doing a fantastic job as usual. And ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure, it is our pleasure, and of course our honor to present to you the final game of the championship to decide who is going to be crowned the kings over here at XP. Now, looking at a table, I feel like a couple of names are kind of obvious here, but it's not just about the first spot. It's not just about a second spot. It's about a 3rd, the 4th, the 5th. Every placing matters a lot. Not just because of pride, because of all the cash as well.
All that moolah, baby. That is what, of course, the teams are going to be fighting for, and it is going to be the final game of the South Asian Championship. I'm like a mixed bag of emotions. If you unzip me right now, I'm pretty sure different kind of emoticons are going to be flying out. But it is what it is, and yeah, like you did mention, I'm pretty sure we kind of have an idea who's going to walk away with that big $40,000 US. That's. I suppose you were part of the winning team, Play. What would you do with all that money?
I'd probably, I don't know,
get this looked at, maybe.
Put it in Doge, maybe. I don't know. All right, I don't know what to do with money, which is why I'm terrible with cash. I usually make someone else handle it. But speaking of teams, right? 17% of the tournament, or of the players playing this tournament, are from Mongolia. That's a small number, 17%, right? And right now, there is a reality that these 17% might take the top 1, 2nd, and 3rd spot, which means, you did the math, how much money is that?
So that is that is $86,000 US. So
that's
if
more than
this
half the
does
prize
happen,
pool.
17% are going to walk away with more than 50% of the prize pool, like I did mention. And I kind of let me tell you one thing. 17% sounds small, but you know that now in today's day and age, it is estimated that 1 in 6 people share genes with the great Genghis Khan. So, the Mongolians, when these guys ride out, man, they do it in style and they go for the win, which is exactly what's happening over here. It kind of looks like the esport world of PUBG Mobile is being invaded by a horde from Mongolia, and these boys are doing it as the heavens above are going to split one last time. That beautiful golden sunlight is going to be shining down through, and of course, that steely big bird is going to take to the skies one last time in the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asian Championship.
And once again, one final time, I heard a lot of people hoping and praying for a Water Circle XP, and if there is one man who loves a Water Circle, it is yours truly, and I would love to see that starting from Kameshki's towards going to be towards the military base. I don't want to really talk about the drops right now. It's a final game. Everyone who's been watching knows where these teams like dropping towards. Now, unless something really crazy takes place here, I guess, you know, we can kind of assume it's going to be Stalwart towards military base, 1952 probably dropping towards Primorose, because the usual stuff, right? But let's try and, you know, paint the picture here a little bit better, right? Astra Academy, APES Incorporated, they came in from the PMCO South Asia wildcard, where only 2 teams, XP, qualified. Out of all the 16 or 20 teams who played, only 2 teams qualified, and these were these 2 teams. And the way they've come and just dominated everyone, that's a storyline on its own. Zeus just making a name for themselves during the PMPL South Asia, the group stage and the finals. They have looked spectacular as well. Just the Grim Reapers of the battlefield. DRS continue to be a force to be reckoned with. Stalwart Esports as well. And look at the points they have. Stalwart, 197 points, XP.
That's not bad.
They can still get top 3. They can still make it a top 3 if they get the one chicken dinner. And baby, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like everyone's prayers are answered. The final circle of the PMPL South Asia Championship. It's going to be military 1. And look at SD taking the fight to APES. Right at the very beginning. This is spicy. I love it.
The moment I saw the circle, I was like, drama, this is going to be amazing. And looks like action and drama is going to break out right at the beginning. APES hustler, he's got to hustle his way around as team members from SD are going to be pushing in on position. He does have an M16 burst fire doing the job. He gets one, almost gets the second, but it's Kayer who comes in and puts him down in the ground. And this is kind of surprising this time around. It's not
Hustler just got
punched.
Oh yeah, he's got to finish up. I'm sorry.
You gotta add insult to injury, innit?
I mean, listen. You have nothing to lose, all right? You have nothing to lose. Go all out. And also, I feel like, okay, for APES, it's a problem, right? You want to get a top 3 placing and you want to perform better than DRS. For Astra Academy, the first place is pretty much guaranteed.
But unless they get knocked out in the 16th position and
Zeus gets like
have a 32-point game. Yeah. I mean, look,
wait.
Anything can happen. If it,
Dude,
wait a second. You're not teammates. You guys are not in the same team, but it looks like there's a race for Novo that's going to be breaking out right now. Little do they know, Astra Academy are already over there, and Zeus are hunting them down. Forget everything else. I think we just might see that they know that this is the only chance that they have if they want to topple Astra Academy, as Pika is going to be put in the corner, but Icy reacts just a bit too slow as he gets taken down with the Vector and is finished off with that shotgun. Now Zeus are going to be 1 man down, but Astra Academy realize the threat to their lead at this point. And boy, oh boy, they're going to play their hearts out as Scry almost gets a knock on Godless. But now Zeus, they are going to make the moves. Pika, still the first man in Astra's line of defense.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Pika. He's using all the bandages here. He's got a third-person view. He's going to have to rotate immediately, and he will escape in the nick of time. But for how long? Teammates are providing him a little bit of cover fire, but Zeus are so hungry, desperate for this kill, and they will find him. Vengeance is a sweet dish indeed. Now a 3v3, but a knock does take place. Scry pushing on in. This is a messy fight. Top's kind of low here. There's no real trade possibility, XP. Scry going in for the kill could be dangerous. Top's gonna... There's a little bit of a delay in the kill feed there, but that's the knock Top got onto Godless. But Zeol with the reply. Knocks are back and forth. Zeol will be able to save his teammate, though. And Astra Academy, despite getting the first kill, it isn't looking very good for them, because action is still far away.
I'm just keeping an eye out on the overall score right now. 33 points do separate the teams, and I'm trying to just make sure that I get every single point right. Right now in this game, Astra Academy, there you have it, 276, Zeus on 244. They do have that 1 point from this game, and if Zeus are able to snuff out the lives of the remaining 2 members, I mean, that is quite a possibility. I know it sounds outlandish when I say that they need a big 33-34 game. It is possible, Blay. It is possible. And elsewhere, it looks like APES want to cement their position on the overall leaderboard as well, as they are toppling down teams at their own nice little pace. But Tops is going to come in. I think that Ably was knocked out. It was a little unfortunate because they weren't really expecting them to come out a little aggressive. But now the question is he going to be finished off, or is Zeol going to come in and provide some much-needed cover for his teammate? Unfortunately, I think I've answered myself. But now, Top versus Zeol. 1-on-1. Astra Academy versus Zeus.
The problem for Zeol is he needs to contend with Action as well. Action just being a wraith among all the boxes. Godless is there as well, right? So, yeah, 2 separate 1v1 fights. Action going up the stairs at the worst time possible. He doesn't even have a helmet, XP. And this is not looking good. Action 1 point of health, but he's manages to patch himself up in the nick of time, lives up to his name. He gets the knock. Zeol now pushing on up. The last man left standing for Zeus. Going up against Action. It's Mongolia versus Mongolia. And Zeol's gonna come out on top. Now it's a 1v1. And Zeol getting tagged down. He's peeking left and right. Almost finds it. But now both the players at about 30 points of health. The battle to stay alive in the final game of the tournament. They're going to be going in for the res here. Zeol coming on top. Look at him, hunting him down from above. And the footstep sounds being made. Zeol's going in for the kill, but he gets taken down. And Astra Academy, they will survive.
Wow.
And Zeus Esports, kudos for taking the fight, but Astra Academy are just too much to handle for Zeus Esports.
Oh my goodness. Well, there goes the possibility of Zeus making a comeback over here and getting that first position. It goes right out the window, but what a valiant effort on their part. But Astra Academy, oh my goodness, in a world of their own. And of course, since it is a military circle, we are going to see a lot of fish out there in the sea as Chari knows a lot of enemies are coming by, but wait a second, Charlie was not expecting that, and Crypto from distance puts him in the ground, and with that, Skylightz Gaming, another quick exit for them in the 15th position, but oh my goodness, it's uncharacteristic of what we just saw right now, the fact that... Go ahead.
I just want to say, like,
Go ahead. Wow.
This map, this game right now, it makes no sense. This makes no
I love
sense.
it.
And I'm loving every freaking second of it.
Hold on.
PN Cruise rotation,
Exactly.
by the way.
I mean, they're like, you know what? We're just going to chill out. It's a nice little breeze on the water right now. Because we'll see you guys in the circle. And you know what? It's actually going to work out because they are going to probably come somewhere south of Nova Repnoi, which means Astra Academy could be in a little bit of a pickle. But again, it doesn't really matter right now. I do believe they have cemented the fact that they are going to be crowned the kings of the South Asian Championship. However, positions 3, 4, 5 are still up for grabs, and you know it can go either way. We still have Deadeye's guys in contention. We still have DRS, and of course the Apes, who are going to be banging their chests with all their might, making sure they intimidate the enemy because, well, they have lost one member, but they do have that 1 kill to their name so far.
Where's DRS, man? I want to see where DRS are, right? Because they're going to be...
Check this out. And boop, that's it.
2 tap. 2 love taps to the face. The kiss of death from afar, XP. Can we take a look at the map real quickly, ladies and gentlemen? Production, please. Very quickly. I want to see what DRS are. Scanning. Where's the purple? They're swimming across. They're swimming across, as people like to call them, the real swimmers, and they have managed to live up to the name. But more importantly, XP, they are well inside of the play zone, and they found a patch of land where there's no one around. There's literally no one around. Meanwhile, getting back to this fight, Deadeye's guys going up against Ken PB. And they're just saying hi. He will be finished off, though. SD have nothing to lose. Their job right now is to make life miserable for all the teams in the top 6, top 7, top 8.
I love that. It's going to be exciting because, well, you do want to see a few wrenches thrown in people's game plans over here. As PN Crew, man, they do look like they are going to make it.
I'm sorry. I just want to like interrupt you very quickly here before I lose my train of thought as well. Circle are not really going to be shifting much. When I say DRS, like jokingly say I call them the real swimmers. I'm not being critical. Whatever it takes to win the game or get the points, that's what matters.
Amen.
If it means you're going to be camping in a bush for 60 minutes and you're going to get a chicken dinner, good for you. Good for you. If it means you're going to get 30 kills and then get a chicken dinner, good for you as well. Because remember, XP, the reason DRS won the previous finals because one member stayed alive in all the chaos in the water. You remember that game, right? So for me, like when I say all these things like, oh, they're swimming, they're just staying behind, they're not taking the fights, I don't criticize it at all. I feel like if you feel that is going to guarantee you the advantage, go for it. Right now, though, V is sneaking up. Goodbye.
Beautiful.
Goodbye, good night,
beautiful.
And adios, Bay. That was sneaky.
It's kind of sad that someone's Bay just came under fire. That is going to be problematic. His teammates are going to be a little angry about that. But yeah, I kind of lost my chain of thought too because, yeah, you definitely made a lot of sense over there. But see, I mean, this is a battle royale, right? It's all about surviving till the end, whether you get 100 kills, whether you get 1 kill. Winning is winning. And, I see a lot of words being thrown out in the chat as well as far as camping goes. It's part and parcel of the game. You do have to hold down certain compounds from time to time. And, well, sometimes you got to defend against an enemy approaching you. Or sometimes,
Yeah, I agree with you, right? If you're in a 1v3 and you just step out of a house just to take a fight, you're an idiot. That's when you camp. That's when you don't show yourself, right? And I don't get sometimes how people don't seem to understand that these players, they're not playing like a casual game where you'd lose, it's fine, you can just restart the game. No, there's a lot on the line. And some of these guys, these are some of the best on the planet, right? They know what they're doing here. And Extreme is alone. I'm curious why he's all alone. But we'll get back to it later.
Stalwart. I like that because what he was doing was, I mean, he was prone on his belly. He got all that information that, the compound ahead of him is going to be occupied while his teammates are traversing across the channel as well. Because the last man for that team was Cooney, who was still on the main island. But again, they are going to make it to safety.
XP. DEADEYES guys, 200 points. Stalwart Esports, 197 points.
This is an important matchup right now. Now, the winner from this little skirmish could just walk away the winner! And oh my goodness, Hungrybox was not expecting that as that grenade blew up at the right time and just snuffed his life out. Ozum, of course, coming in quick with that DP28 and putting those bullets in his body to make sure that they are going to be raking up the kill points. Now, Stalwart Esports, they do have 3 kills, all 4 members alive. They know DEADEYES guys are going to be 1 man short. And the fact that they have smoke deployed, just have a look at this. Have a look at the perfect timing. That was
brilliant.
Pristine. But again, that is going to give enough time for Johnny to kind of circumnavigate around DEADEYE's position and basically set up a different angle for himself. Or, by the look of things, they want to make sure they are a bit deeper in the circle with more cover for themselves. Makes sense
also
either way.
Smart play. Yeah, they're making sure they have a contingency plan in place. This battle, though, if Stalwart, I'm not sure about Ozum rotating like that. That is very risky, Ozum, and he's very fortunate that the bullets won't really find its mark. Now, for Stalwart, if they knock out DEADEYE's guys here, guaranteed top 5. Guaranteed top 5. So there's so much on the line. And looking at the play zone, you are right, XP. Stalwart making a play for the play zone. And that means they don't need to take the fight. The fight is going to come to them. DEADEYE's guys have to push into their direction, which is a fantastic call coming from Stalwart. However, DEADEYE guys going in from a different route altogether.
Do you see what I see? Exactly.
No?
I was actually going to talk about APES right now. They are trying to look for Astra Academy as well, because have a look at that. They are going to be chilling in Nova Repnoy. Of course, Circle has kind of shifted out. So, oh my goodness, Astra Academy, they do have the target painted on the back. It's all about bragging rights right now. I mean, everyone knows that, they are going to be walking away the winners over here, but that little brag that you can, brag to your friends about, hey man, I'm the guy who kind of knocked them out in the last game. You know what I mean? So of course, all of this is still going to be in effect. And of course, you want to make sure that you keep raking up those kills and cement your position, as it does look like we have taken a fight with 7Cs. As Rig is going to be knocked down in the open. His teammates a bit too far away from him, which means, precious time is going to be wasted. But talking about precious time, Turulov did the right thing. Knocks him out the moment he dismounts from his vehicle.
And it did it in style as well, XP, with the weapon of choice of yours, of course. Meanwhile, DRS going up against Stalwart, looking at the kill feed here. And Stalwart Esports, they have a lot on the line. And facing off against DRS, it looks like they are going to be losing a couple of members. Hopefully, we can take a look at that particular firefight. Ayush, in the meantime, just tapping away calmly.
I thought that buggy just came in at the wrong time, and had the driver been rendering, he would have been out.
He's so low XPZ, barely alive. But they will pull off the great escape in the winter, and XPZ heading into the play zone, where at least for the time being, a bit of respite from the bullets whizzing past. But I really want to take a look at what's going on between DRS and Stalwart Esports here as we
see.
There we go.
Right now,
this is the shot. This is the shot.
All right, let's have a look. I think he does get in the vehicle, and the moment he dismounts, he is going to get his head. There you go. The moment he dismounts, in fact, it's Turulov who knocks him out in the driver's seat. Everything just lined up perfect. But, talking about DRS, they are going to be in the center of the circle right now, trying to get to some high ground. They do have a couple of buildings for cover. It looks like Stalwart Esports are now going to have to face another enemy. Once again, it's going to be INV as Winter. And XPC are going to be moving forward. XPC a little low on his health is going to be problematic, but what is problematic is the fact that one member from 7C just fell down as Ozum is going to get taken out. In fact, was he knocked down or is he still in this? I think he's still in this.
I think he's still in this. Barely a sliver of HP, and that is a fantastic job from Crypto as well. Ozum was kind of like protecting his teammate.
They took them out.
Crypto finishes him off. INV are out. They're out 13th place in the game. And we're down to the final 12 teams, 38 alive. And Stalwart Esports, actually, they lost Johnny. They lost Johnny to DRS, but 3 members still alive and kicking. And more importantly, 5 kills to their name. And a guaranteed top 12 at the very least.
I don't know, man. It kind of looks like they could, in fact, challenge APES as well. Now, APES are doing something a little uncharacteristic. Have a look at them. They are going to be traversing from the eastern aspect of the plane. Wait a second. As True Love is going to come under heavy fire. He is still on his feet, but of course, when 3 guns are trained at you, it's kind of difficult getting out of harm's way. But right now, DEADEYES, guys, again, it is an important game for them as well, but they are surrounded by the enemy on onside. In fact, HIGHVOLTAGE, have a look at how they've actually got them surrounded. Aussie is going to be behind them from this point of view, while Cooney is holding the left flank down, and Assassin is trying to get someone to peek him so that Aussie can do some damage.
A few minutes ago, this town was a ghost town, and right now it's heavily populated. XP. You got DEADEYES, guys. We got HIGHVOLTAGE. We have Nightmare in the distance as well. Not to forget Astra Academy. Stalwart going for a bit of an interesting rotation. If you can take a look at the map here, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, you can see them skirting. There we go. They're skirting around all the way to head towards the coast. Look, the only way this could go wrong is if 1952 unleashes on them. But apart from that, I think that's a genius call coming in from Stalwart.
I don't think that's really going to happen, because if you have a look between 1952 and Blade at this moment, we have a little bit of a hill, so that is going to provide cover. But what Stalwart did good was the fact that they chose that piece of land over there, because you do have those ridges. Also, Blade, you have those couple of shacks over there, which can provide you much needed cover. Now, the only thing is, if the circle, even if it shifts away from them, but as long as it stays at the beachhead, they still have a lot of options. They can easily maneuver about 150 meters right from the current position and still be in the circle. But again, we're going to find out later, as Jane is going to be running over the opposition. How is Banwo not out? He was literally just an inch from that front right wheel off that vehicle, but unfortunately it's G.I. Jane.
That's unfortunate. And now with that, the M249 unleashing onto Frankie. And T2K maybe getting a little too ahead of themselves. I'm not too sure what they're thinking here. I know they need to go for a rotation and pass on through the gatekeepers here, but maybe that wasn't the right play. Now they have 1 member surviving for T2K from 3. And he's basically announcing his presence. And with the bullets flying past, 1952 aware the LIT are nearby in the vicinity. And they need to be careful. Now they have this little bit of a building, of a house, of a hut to work with, but they are a man down. And LIT, though, getting shot at from afar as well. They do have an elevated position to work with, as one shot just rattling off a couple of bullets in his direction. But right now, it looks like everyone's kind of found their temporary accommodation, right? Killer's still making a move, though. He's coming in behind DRS, but it looks like everyone should be kind of quiet for the time being, waiting for the zone to shift in further. PN Crew making a lot of noise and getting shot at by multiple opponents.
Well, it's car time right now, because they did take a really unusual course into the circle. They in fact came down from the south of the military base itself, and now they are going to be facing off against DRS and Mafia Ninja. If he cooks this to perfection, it could be problematic for them, but he had to just change his little game plan over there, as Vanuwo from the distance put a few shots in him, and he is one lucky man to still be standing. Now the problem for DRS play is the fact that they have a lot of open ground to traverse, and PN Crew, although both teams are outside the circle, and although if you have a look at the minimap,
oh my god, the zone.
Oh my goodness. Forget the mini-map, because the zone is doing what it does best. It's going to be playing spoil sport. I love the fact that it's so haphazard. And have a look at Stalwart Esports play. It kind of worked out for them.
And listen, the most important thing right now for DRS is, like, they want to get a top 3 spot. They better start taking fights right now. And I believe, like, these sort of fights, right, when they have the player advantage, they need to push on up. And also, as we spotted out, they need to first encounter PN Crew and LIT. That's the first knock. Nima finding Ayush. Season, position compromised. They know where he is from trajectory off. That Nate is going to find one switching and going prone, but he will be finished off. And I do believe they should have enough ample time to get the res onto AJ. So that's a good wipe, as PN Crew will be eliminated in the 11th position. And for the side of DRS, they have a couple more kills to their name. 5 points, and all 4 players still alive and standing. That's very good for DRS if they want to still compete with APES.
I think they are going to take the competition right till the last second over here, but now DEADEYES guys are going to be in a little little bit of a pickle because the circle has kind of shifted up north, if you do remember, and Aussie is outside the circle as well. But remember, they are going to be surrounded by all sides. The Extreme is going to be taking his attention towards another team, and LIT are going to be lit up as a couple of them do fall to their knees. But Nima, from the distance, is going to lay down some cover fire, inadvertently helping the other team out. But again, every single kill, every single point, every single second counts for them, that team, because again, the top three, the third position in fact, is still up for grabs. Now the Apes have been silent so far as DEADEYES guys are fighting for their lives.
Excellent. Real quick, pick a team. Who's going to win? Who's going to get a chicken dinner? Come on.
Oh, baby, high voltage. I don't know why I feel high voltage are in the best position right now the way they're playing. High voltage or Stalwart Esports, one of them.
Stalwart or high voltage? I'm going to go with Stalwart as well. I have a feeling. I have a feeling the Pakistanis, the final game, they're going to step it up. I got a feeling. Let's see if it's going to really come into fruition, though. Astra Academy and Apes Incorporated both down to two-man squad. Speaking of Astra Academy, Action's going to be finishing off white from Apes and Kanak as well. Apes getting eliminated. Astra Academy have taken down both the Mongolian squads. They're like, no one's coming for this crown, baby. It's all ours. Nightmare Gaming as well. They will fall. 7 left alive in the play zone here, XV. 7 teams. 22 are all that remains. Astra Academy don't care. They're just going to kill everyone.
I mean, now they can even say that, all the Mongolians are going to be in the top 3 perhaps, but it does look like Astra are definitely head over shoulders above everyone else. As DEADEYES guys are going to come with the heavy fire. Aussie finally coming up behind him. Can he make it to the circle? No, he cannot, as he is brought down to his knees, but he did the damage that was necessary to keep DEADEYES guys just a little bit out in the blue for just a little bit longer. And you know what? Like I said, every second is going to count. If they do get knocked out of this position, it may very well be that the Apes could run away with the third position. But now high voltage, they are going to reassess the whole situation because DRS, mind you, are going to be pushing in as well. And in fact, DRS did take out one member as Action now takes the fight to Stalwart Esports. But the fact that they are entrenched along that cliff, along those ridges, is something that is going to work in their favor.
If Uzum can take down Astra, if he can take down Action, he's got control.
Take down the amount of action and that's it, right?
Yeah, if you can take that action, you've done a job. But the thing is, if Storm can hold on to this cliff, right, they can just mow everyone else down coming downhill. They can rack up the kills. They can steal away the top 5 spot, even the top 4 away from DRS as well. And maybe even Apes, if I'm not mistaken, listen. Stalwart 197 points. Apes Incorporated 211. And look at this. The bullets will be unleashed. But Crypto, in fact, is going to get the knock. And look at them just tapping away, farming the kills. But the kills might be stolen by LIT unless they're very, they don't confirm these kills quickly enough. Hojuan getting spotted out. Blade trying to scan the ridge. On top in the meantime, getting helped out, I believe, as Extreme will be knocked on down. And DEADEYES guys still in contention. Still 3 alive, but they need to cross this hill and look at the number of bodies, the number of players lying in wait. The circle is shrinking in. They need to make a move. LIT getting into the vehicles. It's a mad dash for safety. But Crypto and Stalwart are keeping everyone at bay with their rifles. This is going to be a bloodbath.
It is going to be a bloodbath, and the fact that Stalwart Esports again, lovely decision to make it to this rage, as now Hojuan is going to come under fire. Those little taps from that M4 finding their mark but not doing enough damage. Action is still in a scary position for Stalwart Esports because one good grenade could be devastating, as Hojuan has the same idea. Mafia Ninja is going to have a grenade go off in front of his face. Luckily he's still alive, but that Uzi is going to put him in the ground. DEADEYES guys play the way they pushed out, taking advantage of the commotion that happened when high voltage came under fire was beautiful as Hojuan gets the knock but is taken down instead.
And I do believe that DRS getting eliminated as well. DRS getting eliminated, and DEADEYES guys, 2 players out in the open, knocked on down. Crypto being tagged down as well. And Action, you pointed him out, he's still there. He's still there like a wraith. And if he finds Crypto, it could be massive. But it's not going to be him who's going to find him. It's someone else. Action still lurking around. V getting shot at by Uzum in the smoke. We're down to the final 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. Stalwart Esports, they might actually get the chicken dinner here. 3 players left alive. They have patched themselves up as well. Nades being tossed on in. LIT above the hill, but they need to move down. Action's gonna find Uzum. He's finally gonna strike Astra Academy's Action. I do believe the lone man standing, indeed he is. And he's single-handedly taking the fight to Stalwart Esports. He wants that final chicken dinner, XP, and if he's gonna do everything all by his lonesome, he's gonna do it. He spotted the player out. He knows where V is, the vehicle, the only thing providing a semblance of cover. He is getting shot at from multiple directions, has to go prone, and is gonna patch himself as LIT are now gonna unleash onto Blade, and the taps from Crypto is gonna find checks in. This is too hectic to call. It's gonna come down to a 1v1v1.
It is going to come down to that, but the fact that the amount of action, oh my goodness, he's got his pies, he's got his fingers in a lot of pies over here. The fact that he was giving Stalwart Esports a run for their money, and you know, LIT did the right thing. The moment they heard that gunfight, they started traversing down the mountain, which is what I wanted to bring up at one point, because they did have smokes deployed up there on that ridge, but you know, once the smoke dissipates, people can see you. But again, action, oh my goodness, keeping them at bay, coming under fire, time in and time out, as Blade is going to be taken out by Zip. But action is not done. He is not done as he takes out another member from LIT, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a 2-on-1 situation, but against all odds, Stalwart Esports, you said it, that you know, you would be surprised if they do not win this game, but when you have action next to you, oh boy, anything can happen right now as that car blows up, which means Action's life is going to be snuffed out. And ladies and gentlemen, the final game in the South Asian Championship is going to be won by the very happy boys from LIT Gaming.
And they had a fantastic position, a fantastic performance as well. 171 points they had in the 8th place during at the beginning of this game. And now with the chicken dinner and the number of kills they accrue, they're definitely going to be aiming, I'm sure, for a much more higher placing here. But Astra Academy, Jesus Christ, but it looks like there's one man left. It's a 1v4v4, and the lunatic almost makes it happen, XP, almost makes me believe. But ladies and gentlemen, that is the end. What a tournament, what a finish, what a fantastic game of PUBG Mobile we witnessed there. And it was a pleasure, XP. It was a pleasure, obviously, casting with you. It was a pleasure myself having the opportunity to cover all these games, all these fantastic teams, each and every one of them from all the respective regions. I think they played their hearts out. I'm going to be sitting back and watching how the top 3 to top 5 plays out, because I'm not fast enough to do the math in my head right now. Any final words from your side, XP? Because from my side, I think I had a fantastic time with yourself and, of course, with these wonderful games.
I think you've said it all, and of course it's always a pleasure working with you. The production team is amazing, and all you viewers out there, I love the fact that you come in and support your teams. You do get a little feisty every now and then, but that is part and parcel of the game. Thank you for having us, and I hope you all had a good time. But don't go anywhere, because we still have a little segment coming with the analyst desk. That dynamic duo is going to break things down, and we're going to find out who walks away with how much money. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this.
Well, what an incredibly wonderful day this has been. The final day of PMPL South Asia Championships. Couldn't have gotten any better. The storyline was on point from day one all the way up until now, and the way it started off, it was a gala to get into. Of course, this is all thanks to OPPO F19 Pro for making it all happen. Let's move on to the duo itself. Of course, Aisha Pajani, Ocean Sharma. Let's jump right into this, mate, because that first few moments of the game itself.
Yeah.
Well, they jumped on Nova Repnoy, and they were like,
who exactly?
Let's go for the fight.
There were two teams there. Who are you talking about? Who
exactly. they all went for the fight. But in everything, you and I are going to agree on one thing. Stalwart. Brilliant performance from that team. Brilliant performance. But there's one lad that's going to, want to stay on top. That's going to be Action. 6 kills, 747 damage, no assist, 485. Obviously, if you're 2 players surviving, you'll have to heal a lot.
But here's the thing, though. Action is the MVP for this game, but is this enough to get him the MVP for the entire tournament? That is a really, really big question right now, because we know before this game, IC had taken him over. And Then this match starts. Zeus Esports drop to Nova Epnoi.
Oh my god.
They have a fight with Astra Academy, and Astra Academy lose 2 players. And then the 2 remaining players, Top and Action, they go on to get the second position.
Talk about Usman Crypto. Well, amazing performance coming through these lads as well. 24 minutes, 29 seconds survival time by Crypto. 619 damage coming up from him. Zev 11, 660 damage and 4 kills coming up from him as well. So these 3 teams, I mean, Astra Academy, Stalwart and Lit, these 3 had an amazing end to this. Like the final fight, amazing. Like everyone could spot everyone, but if you actually take him down, your opponent will take you down.
The recovery that Lit Esports have shown in this tournament has been incredible. I mean, like losing out completely on the first day, and then day 2, they move up a little bit. Day 3, they try and maintain the position. Day 4, they blow out the competition.
Well, Blade coming up with maximum assists, that's good. And talk about Mafia Ninja, going with the most utilities used, it's good.
Yeah.
And with that, let's move on along and, of course, have a look at the match ranking coming in from this game.
Yeah, well, talking about match ranking, right? 12 kills coming up and 15 placement points for Lit Esports, 27. Stalwart with 21 points for themselves, Astra Academy with 20. So this is, where it is. These 21 points. Where are these 21 points going to take Stalwart? DRS 14 points. Where will it take them? 12 points for DE. Where will it take them? Every team.
Specifically, all the teams that were there fighting for the third position, the third, fourth, and fifth. Those are the 3 teams that are there in the top performing teams in this game. Stalwart, DRS, DEADEYES guys, and APES. And along with that, I mean, it has been an incredible game. A lot happened, as we talked about. Astra getting taken on early game by Zeus Esports. Us getting what we wanted, exactly, the water circle.
True circle.
And precisely the one Ocean asked for, like the same one that we had during the picture perfect repeat of the circle. I mean, the team sort of changed their rotation as well. This time no one decided like, alright, we're gonna go for late rotation.
I love my predictions, trust me. XP gave me a crystal ball and that's working fine till now.
I thought he sold it to Fixes.
Yeah, he broke it.
Oh, he broke it.
Yeah, you remember, right? He broke it. Well, now this is where you see we talked about it. Kaya moving from. I mean, let me just speak in the format as lovely co-caster like to go. Kaya, like moving up from that one direction. That was just the way. But the circle, this was the main shift that actually gave a curveball to so many teams on the southern side cluster.
And I was really worried with how Stalwart Esports are going to take this game, because they like to play the military island, and we know how many teams, like towards the bridge, there is a cluster of teams that you have to fight your way through. They did it. They fought through everyone, made it to the shorelines and played along the shorelines. And then, I mean, like, the game wasn't really meant to be theirs in the end, as the circle moved to the high ground all of a sudden in the end, and Lit Esports had an advantage because of that. But Stalwart Esports, that team deserves a huge round of applause. I mean, they have had a phenomenal run in the tournament, the only team from their region, and then they went toe-to-toe in terms of everything, like bringing in their own little flavor into this thing, just being all aggressive, getting all those kills, and just fighting on the leaderboard.
Absolutely, mate, because again, now when it comes down to the positioning of that team, we did see them stick to that 8th spot for quite some time. But now after this sort of an incredible performance, we're going to have to just wait a little bit longer to find out where exactly is that going to lead them to. But alongside this, let's actually jump right in with the open moments and these incredible fights.
Just right after, everyone just dropped down, we saw these fights happening, finishes and revives coming up. But this one, Icy dropping down. Icy was the first one to be taken down. So all in all, Zeus, I don't know, they changed up their drop lead. That's a surprise that we know Zeus always likes to give us. Sometimes they drop down to shelter, sometimes 2 players drop on shelter, 2 on George. Well, we've seen these things happen, but first time Nova Repnoi. Well, we've seen them dropping down on military base as well, but Nova Repnoi, wow.
I mean, they definitely did some damage to Astra Academy in this early game fight, but it wasn't enough to sort of ruin the plans of the place. And again, this makes it even more intense.
This one.
This man is nuts. Crypto with those tap shots from the M4. We saw this. We're going to see the same happen to the players of Lit in the late game stages. There were 3 players, and 2 of the players from the side of Stalwart went down. Crypto pops out with his M4, 2 tap shots right in the head to one of the players from the side of Lit Esports, and like, he has no fear.
Crypto is one of the most brilliant players that I would say this tournament actually gave us. Obviously, he's playing from previous times for sure, but this time we saw a different version of Crypto just coming up. He never shies away from a fight.
Not just him, I mean, a lad from DEADEYES as well that has caught my attention. It's going to be Zev11. He has had wonderful performances from his team. I mean, there are veterans in the lineup that are supporting him, but Zev11 has had a phenomenal run as far as individual performances are considered. And this was the moment that I'm talking about. Now, the circle has moved to the high run, as you can see, and this is giving a really big advantage to Esports. Like, this was supposed to be theirs.
Yeah, Crypto again. Those tabs just coming up perfect, but well, this is where the the action stops. I mean, action literally stopped down there because obviously Lit did get this chicken, but had this performance from Lit came up in the first 2 days, it could have changed a lot of things. But talking about this one, 2200 damage coming up from Lit, 1304 from Astra Academy, Stalwart 1713 coming up. Well, I don't know, we can't complain about this damage graph now because, our teams, a few of the teams did not perform, a few of them did perform incredible. It happens in every game, right? But the journey never stops. You always learn something from every tournament.
And also, I have to say, I mean, we were saying since the start of the day, DRS, the downfall of DRS's momentum. Last 2 games, DRS has definitely put up a show for us. Not just last 2, but last 3, like the previous.
DE as well.
DE as well. DE also has had an interesting run in the last few matches. These 2 teams have picked themselves up really nicely, and this is what we always talk about. As you keep gaining experience tournament after tournament, you learn how to reset, and that is what these teams teach us. How to reset, how to come back even after having a bad start to a day.
Absolutely, and just to add on along to that, I do want to add on 1952's name as well. When you're talking about learning from your experience, that is one team that has showcased that, throughout the different times that we've seen them slowly and steadily moving on along, but eventually when it came down to this wonderful turn of events at South Asia Championship, it was Astra Academy from day number 1 itself who had cemented themselves the lead. Team tried to get to that pole position, but it was not easy, and eventually the lead that they created on day number 1 at the end has now resulted in the champions being decided as well, and that is going to be none other than, of course, Astra Academy. Beautiful turn of events. This has been a team to keep your eyes gauged onto for the future as well.
Yeah, exactly. And it has been an incredible run from them.
History repeats itself. A team that has that lead on the day 1.
Yeah.
They always have
We
it.
call it.
History
You guys spoke about
has
it.
it. Yeah, it has it always.
But hey, kudos to DRS for giving them a tough fight on day 1 and day 2. I mean, they almost took that first position away, but it was only for a few matches. And Astra Academy, they came back and, well, they hit DRS pretty hard.
I do want to take the conversation, so sorry to cut you off, I do want to take the conversation back to the nostalgia part from day 1 itself, when we saw Action jumping on along, showcasing those wonderful plays, and I mean, you cannot forget, there were some incredible moments that this team has given us.
Also, talk about the team storyline. I mean, when they qualified for this tournament, they were not on the first day. They were taken over by APES, a team that has a lot more experience. And Astra Academy came into this tournament as a group of young guns and then went on to destroy absolutely everyone. They took on everyone and destroyed them.
Beautiful, absolutely annihilating play coming in from that team, and that is the reason why Astra Academy is the champions of South Asia Championship PMPL. Beautiful, like I said, but that is just the pole position taken care of. As we move on along, we are going to look at the other teams.
50-point lead.
Wow, Zeus is there, DRS is on 3rd, Stalwart's on 4th.
Good effort by Stalwart Esports. I mean, that's not that much of a difference between them and DRS and
In
APES
top
as well.
7, they are the only team without a chicken dinner and 96 placement points. They relied on the kill points this time. This is the Stalwart that we wanted to see, but I wish they had a chicken dinner.
Yes, they were looking so close as well when it came down to that final moments of the fight. Had the circle not shifted towards Lit, it was looking like Stalwart's game.
10 placement points is what they had at the 3rd position. Imagine 5 more. The chicken in a 5 placement could have actually... Wow!
A team, once again, another team to look forward to. All of these teams, throughout the past 4 days, that is what we've seen. We've seen comeback stories. We've seen DEADEYES being on the 16th position. We've seen Train to Kill.
had there been one more game, think about it, 223, 218, 216, 212, it was still close.
We don't know
Still
what
is.
would have happened had there been one more
Exactly.
game. Because one more game means these players themselves would be looking at the matches, this match in particular, in a different way.
True, absolutely. And again, I mean, we have to thank the circle itself as well.
Oh, yeah.
Moving on down to the final game, and that's the curveball the circle throws to the entire lobby.
This was the perfect last game to have.
Exactly. The perfect last day, I would say.
Yeah, perfect last day.
From start till the end, the storyline's been so fluctuated based on the overall ranking. And eventually, when we bring that conversation down towards, as I was mentioning, LIT, Lit Esports, Train to Kill. Now, this team, both of these teams, in fact, let's bring them up.
Yeah.
They were on the second half of that leaderboard, and that too, the latter half of that second page.
Yeah.
Till the second day.
Till the second day.
Exactly. And from the last position, they came into top 8, like at the 7th position right now. 111 placement points. These placement points, they accumulated in last 2 days. Imagine the first 2 days had been a different story otherwise, had they just, played like this. Because it's been a thing when they were, by the name of U-Level Up as well. They used to, plan their games accordingly, but it was a bit too late at that time as well. It was a bit too late. I would love to see, had there been more games, trust me, it could have just changed the perspective.
I mean, plus this is the first time I believe they are going up against all these teams like PN Crew, High Voltage, Skylightz Gaming, DRS. So they did take their time to sort of adjust themselves to how the lobby is and adapt certainly, but. Had they done that a little bit quicker, and they could have definitely put up a wonderful performance. This is still a wonderful performance. I mean, 16 to 7th. That is a godly jump to have, especially in just 2 days. So nothing taken away, but still, maybe next time.
So just think about it, right? There have been a number of times when you see a team getting the first position at one major tournament and then dropping down to the latter half, coming down to 12th position right now, Skylightz. Previous tournament, PMPL, they were the champions. Now they are at the 12th position. I mean,
Season 2 champion.
Yeah, it just changes the perspective as for. So that means, Astra Academy is at the top position here. The competition evolves around the winning team. Next time, Astra Academy will have to just look forward to every other team, because this happened with Skylightz right now.
Yeah.
Well,
champions of season 2 falling
It
down.
certainly did. But again, I mean, that is going to be a speculation based off another day, based for another day. Because right now, it is certainly for them to, just bask in the wonderful, glorious moment that they're part of, Let's not take that away from them. But yes, with that, the question is not yet answered. We do know who the champions are, but we still don't know if Action's final play with that 747 damage, is that going to lead him the
51 kills! My God. 21 assists, 51 kills. All right.
That's the thing, he had the survival time working in his favor. He still somehow managed to maintain that overall high survival time. And obviously, he has a massive lead in terms of kills.
Kills, 51 kills. I wish we could see, all the kill leaders and everything had we had a chance, because Crypto also got a lot of kills in this one. And talking about all the other players, that would be good, but this guy, So what is it now? 42,000 for them?
Hey, Crypto's there. 40 kills.
Right, he is there. That's nice actually. On the 6th position. Yesterday he had 30 kills. Today he accumulated 10 precious kills for the team. But think about it. Apes, 3 players of Apes.
Yeah.
Zeus, 3 players of Zeus. Astra Academy, 2 players. Wow.
And these are the 2 lads from Astra Academy that were surviving in this game as well. Also, I have to say, it is that survival time.
8 out of 12 players of Mongolia are here in the top 10.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Another player that I do want to mention is going to be High Voltage's
Assassin. Yeah.
Now, this dude has also showcased a wonderful synergy when it comes to, just getting those kills. And this guy, this time around, is part of this, which, of course, is, again, a very, very valiant effort from the side.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Assassin, we talked about him during the PMPL South Asia Season 3 as well. He had an incredible run during that tournament. Finals was where we saw a bit of a fall-off from the lad, but it looks like he's getting back to the old zone again right here. 29 kills, 6,291 damage, and decent enough survival time as well.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on and have a look at the kill leaders. As we are talking about kills, let's see where are these players basing themselves. 51 kills, of course. Action is taking that first position.
I'm happy with Crypto's performance, to be very honest. Like,
I'm happy with the entire team's performance.
That's true. That's true. But talking about the kill leaders, right? 40 kills, that is what he has. Zul has 39. I see. Last time, if you remember, it was Godless, Icy, Zul, then Crypto.
Yeah.
This time, Crypto has cracked the code against Zeus, but action still remains.
You could say he's the most consistent out of them all, the players that were there the last time. And one thing as well, this also makes the picture a little bit more clear as to how dominating Astra Academy were in terms of their overall performance. These are the three of the most aggressive teams we had in the tournament. And the players from Astra Academy are the only ones in this list with 21-minute plus survival times.
They were surviving for a lot of games. Yeah. There were a lot of games where they did not get a chicken dinner. Still, top 2, top 3 finish. It kind of helps them, right? Because there might be a team that has a chicken dinner in one game and then they go down to maybe 9, 10, 11, like any other position. But this team stayed in top 3. That actually helped them.
Yeah, I mean, it was an impressive run, and we do have a top Godless, White, and Uzim on 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th position, respectively. A really wonderful performance from these players.
Absolutely. Now, as we are talking about these teams, let's also bring up a few memorable moments, I would say. How about that 1v3 situation that we see Zeus be a part of? Godless again.
Seoul. The jump shots from action, like every moment that you could just see the target.
Leon's 1v3 on Miramar. 1v4.
1v4, yeah.
Wow. And again, to bring it all down, the way this game started off, we finally moved on with, of course, Astra Academy going up against Zeus Esports, which also resulted in a 1v1 situation by the end of it.
Yeah. I mean,
so many moments took place throughout this entire saga of 4-day affair. But with that, let's bring up the day's summary and we shall see what teams are popping up here.
Zeus is there, Stalwart is there, well, High Voltage, T2K. I'm happy with T2K's this stat because they started a day on a really good note. That's one thing. Only team that I would say I'm missing here is, I don't know, obviously that's going to be DE. They did go for a good comeback. They had 2 decent games, but obviously it was a bit too late. But still, like Zeus somehow finds up 1 or 2 ways to just win.
DEADEYES, guys,
and that's always damage in knockouts.
It is always damage in knockouts.
3 days.
Unless someone manages to take the kills away. This time, I believe it is Train to Kill, but I'm pretty sure Zeus is not too far behind in terms of kills.
Well, in knockouts, first day they were 43, second day it was 40, now it's 39. Still there at the top.
But also, DRS. The real soldiers, they've been really consistent as well. So, of course, another name to bring up in terms of this conversation.
DRS, I believe the place where DRS actually shines apart from everyone is those survival times that they bring to the table.
True.
Their form of aggression, you don't really see them going on just wiping out entire teams unless it's absolutely necessary. Usually they pick up a kill and then they move out of the position, just keep the teams guessing as to exactly where they are on the map. And surviving is something that is key to the team's success.
True. They like to actually juggle around with those things, and we have talked about it, minimizing the risks.
Yes.
DRS did do that this time, but it's this thing, right? I mean, we know this team, obviously every team out here gave their 100%, but we know this team has been showcasing world-class performance, and this team, it deserves more. It deserves audience's love for sure. Talk about DRS, talk about Stalwart, talk about 1952 as well. Like, amazing teams.
Amazing teams indeed. Incredible plays, of course. And that brings us to the end of this 4-day affair. It has been an incredibly wonderful, absolutely breathtaking moments that we've taken away from all of these fights that took place throughout the 24 matches that took place. Along with which, I do want to ask you guys who've been part of this desk for the longest time, have been, of course, giving us your valuable insight. Final thoughts from you lads.
I mean, it has been an amazing tournament, and you guys watching us at home, thank you so much for supporting the team, supporting the players, supporting us as well, showing us the love throughout the 4 days. Well, I guess we are going to have to wait for the next tournament and see what happens there.
Yeah, new journeys are awaiting us, and obviously, follow us on our socials because I want to be verified, so yeah, please do that. But still, talking about everything, if you're talking about
they were here, now they're gone the social.
See, even they went away before I said verified. But well, talking about this one, right, I would love to see what new journey awaits for us and for these teams as a whole. So we would love to see that happening. I wish we had more matches, but 6 is the number of matches that we have per day. Well,
Yeah. Well, that is true, Ocean. That does bring us, like I just said, to the end of this entire saga. Thank you once again so very much for rooting and supporting your teams throughout these 4 days, letting them know that you are there, supporting them no matter the ups and downs, the buts and the ifs sort of situations that we saw these teams in. Eventually, it is you guys that made it all happen. But a bigger thanks has to go to OPPO F19 Pro because, well, hashtag woke up your fun. I've been your host, Blotto, joined in with the amazing talent lineup that we've got. Until next time, take care. Sayonara.